And we are live again. Welcome, everybody who's currently joining us. This is the 24-hour Narrators United stream set 2.
Did we post out the link so that everyone can get to it?
Not yet. It's going up on the channel. I'm posting up the links now. Keep your pants on.
Okay.
Uh,
Well, I'm not wearing pants, so that's interesting.
well,
It should be
that
the
makes it
sub box
significantly more
animal.
difficult.
Yes, it
Ladies and
does.
gentlemen, I am here. This is Mr. Creepypasta, and I'm alongside with, as you can see on your screen, very top right, I'm here with Bullhay Productions, or as we affectionately call him, Old Man Murphy.
Get off the lawn!
There he is. Murphy is one of the narrators, very good friend of mine as well, and he will be entertaining us here for the next hour, filling in the slot. You want to go ahead and tell him a bit about the stream, Murph?
Sure, let's talk about the stream. You know what we're doing this for. We're doing this for the stabbing victim in Waukesha, Wisconsin. You probably may have seen some of the interviews, some of the stuff. I've been all over the TV. Woohoo me! It's hot outside. But I've been trying to get as much press as I possibly can with all this. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm extremely proud and excited that we've raised as much as we have so far. Um, but what we're trying to do with all of this is we're just trying to get the word out that just because we like horror stories doesn't mean that we're horrible people. And I think all of you that have been sticking around for as long as you have, you've probably figured that out by now. So we just want to continue it. Let's keep it going. I should probably get into my first story. Yes? I'm asking the panel. I'm asking the peanut gallery.
Oh, well, yes, if you're asking
Okay.
us.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's get going, and let's not, without any further ado, I will be doing one of my favorites to start off, Tulpa, a good classic. Last year, I spent 6 months participating in what I was told was a psychological experiment. I found an ad in my local paper looking for imaginative people looking to make good money. And since it was only the only ad that week that I was remotely qualified for, I gave them a call and we arranged an interview. They told me all I would have to do is stay in a room alone, with sensors attached to my head to read my brain activity, and while I was there I would visualize a double of myself. They called it my tulpa. It seemed easy enough, and I agreed to do it as soon as they told me how much I would be paid. And the next day, I began. They brought me into a simple room and gave me a bed, then attached sensors to my head and then hooked them into a little black box on the table beside me. They talked me through the process of visualizing my double again, and explained that if I got bored or restless, instead of moving around, I should visualize my double moving around or try to interact with him, and so on. The idea was to keep him with me the entire time I was in the room. I had trouble with it for the first few days. It was more controlled than any sort of daydreaming I had done before. I'd imagine my double for a few minutes, then grow distracted. But by the fourth day, present for the entire 6 hours. They told me I was doing very well. The second week, they gave me a different room with wall-mounted speakers. They told me that they wanted to see if I could still keep the tulpa with me in spite of distracting stimuli. The music was discordant, ugly, and unsettling, and it made the process a little more difficult, but I managed nonetheless. The next week, they played even more unsettling music, punctuated with shrieks, feedback loops, what sounded like an old-school modem dialing up, and guttural voices speaking some foreign language. I just laughed it off. I was a pro by then. After about a month, I started to get bored. To liven things up, I started interacting with my doppelganger. We'd have a few conversations, or play rock, paper, scissors, or I'd imagine him juggling, or breakdancing, or whatever caught my fancy. I asked the researchers if my foolishness would adversely affect their study, but they encouraged me. So we played and communicated, and it was fun for a while. Then it got a little strange. I was telling him about my first date one day, and he corrected me. I'd said my date was wearing a yellow top, and he told me it was a green one. I thought about it for a second and realized he was right. It creeped me out, and after my shift that day, I talked to the researchers about it. "You're just using the thought form to access your subconscious," they explained. "You knew on some level that you were wrong, and you subconsciously corrected yourself." What had been creepy was suddenly cool. I was talking to my subconscious. It took some practice, but I found I could question my tulpa and access all sorts of memories. I could make it quote whole pages of books I had read once, years before, or things I was taught and immediately forgot in high school. It was awesome. That was around the time I started calling up my double outside of the research center. Not often at first, but I was so used to imagining him by now that it was almost seemed odd not to see him. So whenever I was bored, I'd visualize my double. Eventually, I started doing it almost all the time. It was amusing to take him along as an invisible friend. I imagined him when I was hanging out with friends or visiting my mom. I even brought him along on a date once. I didn't need to speak out loud to him, so I was able to carry out conversations with him, and no one was the wiser. I know that sounds strange, but it was fun. Not only was he a walking repository of everything I knew and everything I had forgotten, but he also seemed much more in touch with me than I did at times. He had an uncanny grasp of the minutiae of body language that I didn't even realize I was picking up on. For example, I thought the date I had brought him along was going badly, but he pointed out how she was laughing a little too hard at my jokes and leaning towards me as I spoke, and a bunch of other subtle clues I wasn't consciously picking up on. I listened, and let's just say that date went very well. By the time I'd been at the research center for 4 months, he was with me constantly. The researchers approached me one day after my shift and asked me if I stopped visualizing him. I denied it, and they seemed pleased. I silently asked my double if he knew what prompted that, but he just shrugged it off. So did I. I withdrew a little from the world at that point. I was having trouble relating to people. It seemed to me that they were so confused and unsure of themselves, while I had a manifestation of myself to confer with. It made socializing awkward. Nobody else seemed aware of the reasons behind their actions, why some things made them mad and others made them laugh. They didn't know what moved them, but I did, or at least I could ask myself and get an answer. A friend confronted me one evening. He pounded at the door until I answered it and came in fuming and swearing up a storm. "You haven't answered when I called you in fucking weeks, you dick!" he yelled. "What's your fucking problem?" I was about to apologize to him, and probably would have offered to hit the bars with him that night, but my tulpa grew suddenly furious. It said, and before I knew what I was doing, I had. I heard his nose break. He fell to the floor and came up swinging. We beat each other up and down my apartment. I was more furious than I had ever been, and I was not merciful. I knocked him to the ground and gave him 2 savage kicks to the ribs, and that's when he fled, hunched over and sobbing. The police were by a few minutes later, but I told them that he had been the instigator, and since he wasn't around to refute me, they let me off with a warning. My tulpa was grinning the entire time. We spent the night crowing about my victory and sneering over how badly I'd beaten my friend. It wasn't until the next morning, when I was checking out my black eye and cut lip in the mirror, that I remembered what had set me off. My double was the one who'd grown furious, not me. I'd been feeling guilty and a little ashamed, but he goaded me into a vicious fight with a concerned friend. He was present, of course, and he knew my thoughts.
"You don't need him anymore. You don't need anyone else,"
He told me, and I felt my skin crawl. I explained all of this to the researchers who employed me, but they just laughed it off. "You can't be scared of something that you're imagining," one told me. My double stood beside him and nodded his head, then smirked at me. I tried to take their words to heart, but over the next few days I found myself growing more and more anxious around my tulpa, and it seemed that he was changing. He looked taller and more menacing. His eyes twinkled with mischief, and I saw malice in his constant smile. No job was losing my mind over. I decided if he was out of control, I'd put him down. I was so used to him at that point that visualizing him was an automatic process, so I started trying my damnedest not to visualize him. It took a few days, but it started to work somewhat. I could get rid of him for hours at a time, but every time he came back, he seemed worse. His skin seemed ashen, teeth more pointed. He hissed and gibbered and threatened and swore. The discordant music I'd been listening to for months seemed to accompany him everywhere. Even when I was at home, I'd relax and slip up, no longer concentrating on not seeing him, and there he'd be, that howling noise with him. I was still visiting the research center and spending my 6 hours there. I needed the money and thought they weren't aware that I was now actively not visualizing my tulpa. I was wrong. After my shift one day, about 5.5 months in, 2 impressively men grabbed me and restrained me, and someone in a lab coat jammed a hypodermic needle into me. I woke up from my stupor back in the room, strapped into a bed, music blaring with my doppelganger standing over me, cackling. He hardly looked human anymore. His features were twisted. His eyes were sunken in their sockets and filmed over like a corpse's. He was much taller than me, but hunched over. His hands were twisted and the fingernails were like talons. He was, in short, fucking terrifying. I tried to will him away, but I just couldn't seem to concentrate. He giggled and tapped the IV in my arm, and I thrashed in my restraints as best as I could, but I could hardly move at all.
They're pumping you full of the good shit, I think. How's the mind? All fuzzy?
He leaned closer and closer as he spoke. I gagged. His breath smelled like spoiled meat. I tried to focus, but I could not banish him. The next few weeks were terrible. Every so often, someone in a doctor's coat would come in and inject me with something, or force-feed me a pill. They kept me dizzy and unfocused, and sometimes left me hallucinating or delusional. My thought form was still present, constantly mocking me. He interacted with, or perhaps caused, my delusions. I hallucinated that my mother was there, scolding me. Then he cut her throat and blood showered me. It was so real I could taste it. The doctors never spoke to me. I begged at times, screamed, hurled in sentence, demanded answers. But they never spoke to me. They may have talked to my tulpa, my personal monster. I'm not sure. I was so doped and confused that it may have just been more delusion, but I remember them talking to him. I grew convinced that he was the real one, and I was the thought form. He encouraged that line of thought at times, and mocked me at others. Another thing that I pray was a delusion. He could touch me. And more than that, he could hurt me. He'd poke and prod at me if he felt I wasn't paying enough attention to him. Once, he grabbed my testicles and squeezed until I told him I loved him. Another time, he slashed my forearm with one of his talons. I still have the scar. most days I can convince myself that I injured myself and just hallucinated that he was responsible. Most days. Then, one day, while he was telling me a story about how he was going to gut everyone I love, starting with my sister, he paused. A querulous look crossed his face and reached out and touched my head, like my mother used to do when I was feverish. He stayed still for a long moment and then smiled.
All thoughts are creative,
He told me. Then he walked out the door. 3 hours later, I was given an injection and passed out. I woke unrestrained, shaking. I made my way to the door and found it unlocked. I walked out into the empty hallway and ran. I stumbled once more, but I made it down the stairs and out into the lot behind the building. There, I collapsed, weeping like a child. I knew I had to keep moving, but I couldn't manage it. I got home eventually. I don't remember how. I locked the door and shoved a dresser against it, took a long shower, slept for a day and a half. No one came for me in the night, and no one came the next day, or the one after that. It was over. I spent a week locked in that room, but it felt like a century. I'd withdrawn so much from my life beforehand that nobody even knew I was missing. The police didn't find anything. The research center was empty when they searched it. The paper trail fell apart. Names I had given them were aliases. Even the money I received was apparently untraceable. I recovered as much as one could. I don't leave the house much. I have panic attacks when I do. I cry a lot. I don't sleep much, and my nightmares are terrible. It's over, I tell myself. I survived. I use the concentration those bastards taught me to convince myself that. And it works, sometimes. Not today, though. 3 days ago, I got a phone call from my mother. There's been a tragedy. My sister is the latest victim in a spree of killings, the police say. The perpetrator mugs his victims, then guts them. The funeral was this afternoon. It was a lovely service, as a funeral could be, I suppose. I was a little distracted, though. All I could hear was music coming from somewhere distant. Discordant, unsettling stuff that sounds like feedback. And shrieking, and a modem dialing up. I hear it still. A little louder now. End scene.
Nice. That one was pretty dark.
That was beautiful.
If there are any children in the audience, I hope the voice effects did not frighten thee.
That was well timed, though. Very
Well,
well timed.
That was, yeah.
Well, I mean, all I needed to do was push a button, and there it goes back over, so...
Yeah. If you asked me to do the same thing, it'd probably take like 20 minutes.
Okay.
Let's take a look at the
Yeah, let's
grand
look.
total.
Okay.
We're at $4,740.
Ah, okay. That's fantastic. Fantastic.
What you got lined up for us next?
Let's see what I got here. I got some really good stuff. You know what? I had my list, and then I lost it, so I'm just going to pick something out of my hat. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a favorite of mine, and I know it's a favorite of yours, MCP.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
want to build a snowman?
Oh, Lord. What are you doing?
Oh no.
We're gonna go with a favorite of mine. I know it's a favorite of yours, MCP.
Oh, I know
I
what
call
this is.
this one. This is one that I wrote myself, and it was narrated beautifully. by the Mr. Creepypasta.
Thank you, sir.
I entitle this one Cold Oblivion. I don't have much time left. I must recant my tale before my time's up, before I fade out of existence. The first thing I remember is waking up outside. It was snowing out and I was naked. I felt dozens of children's hands about my head and body, rubbing my skin back and forth. I tried to run away, but my legs and feet were firmly planted under the snow, deep into the ground. I tried to flail my arms, but they too were frozen, immovable. I was trapped. No way of escape. I could only hope that one of these children would soon set me free. The children stood back and glared at me with awe and wonderment. They whispered things to each other as they continued to gape at my raw, naked form. I wanted to shout at them, beg for them to release me, but none heard my plea. One small boy approached me and looked with a wide, evil grin upon his cherub-like face and got down on the ground on his hands and knees. As another little boy quickly climbed on his back and met me face to face. His look was quizzical, contemplative, as if he wanted to do more to me, but could not decide on what to do. I closed my eyes in hopes that I could concentrate on a happy place while he performed his dastardly deed. He grabbed my nose and twisted it around and jammed it back into my skull, but careful enough not to break it. The pain surged through my body as he twisted and shoved for what seemed to be an eternity. The boy then plucked out each of my eyes and placed them back onto my face in different locations. Miraculously, I could still see, but my vision had been permanently skewed. He turned to his cohorts and reached for what I thought would be my undoing, but surprisingly, he presented me with a wool scarf and delicately wrapped it around my neck. It wasn't much, but the warmth was lovely. It was enough for me to concentrate on while I remained out in the vile blizzard. He turned back to his fellow children and placed a tall black hat on my head, as if to mock me. He jumped down and rejoined his comrades as they gazed at me once more. They jumped and rejoiced as they finished their physical torture of my body. And just as quickly, it ended. They simply left me. All of the children vanished into the blinding white of the snow. They've yet to return. Week after week, month after month, I stood there in my frozen solitude. The snow eventually cleared, and I saw the children passing by, not giving me any notice. I saw other people casually walking past me. I tried to call for help, but just like my captors, they could neither hear me nor they could only see me. Soon, it began to grow warm. The scarf was no longer needed, but it was not removed. It's only slid off of my neck, down my shoulders and onto the ground. My nose, battered and bruised sludgingly, slid out of my skull and rolled down my chest and plopped onto the slushy mix that slowly began to rise around my feet and ankles. My eyes stayed firm, but now they are showing signs of fatigue. My spine has become deformed as I now slump over to my right side. The chilling pool of ice and water continues to rise. It looks as if it may consume the rest of me, and I will slowly drown. It has been months since I first remember my incarceration. My left eye has completely fallen out. The scarf swims around the pool that has reached up to my ears, and I have come to terms with my fate. I calmly wait for my end and can only pray that the hereafter is much more forgiving than my short, frozen life. Thumpity, thump, thump. End scene. I loved the comments on your video. I said, I will never. Oh God, Frosty, no. So yeah, I actually I'm gonna share this with everybody, and because I know she's listening, my mom just texted me. I said, wow, oh yeah, well she must be really behind on YouTube, showing 3504 right now, and it's almost 8:30, which it is right now, and Giggles is on, not me. So obviously she is in a different time zone. So I don't know what's going on with her, but hey.
I think what's going on is she actually hopped into set 1. Since
probably.
we're in set 2.
Yeah, she probably. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna text her back really quick, and you are on set 1, Mom. Get with the program. And hopefully, just forward in the timeline. It says you're on deck. Oh, yeah. What's the actual title of the, is it just...
It is Narrators United, 24-hour stream, set 2.
Okay, you need to get into set 2. Okay. So she's probably going to be behind, and then she's going to hear me harping on her, and then I'm going to get another text that said, you're out of the will. So, yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens when you have a sassy mama.
Here's something, though. For everybody who's watching, all 900 of y'all who are watching right now, let's go ahead and try to get the word out a little bit that there's a set 2 going on. And if you're in set 1, then you're behind the times. We have showing right up on the screen there, hashtag United is the hashtag we're using trying to get the word out and signal boost the YouTube 24-hour stream. Mm-hmm. So if you guys could, let's go ahead and tweet out or Tumblr out or Facebook out or whatever you young whippersnappers are doing these days.
Yeah.
Out to that hashtag with the link to the stream.
And I really want my mom in on this one because the next one I'm going to be doing stars my mother.
So Murphy, while we're here,
yeah,
is there a story behind the story you just told?
Cold Oblivion?
Yeah.
No. They're actually no. Here's the weird thing. Most of the stories that I write, whether it be Spasm or The Lone Branch, or I think everyone's favorite from me, The Nice Guy, they all have some root in the truth. There's always a little bit of my real life that I always put into all of my stories. Cold Oblivion came to me in an epiphany. It was just, why don't I take one of our beloved winter figures and make everyone sorry for him? So I just spun it into what you all know now.
There we go.
And we are on set 2, and I am on beer 2. So hopefully my mother dearest is listening. If you don't have a good relationship with your mother, shame on you. That's shame on you. Or if your mother is just not a good person, then shame on them. So we're just gonna continue on. I'm about halfway done, and I still got, oh, how many more stories do I actually have lined up, which I'm probably gonna have to cut out. Actually, no, I got, okay. I have to make sure that I get at least, this one's actually gonna be a long one, so we'll see how good we can get it. Let me actually see how am I doing on time. Um, Actually, I'm a little behind, so we'll just get into it. This one is called Kate. This is actually a story time with Murphy. It is not creepypasta. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Now, I've told stories about my fear of the dark and events that happen to trigger this, or have been exploited. But when I think about it, I mean, really think about it, all of it could quite possibly have stemmed from one series of events when I was only 3 years old. Back in the late 70s and early 80s, we lived in a small town in Ohio. So small, in fact, they didn't even broadcast the local television station in color until we lived there about 5 years. But I digress. We lived in a medium-sized two-story home. Of course, it was ginormous to me. Everything was. The way the house was situated was as follows. From the front entrance, you look forward, and there were stairs to the second floor. You climb 2 stairs, make a hard right, up the remaining 12 or so to the hallway that led to my parents' bedroom and the nursery/laundry room. Now, while still in the foyer, if you turned to your left, you would see our living room. Not one of those, don't you touch a damn thing in there living rooms, just a living room that opened up into the dining room and turned right into the kitchen. If you turned right, you would see a long hallway. Travel down that hallway, and on your first left would be where the kitchen completed the circuit. Travel farther down, and you would reach a door. That door was the main bathroom. If you were to turn right again, you would see our family room. If you were to turn left and walk through a nasty cold spot, you would be in my room. I say my room because my brother was still an infant at the time, and he slept upstairs in the nursery down the hall from my parents' room. Now, the cold spot I mentioned, I have to make note of this because my mom corrected me, was not always present, which is why I classify it as a cold spot and not a permanent draft. Now, my parents bought the house in 1978 from an older man named Carl. From what my mom told me, he was a kind gentleman who was recently widowed and felt that the house was just too big for him now. He did give my parents a word of advice, though. Make sure you take good care of the flowers, would you? My mom thought it was sweet, but her focus was more on making this new house a home, and as quickly as possible. The first task, getting rid of that olive drab paint in the main bathroom. Since she was a stay-at-home mom, she had plenty of time between nap times to tackle this job in a single day. The bathroom wasn't large. Most of the walls were already covered in yellow tile. Armed with a few tarps, a roller, and a single can of paint, my mother went to work. In the middle of turning this olive drab to a bright peach, she heard a faint moaning coming from somewhere. It must be one of the boys. She set her roller down and went to check on my brother. He was still fast asleep. She hurried back downstairs to check on me, out like a light. Curious. My dad wasn't supposed to be home for another 2 hours. She called out to him loud enough to get his attention, but not to wake my brother or myself. No answer. She went to the garage, and his company car was not present. Must not be home yet. She returned to her task. A few minutes later, she heard it again. A light moaning, but this time, it was a little just louder. Where was it coming from? Years later, when my mother recanted this tale, she described it as not a wailing moan, but more of a disappointed sigh. There was something there that didn't approve of something. My mother finished the chore despite several disembodied interruptions, cleaned up, made lunch for my brother and I, and waited until we were up before serving us. The next day, my mother returned to the bathroom to see that the olive drab began to seep through the pastel peach. Now, it was clear that since the olive drab was such a dark color, that it would take more than one coat to conceal the old color choice. So my mother began again to cover the walls with the brighter color. The moaning returned. Where is that coming from? This time, my father was home, and she quickly ran to see if he was all right. My dad was fine. What was more interesting is that he was in the back corner of the yard with me the entire time, my brother taking one of his 50 baby naps that day. She continued, and the disappointing moaning persisted. This was now becoming quite creepy. She once again finished the task and cleaned up. The next day, she returned to find the olive drab was once again seeping through. Puzzling, as this brand of paint was supposed to be able to cover up over the darkest shade in a maximum of 2 coats. She rolled back her sleeves and gave the bathroom a 3rd coat. The moaning returned. Oh, shut up. She wasn't having any of that day. The next day, and the day after that, same results. The olive drab would seep through. 5 coats of peach paint were applied to those walls before she finally gave up and put up wallpaper. The moaning ceased. Now, mind you, my mother comes from a long line of women who sort of sense things. Her grandmother had. Pretty sure her great-grandmother had it. So by this time, she had an inkling that there was someone else in this house other than the 4 of us, our 2 Siamese cats, Mac, Tate, and our Dalmatian, Murphy. Yes, folks, like Indiana Jones, I am named after the dog. Several weeks passed without incident. The house was finally to my parents' liking, and life was swell. That is, until my mother heard an innocent little giggle coming from downstairs. It wasn't malicious or devious, just a tickled little laugh from a certain 3-year-old in his bedroom on the ground floor. My father was useless in the middle of the night, so a slight nudge to get him to wake up to check on the boy would be futile. So my mother got out of bed, along the hallway, down the stairs, through the lower hallway, and into my room to see me, wide awake, staring at the empty corner of the room, still giggling. Now, the sight of this creeped my mother out immensely. She slowly walked in and approached me. I turned my head to greet my mother. "Hi, Mommy." "Hey there, buddy. What you doing?" "Listening." "Listening to what?" "She's telling me stories." "Who's telling you stories?" "The lady in white." "Oh, what kind of stories?" "Funny stories, Mommy." "Oh, okay. Well, you were giggling kind of loud, and I don't want you to wake up your brother, so you should go back to sleep, okay?" "Okay, Mommy." I crawled back under the covers, quickly fell back asleep. My mother studied the walls of my room, then hurried down the hallway, up the stairs, back into bed as quickly as possible. Now, this happened several more times in random intervals, always in the middle of the night, but no more than once a week, sometimes only once every 2 weeks. My mom tried to talk to my dad, but he's a hardcore skeptic, so he wouldn't even acknowledge the notion that the house might be haunted. But it continued. The thing that you need to realize is that it was never my mother waking up to hear me screaming bloody murder. It was always to the sound of me laughing. A comforting thought that whatever was talking to me was not frightening in the least. But still, it did have my mother on edge. She would repeat the process when it happened, down the stairs, along the hallway, through the mercurial cold spot, and into my room. There I was, wide awake, looking at the corner, and laughing. It was more of a mystery than anything. She had to find out what was going on. She tracked down Carl, the previous owner, and asked if he had time to talk. He was bright and cheery as he had been when he sold the house to my parents, and immediately asked how the house was treating them. My mom humored him and said the house was fine, but they had to run into a bit of an issue. "Oh, what's that?" "Well, it seems my oldest son keeps on waking up in the middle of the night claiming that a woman in white is telling him funny stories." A chuckle came from the other end of the line. "Oh, is that so? I wouldn't worry too much about it." "Well, I'm not too worried since whatever is going on is not harming my son." "And I don't think you'll ever have to be concerned about that happening either. Oh, that's just Kate." "Who?" Kate, my late wife. Really? Did she happen to have a thing for the main bathroom at the end of the hall? Oh, Lord, yes. She spent hours painting those walls that god-awful green and was proud of it, too. You didn't paint over it, did you? I had to. But she wasn't too happy about that. So that's what I heard. I thought my husband was playing a joke on me or something. He chuckled. No, she was just showing her disappointment, probably. Now, about your son. Kate was real fond of our grandchildren and was always telling them stories and jokes and whatnot, so I don't think she would ever harm him. But did you do that one thing that I asked you and your husband to do when you bought the house? What was that? Make sure you take care of the flowers. More than that hideous paint, she loved gardening. If you didn't see with a spade in her hand, then something was seriously wrong. So just do yourself a favor and make sure you tend to the flowers, and you'll do just fine. The conversation ended, and my mother went back with a proud moment of clarity with her. Now she knew what she was dealing with, and that took a very large weight off of her shoulders. Several nights later, my mom was woken up again by the sound of 3-year-old giggles. She followed her routine down the stairs along the hallway into my room. Hey, buddy. I spun around. Hi, Mommy. Is she telling you funny stories again? Yeah, they were really silly this time. Okay, buddy, it's time for bed now, right? Okay, Mommy. She tucked me in tight and headed out the door, and suddenly, BAM! She didn't realize it at first until it hit her like a ton of bricks when she exited my room that there was no cold spot when she entered, but it was twice as chilling when she exited. There was something wrong this time. The hairs on the back of her neck were erect at attention. Every pore on her body puckered. For a moment, she was frozen. She soon found her courage and raced for the stairs, and she set one foot on the first step and felt a soft hand on her shoulder. She spun around instantly to see nothing. Suddenly, a new mysterious draft shot her dead in the face with an icy briskness that fixed her to the floor. She was terrified for a fraction of a second when it simply came to her. Hello, Kate, she said softly to the empty hallway. The breeze seemed to talk to her as she stood there barefoot on the cold tile hallway floor. Yes, Kate, I promise to look after your flowers. And as quickly as the cold spot slapped her in the face, it was gone. The air was warm and flowing once more. She calmly went back up the stairs and returned to bed. In the weeks that followed, there were no more incidents of little me waking up and giggling. The cold spot into the entrance to my room had vanished completely. My mother stayed true to her word, tending to the garden that Kate loved so dear. And it can even be said that since then, my mother has taken an avid love of gardening and has been a member of the Master Gardeners of the greater Milwaukee area for years. Years passed, and we moved from that house all the way to Milwaukee, where they lived until they retired several years back. There was always one thing about this story that angered me. I don't remember a damn thing about any of this. I don't remember the stories, I don't remember the cold spot, I don't remember a lady in white, and that drives me batshit crazy. I've always wanted to see a ghost. Little did I know, I already did. My grandfather, my mom's dad, still lives in Ohio, and we visited him once, and on a whim, we decided to see the old house. We slowly drove past. When we slowly drove past, my mother and I were shocked and dismayed. The people who bought the house from us had dug up the landscaping, uprooted most of the bushes and trees, and even cut down most, if not all, of the trees. We looked at each other in silence, knowing full well what that meant, and neither of us were surprised to see a for sale by owner sign firmly planted in the front yard. And done.
What was the name of that story, Murph?
Kate.
Kate.
It's actually a story time by Murphy.
Nice. Okay.
All
I
right.
can recognize that one off your site.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I am going to actually, unfortunately, I'm going to have to cut out part 2 of Jacob Emery. If you,
Oh,
I know, but I promised a lot of people that I'd get to my final one. And if you do want to see, if you do want to listen to Redditum, all you need to do is just search Well Hey Productions Redditum, and that's Reditum, and it's a good time. It's a good second half, a good part 2 to the Art of Jacob Emery. So I'm going to end my um, my story time here with with a tale that's not so much a creepypasta, but it has got me very. It has become synonymous with Murphy.
Murphy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Kuehl theory.
Murphy.
Yes.
I have one question for you.
Yeah.
Liberty Bell. Yay, nay.
Liberty Bell.
Liberty Bell? Song?
Oh. No, not on this
Okay.
one. I
Okay.
we'll hit that for the Q. I'll do a little bit of a Q&A if I can get through this before
yeah,
9 o'clock
'cause-
happens.
we got about
Alright.
10 minutes, so
Yes. So okay. So
go right ahead, sir.
let's do Kuehl theory. Let's make the Kuehl a unit of measurement, where one Kuehl equals one level of abstraction away from the reality of a situation. Example: you ask me for a hamburger. At one Kuehl, if you ask me for a hamburger, I give you a raccoon. At 2 Kuehls, if you ask me for a hamburger, but it turns out I don't really exist, where I was originally standing, a picture of a hamburger rests on the ground. At 3 Kuehls, you awake as a hamburger. You start screaming only to have special sauce fly from your lips. The world is in sepia. At 4 Kuehls, why are we speaking German? A mime cries softly as he cradles a young cow. Your grandfather stares at you as the cow falls apart into patties. You look down only to see me with pickles for eyes. I am singing the song that gives birth to the universe. At 5 Kuehls, you ask for a hamburger. I give you a hamburger. You raise it to your lips and take a bite. Your eye twitches involuntarily. Across the street, a father of 3 falls down the stairs. You swallow and look down at the hamburger in your hands. I give you a hamburger. Oh, yeah. I got mixed up. You cannot swallow. There are children at the top of the stairs. A pickle shifts uneasily under the bun. I give you a hamburger. You look at my face, and I am pleading with you. The children are crying now. You raise the hamburger to your lips. Tears stream down your face as you take a bite. I give you a hamburger. You are on your knees. You plead with me to go across the street. I hear only children's laughter. I give you a hamburger. You are screaming as you fall down the stairs. I am your child. You cannot see anything. You take a bite of the hamburger. The concrete rushes up to meet you. You awake with a start in your own bed. Your eye twitches involuntarily. I give you a hamburger. As you kill me, I do not make a sound. I give you a hamburger. At 6 Kuehls, you ask me for a hamburger. My attempt to reciprocate is cut brutally short as my body experiences a sudden lack of electrons. Across a variety of hidden dimensions, you are dismayed. John Lennon hands me an apple, but it slips through my fingers. I am reborn as an ocelot. You disapprove. A crack echoes through the universe in defiance of conventional physics as cosmological background noise shifts from randomness to a perfect A-flat. Children everywhere stop what they are doing and hum along in perfect pitch with the background radiation. Birds fall from the sky as the sun engulfs the earth. You hesitate momentarily before allowing yourself to assume the locus of all knowledge. Entropy crumbles as you peruse the information contained within the universe. A small library in Phoenix ceases to exist. You stumble under the weight of everythingness. Your mouth opens up to cry out and collapses around your body before blinking you out of the spatial plane. You exist only within the fourth dimension. The fountainhead of all knowledge rolls along the ground and collides with a small dog. My head tastes sideways as space-time is reestablished. You blink back into the corporeal world disoriented, only for me to hand you a hamburger as my body collapses under the strain of reconstitution. The universe has reasserted itself. A particular small dog is fed steak for the rest of its natural life. You die in a freak accident moments later, and your soul works at the returns desk for the Phoenix Library. You disapprove. Your disapproval sends ripples through the interdimensional void between life and death. A small child begins to cry as he walks toward the stairway where his father stands. At 7 cules, I give you a hamburger. The universe is engulfed within itself. A bus advertising hot dogs drives by a Papillon. It disapproves. An unnatural force reverses Earth gravity. You ask for a hamburger. I reciprocate with a mildly convulsing potato. You disapprove. Your disapproval releases a cosmic shift in the void between birth and life. You ask for a hamburger. A certain small dog feasts upon hamburger patties for the rest of its unnatural eternal endurance. Your constant disapproval sends silence through everything. A contrived beast becomes omnipotent. You ask for a hamburger. I give you a hamburger. Your body becomes an unsettled blob of nothingness, then divides by 3. The Papillon barks. The universe realigns itself. You, the Papillon, and the hamburger disapprove. This condemnation stops the realignment. Hades freezes over. A pig is launched into the unoccupied existence between space and time with a specific hamburger. You ask for a hamburger. I give you a hamburger. It screams as you lift it to your face. You laugh maniacally as I plead with you. You devour the hamburger as it pleads for mercy. I disapprove and condemn you to an eternity of certain void, where a certain pig and its specific hamburger are located. The Universal Space-Time Continuum Committee disapproves of my irrational decision. You are locked away and fed hamburgers for the rest of your natural existence. A pickle refuses to break down during the process of digestion. You die in a freak accident. A certain pickle lives the rest of its life in a comatose state. Your soul disapproves. Down the street, a child cries as a hamburger gets stuck in and climbs back up her esophagus. You again ask for a hamburger. I refuse to reciprocate. You demand a lawyer. I remind you harshly that this is the new world order. Lawyers no longer exist, only Papillons. Your name is written on a list of sins. Blasphemy. You ask for a hamburger. The comatose pickle vanquishes your soul from this universe. Realignment occurs. You beg for a hamburger. A certain Papillon's name is written on an obelisk in Egypt. Mumble. Peasants worship the obelisk. Your soulless corpse partakes in the festivity. Hamburgers are banned universally. The sun implodes. All planets cease to have ever existed. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto is the only mass in existence. Conveniently, you are on vacation there. Your need for hamburgers reestablishes space-time. Earth is recreated under your intergalactic rule. Hamburgers are your army. You wake up. Clowns. Clowns everywhere. Your dream rushes to meet you. You are kidnapped. You ask for a hamburger. They hand you a hot dog. Let us propose 0 cule, or absolute cule. At 0 cules, I ask for a hamburger. You give me the epitome of all hamburgers, to the most subjective detail. Observers in a state of perfect cule are often introduced to a phenomenon known as the cule paradox, where the hamburger asked-given ratio is so near 1-to-1 that the observer begins to doubt the reality, suspecting the hamburger was an artifact of their manufactured memories. That is your cure theory?
That's awesome, Murph. We've got about 2 minutes left on your block. Do you have anything else you want to go ahead and say? You want to?
Let's check the numbers, shall we? It looks like we're almost to the 4,800 mark. I know we can do better, people. Let's kick it up a notch. I know we can do this. We can
$1
really
shy.
make a difference in these people's lives. Let's put forth a little, just a little bit more. I was talking to MCP a while ago, and if you think about just the sheer numbers of it, MCP, you have about 550,000 subscribers,
Yeah,
correct?
just about.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And if every single one of you, just every one, just donate $1, think of the world of difference you could make for this family.
Well said, Murph.
You can just $1 from everyone, and $1 really isn't that much anymore, but they pile up and they add up quickly. So I know we can do a world of difference here. We've already gone so far. I know we can do more. Let's be generous in this time of need. I think that's all I got.
There you go. Okay.
Miss Shadow Lovely, I turn it to you. As I would like to do a little plug for her right now. Ladies and gentlemen, the lovely Miss Shadow Lovely. Thank you so much for inviting me into the SCP reign, so that we have so much fun with that, and I'm looking forward to do some more.
Absolutely.
All right, take it away.
Good evening, boys and girls. My name is Miss Shadow Lovely, and I am a creepypasta / SCP narrator on YouTube. My channel is Miss Shadow Lovely. Thank you so much for involving me in tonight's festivities, or today's festivities, rather. I want to just go over a few things really quick before we get to the good stuff. And the first thing I would like to do is just thank you all definitely for your support, and thank you for watching this live stream, and thank you for donating, thank you for submitting artwork. Every little bit counts, and even if you can't, support us monetarily in helping not only the victim of the Waukesha stabbing, but also, we are also trying to get the funds out to Safe Horizon and victims of violent crimes. Thank you so much for just showing your support in any way that you can. Just being here tonight is an awesome, awesome show of support on your part. So I would like to thank you for that. I'd also like to ask that if you have social media, you go ahead and you give us a little share there with using our hashtag #uNIGHTed, on any social media platform that you so choose. And with that being said, again, I would like to thank you so much for showing up tonight. And I would like to go ahead and get started by giving a little bit of backstory as to my channel and what creepypasta means to me. I would like to first off say that creepypasta has affected my life in positive ways, and I think it can definitely affect other people's lives, young people's lives in particular. There are definitely some themes of creepypasta that are not, child friendly. However, there definitely can be stories that can be enjoyed by all ages, and that is what I bring with my channel. I try to keep my stories family friendly so that people of all ages can enjoy them. And the reason why I promote creepypasta is because in my everyday life, I strongly believe that we fear things that we cannot understand. And what better way to understand the things that cause us fear than to read about them and to be interested in them? If you give something a genuine interest, you take control over it. The more knowledge you have, the more power you have. So that, for me, is why I got so into creepypasta, because through reading creepypasta, it helped me face my fears, not only in, the cliche, afraid of the dark ways, but also in the real life ways, getting a job, social situations, all that. It really helped me develop who I am as a person and my sense of courage. And that's extremely important, I think, when you're developing at a young age. And so that is why I choose to share my scary stories with people of all ages. I'm going to go ahead and get set up here. I have a few stories for us tonight. Unfortunately, I'm pretty well known for my SCP stories, which is a science fiction series in the creepypasta realm. Unfortunately, that's going to be a little bit difficult to do. So instead, I'm going to stick to some more urban legend type stories. With that being said, I'm just going to make sure my music is good to go, and then I'm going to jump right in, because it looks like I'm already 3 minutes into my hour-long time slot, and I don't want to bore you any longer with my rambling. So let me just bring up also the Q&As so that I can go ahead and read what you guys are posting as well. Let me just verify with my crew that we are good to go as far as music. Guys, do we have music queued up? Yes, no, maybe so? To you it may seem that I have headphones on, but I can't hear anything. Okay, cool beans. Like I said, thank you all for tuning in. I'm Miss Shadow Lovely, and for the next 56 minutes, I am going to be reading you scary things. So, take it away with the music, DB. We're going to start off with one of my personal favorites. I used to be fearless. I used to be fearless. Horror movies never really scared me. Scary books had no effect. Haunted houses are meaningless. I was never a child who slept with the covers over their face or with a nightlight. As a little girl, I never felt the need to crawl into bed with my mother after having a nightmare. I never really had nightmares to begin with. And the few that I did, most wouldn't even consider a nightmare at all. I've simply never been afraid of what goes bump in the night. Our home security system kept away fears of very real humans with dark intentions, as did our Rottweiler, aptly named Killer. As for the threats outside the home, well, who could be afraid in a nice, white, upper-class community? I lived in a bland bubble all my life, never knowing what real fear is. So why should I be afraid of the dark? Up until this moment, I haven't been. I saw it as childish and illogical. Of course, I don't feel that way anymore. I'm telling you this now as a warning, because it's too late for me. I know that now, and it's brought on a surreal sort of calm. When I finish warning you, it'll be all over. So forgive me if I'm being long-winded. I enjoyed life a bit more than I was once willing to admit. It all started with what I thought was a virus. I had been linked to a video called Girls and Boys Come Out to Play. It sounded harmless enough. I thought it was an art student's film, perhaps. The person who had linked the video promised it was very good, well worth watching. I can't remember the video. All I can remember is the feeling that it brought up. It wasn't fear, but it was close. I was uncomfortable. I was unnerved. I was also vaguely ill. From then on, things only got worse. The background on my computer had changed to a picture of a disturbed-looking young woman who stared at me from a black abyss. Every now and then, and growing more frequent by the day, strange noises would emit from my computer, even when the sound wasn't on. Screaming, strange laughter, grinding noises. At the time I was annoyed. The fear hadn't settled in quite yet. Then the faces started popping up. Like those ridiculous screamers that my scared friends in high school used to send me. Yet, these were different. They looked real. They were the faces of the dead. And they had died violent deaths. I wish I could say that I stopped using the computer, but I couldn't. My job requires me to use the computer frequently. What am I to do? I don't have any other computers available to me. I tried to take it in to have the virus removed, but no one could help me. They said there wasn't a virus. They said the computer was fine. Meanwhile, it got worse. The faces weren't just popping up, they would stay. And with those horrible, rotted eyes, they would hold my gaze. I couldn't look away from them and their terrible mocking grins, and oh my goodness, the smell. My computer forever had a vague stench of death around it. I thought I was going crazy. I thought that maybe someone was just messing with me. The people at the computer repair place didn't know what they were talking about. Something was wrong. But I knew that it had to be something very real that just had to be fixed. So I got a new computer. Everything was fine for a while, but then it all came back, and in full force. Now there were voices. Now there was screaming. Now the rotted faces showed their stinking bodies. I could see every maggot, every fly, every pus-filled crevice, and they were calling to me, telling me that soon, very soon, I'd be joining them. They were so angry that I had tried to get rid of them, and now they would make me pay. I didn't know what to do. Ignoring the problem wasn't working. I thought maybe it was the fault of a friend from work. Perhaps it just came from the emails they had been sending me. I never thought it was the video, not for a second. After all, that just was not logical. I was at the end of my rope. Today, I unplugged the computer and began packing. I would go on vacation, clear my head, and pray that everything would go back to normal. A few minutes ago, I realized it would not. The power went out, and for the first time in my life, I felt true fear. I had no idea that in a few moments it would become mind-numbing. I stumbled through the house looking for a flashlight when I saw something that was still giving off light. My computer. The unplugged computer was on, and the woman in the background was moving, beckoning me over. I couldn't help myself. I sat down across from her with darkness caving in all around me. And then the woman, like all the other images I've seen before, began to rot away. The whole scene rotted away, and then the screen went black, and without light, without a means of seeing my reflection, I saw her behind me for the briefest of moments, a bloody and rusted knife in her hand. Then the computer came back to life, and my old background had returned, but I know it's not over. So I've decided to come here. I know you all like to be scared, right? Well, take it from someone who has only very recently known fear. It's not always worth it, and not everything is fun and games. Of course, you probably won't believe me. Why should you? The thing is, I haven't been completely honest with you. There was no video. It was a live stream. A live stream quite similar to this one, though with subtle differences and perhaps better storytelling. I know all of you like stories that might give you a good scare, and that's probably why you're listening to this. Now that you've listened to this, you'll share my fate. I know it's cruel and perhaps unfair, but it has to be done. I just hope that you can take comfort in knowing that when I'm the woman haunting your computer, I'll be a bit more gentle. If I can. I'll use a blade that's a little less dull. Pictures of those who came before us who are a little less grotesque. Sounds that are a little less alarming. But then again, you do like to be scared, right? Don't worry. I won't ask you to share this live stream more than I already have. Nothing's gonna save you. After all, nothing could save me. The power is still out, and I know behind me, the woman is waiting for me. I'll see you very soon. Goodbye for now. Okay, yay, that was the first story.
Yay! Fantastic.
Woot.
Everyone saw it.
Fantastic.
And I'm gonna close it out so that we don't accidentally read it again.
Okay.
Also, I'm gonna give us a brief update. I'm gonna go ahead and refresh To see what we have reached so far, we have reached $4,865, ladies and gentlemen. We are on our way. I am so
Yay.
proud of how we are doing. Okie dokie. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh the Q&A, see what everyone is saying. You all are sending in a lot of questions, and I probably am not going to have time to answer a whole lot of them. I'll try to answer one in between each story. Okay, I'm going to pick one. Have you ever gotten creeped out by one of your own fans? Asks Cloudgazer1127. Every day. Literally every single day. And it's not in a creepy, like, creepypasta way. It's in a creepy, like, wow, you pay a lot of attention to the things that I do way. Yeah. So there's the answer to that. I don't know about the other narrators, but I get a lot of really creepy messages. Not creepy, I'm sure not intentionally, just people who are like, I really like what you do, and I really like watching everything that you do. I had one kid who literally watched every single video that I had made in a span of 48 hours and commented on every single one. That was pretty creepy. So, I think a good segue from the last one, the last story we did, would probably be my story, titled You're Not Scared, right? This story is pretty infamous among the creepypasta community. I wrote it a couple years ago, and
I've been meaning to ask you, actually, if I could read this at one point in time, so...
I'll go for it. I completely stopped even expecting people to ask me permission, because if you look up You're Not Scared, right, if you just Google it, there's just like 7,000 different results for people who have narrated it. So I don't even expect people to ask permission anymore. Just go for it. So I'm going to do it in the spirit of creativity. So, music, are we good to go?
We're all set.
Thank you so much. You're lying in your bed. The dull whirring of your air conditioner is the only thing separating you from total silence. You know, that particular silence that is so heavy and so thick, it's almost the equivalent of a loud noise itself. The kind of silence where you could hear a pin drop 3 rooms away. The kind of silence that fills your ears with the sound of your own heartbeat as your ear presses against your pillow. That kind of silence. The dull whirring is the only noise you can hear, a noise that typically goes unnoticed, until it's the only noise present. It's comforting, whether you realize it or not. It's sort of a white noise. But suddenly, your room is back at the temperature specified on the thermostat, and the whirring comes to a stop, as the vent makes a dull clang. To your misfortune, you're not yet asleep, and the silence sets in. You should be comforted by the knowledge that you could hear anything and everything in your surroundings, making up for the lack of vision provided by the darkness, but you are. It's this very environment that sets you on edge, causes your heart to beat a bit faster, makes your body tense without explanation. And that is what makes you aware when you are not alone. But you are alone, right? You've been laying there with your eyes closed for almost 15 minutes now, and you made sure everything was normal in your room before you turned off the light. You're a smart one. All those Facebook quizzes you just took have reinforced what you already know. If you were in a horror movie, you'd survive until the end. You've even made a carefully laid plan of what you would do in any of the situations you've read about on creepypasta.com. But that stuff is just nonsense anyway, right? You aren't scared. Or at least that's what you keep telling yourself. But wait, what was that? Was that the rustling of fabric? But you didn't shift in your bed or make any movement. Did you make the noise? No, you couldn't have. You're paralyzed in your bed, stiff with an unease that was not present until these very moments. You must have imagined it. You must have. You roll over to face the wall. Out of sight, out of mind. If there's something in the room with you, it will just have to accept that you are much too tired to deal with it at the moment. You're still stricken with uneasiness as you hear rustling again. This time, the rustling is accompanied by a soft thud on the ground. Your heart seizes in your chest. Did you really just hear that? No. You've just gotten yourself worked up about nothing. You should really stop playing horror survival games so late at night. It's messing with your brain. You're a rational person. Stop acting so childish and just fall asleep already. You close your eyes tightly, silently hoping sleep would whisk you away soon. You're practically begging for the safety of the non-existent dream world of your own creation. You're running away, in a sense, but there's nothing there, right? You're just tired. I know. As your eyes are clenched tightly shut, you become aware that no matter how much you want to, you can no longer move your arms and legs. Come on now. Are you really letting this get to you? What are you, 12 years old? Suck it up and fall asleep already. Now, more tense than ever, that unnerving sound echoes across the room again. The rustling of fabric, followed by a soft thud on the ground. Unwittingly, you're holding your breath now, eyes shut as tightly as possible. You have this childish urge to pull the blanket over your head. You are imagining this all. It's all in your head. I thought you were better than this. Your heart is pounding loudly in your ears now, but not loudly enough to drown out the now repetitive sound approaching from across the room. What is that rustling? Maybe you left some paper on the ground. That has to be it. And that thumping? Probably the cat or the dog or something. They probably ran in when you were looking before you closed the door. Yeah, you're just paranoid. The noise is now within a foot of your bed, and with your back to it, you don't dare turn around to investigate. Not that it'd do much good. The only light in your room is the dull glow of your cell phone on the nightstand next to you. You plugged it in before you crawled into bed, remember? But you don't dare turn around and look. There's nothing there anyway. Minutes that feel like hours pass as you face your wall, stiff as a board, unable to will your uncooperative body to move. You haven't heard the noises in a while now, not since it reached the edge of your bed. You know nothing's there, you silly. It's this silence. It's messing with you. You really should have turned on some music or something before you went to bed. Oh well, maybe next time. Suddenly, a familiar clang echoes through the room, followed by that familiar whirring. You exhale deeply, your body relaxing as you are flooded with relief. Thank goodness that's over. Now you can finally sleep in peace. That silence was really getting to you. You roll over and open your eyes to check the time on your lit cell phone. It must have been at least an hour since you first went to bed. You're greeted face to face with his ear-to-ear grin. Dimly lit sockets where eyes once resided stare intently at you. Ah, I see you're still awake. The end. Alright, so that was You're Not Scared, right?
I always love that story.
Yeah. I hope everyone else.
Lemon say it's probably the most successful creepypasta done in the second person.
Oh yeah, no, that's one of the ones. Was it you, Bucket, that I was speaking to before that talked about the brilliance in the writing there? That it speaks directly to the feelings of fear versus Is that you? I'm not sure that was you.
I think it was. It was just a really long time ago.
Yeah. One of the last.
It's a really old story, to be fair. So.
It's one of the old. It's one of those ones that may be an old story, but it definitely is a classic story.
I think that was before I started narrating. So yeah, that was that was a while back.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and pick another question to answer before I move on to my next story. I would like to address Misery the Ragdoll's question. Can any of the narrators read Cupcakes, please? And I would like to point out three things. One, the That's a cast of like 7 characters. And it's really hard to improvise 7 characters when you're just one person. 2, it's like an hour long. And 3, that is like the goriest story that's ever existed in the history of creepypasta. So.
You really haven't seen my wedding video, have you?
Well, second.
There you go.
Okay. So, I'm going to get the show on the road. I have a whole shebang of stories to do. Let's go ahead and pull up the next one. I'm going to do My Haunting Past. Alright, so let's cue up that music. Thank you, DB. This is by Jack. I've always had trouble sleeping at night. Noises have disturbed me my whole life. I found out years ago that I have hypersensitive hearing, picking up all sorts of background noises. They couldn't fix it, only recommend the obvious techniques to mask the problem. Not that I hadn't tried these already. Earmuffs, listening to music, and even things like meditation. None of it worked. In fact, it seemed to make it worse. It made her more desperate. I hear her most nights. No one else can. Why does she only come to me? There's always the dread of lying there each night in dark silence, anticipating when she will come and when I will hear her again. She usually likes to wait until I'm drifting to sleep so that I can jump back to my senses in fright to the sound of her there. Most of the time it begins with a faint crying. She tells me that she wants to make it end. I know she's closer to getting me, and some nights I can even feel her breath in my ear. I can sense when she's lying close beside me in the darkness, just staring at me. And sometimes she whispers things like, "It's only me," right into my ear. She's toying with me like a cat does to a helpless insect before killing it. The thing is, I could never see her, but it slowly felt like she was becoming more real. The doctor later informed me that I suffer from schizophrenia. I've been taking medication for a long time, but it wasn't really working. It just made me feel more helpless. It was difficult for a girl as young as me to deal with this. At least now I could accept that she wasn't real. It was all in my head and there was nothing to be afraid of. Until last night. Last night her presence felt more real than ever. I could hear her whisper, feel the air on my neck, and even smell her breath. It was all too realistic to handle. I got so scared that I fell back into my old habit of running through the darkness of my house into my mother's bed to sleep beside her where I felt safe. Now that I was older, I knew she was hoping that I had grown out of this phase. Although I had only stopped doing it because it made her sad, and I didn't want her to be disappointed with me anymore. She was all I had. If I had the choice, I would be in there beside her every night without fail. I knew my mother had been awoken by me, probably more saddened that I had reverted to my old ways, and she thought the medication had been helping me. But it wasn't helping. I had just lied all this time to keep her happy and let her sleep in peace. I curled up in bed beside her and began to sob quietly. My mom looked uncomfortable from the noises that I was making and began stirring under the sheets, so I whispered into her ear, "It's only me." She sat up abruptly, looking anxious. In the darkness, I saw her reach over for her cell phone and begin to dial a number. I noticed on the screen that she was calling the doctor. She said, "The voices I used to hear, they're back." The end. Okay. Yeah, the reason I wanted to do that story, just a little bit of background, going along with the theme of this live stream and my presence in it and the message that I'm bringing of family friendliness and positivity coming from being involved in creepypasta, that story actually hits pretty close to home, not in the way that I'm a ghost, even though I may look like one with all this lighting, but in the way that when I was young, I used to suffer from what would be considered night terrors, and I would have to spend almost every night in my parents' room just absolutely terrified of things that weren't there. And through immersing myself in the creepypasta culture and reading and just allowing myself to become the master of my fear through learning, it changed my life. It helped a disability in a way, because it was to the point where it was a life-changing thing, and I think that's something that's definitely relevant to this live stream and relevant to youth and creepypasta, and that's something that I would like people to take away from my segment here. I'm going to go ahead and queue up the next story here, and I gotta pick which one. Oh, I'll do a crazy one. That's one of my typecasts, is being crazy. So I'll do a Miss Shadow Lovely as a crazy supernatural being story. Let's see here. We are gonna do Unidentified, and DB. Let's get that music going. I am the shadows you see at night, the objects in your sleeping room that you see as monsters, unfamiliar faces, or hands reaching out to grab you. I see you as you try to fix your vision, as you try to perceive me as what you think I am, a toy or a pile of clothes, an object of yours. You do not own me. You think you do. I am not what you want me to be. I am not what you see before the lights go out. You squint or rub your eyes and focus, or you turn away. I know why you turn away. I know why you try to understand me. That's because I understand you. I know all your secrets, and I am all your fears. And I can become what you fear most. I am your fear. I am the unidentified figures you see in the corner of your eye. I am the one flash of skin you see hurrying through a crowd. I stand out, and that is why you notice me. But you're too scared to encourage my existence or see me as I am. You fixate on me every time. You can't help but focus on me with your mind or with your eyes or with your ears. You think I am what you saw me to be. I am everything. I am everywhere. And once the lights go out, you cannot escape me. Now that you know of me, I'll kill you. But there are ways to avoid me, keep in mind. Do not fixate on me. Once you notice me, forget me. But do not think I am what I was before the lights came off, or before your eyes faced my way. Forget my existence as who or what you saw me as. Forget me as who or what you see now, or what you've seen. Do not give me the enjoyment of taunting you now that you know of me. Block me out. Forget me. But do not forget that I know of you. Do not remember that I will kill you if you do. Do not be scared. Do not feel fear. Discard it or I will know, and I will kill you. I will know. No matter what you do, I will always know. I am always there, only in your sights in the dark. and I will kill you as you see me. I will kill you, and I will seem to you as what you saw. A hand reaching out to grab you, an unfamiliar face, a monster. But believe my existence when I'm out of sight. Remember me and believe that I am real when you cannot see me, or I will find you when you do. You will see me as a monster who was once something else in the light. You will remember my abilities. Part of you will doubt me, but still, you're scared. Go on as if I am not. When you see something in the corner of your eye, do not turn. When you hear a strange noise that makes your heart race, do not investigate. But remember, when you cannot see me, remember me when the lights are on, but forget me when you see me. Or surely the next time you turn away, I will kill you. I'm near you. I'm always near you. Only inches away from you. I can hear you breathe. I'm breathing in your ear. But somehow now, you'll have to forget me. For good. Or I will kill you, as I have many others. I've been in front of you this whole time. The end. Creepy laughing.
I want to go ahead and throw this one in, and I don't mean to cut you off, Shadow. And I'm waiting for the number to update on the stream here, on the visual stream. But we actually broke $5,000.
Yay!
We're on $5,004 right now. So
it just turned over.
nice.
Yeah, I have the yeah. If you wanna click over to me so that everyone can see it, make sure that I'm running the slideshow right now.
Yep, you should be center right now. That
Yeah.
means we're 25% to our goal. So everybody, thank you so much for your support so far. We hope to be able to hit our goal by the end of the 24-hour live stream.
Awesome,
It would be nice. I mean, it's not. I think it's something that well known that we don't need to hit this 20,000 at the end of the live stream. It would be nice to get a chunk of it out of the way, but after the live stream happens and it's over at noon tomorrow, we're gonna keep the fundraiser lines open for another week, so that you can tell your friends and your friends can tell their friends and their friends can tell their friends, and then everyone will make magic happen.
And we've only got 14 hours to go.
Yeah.
Aw,
wow, we're actually
yeah.
10 hours through already. Really? Well, just about.
Just
Okay,
about.
well, I want to go ahead and remind everybody before I pass it back over to Shadow Lovely. If you did want to donate, you can see the link right there on your screen. Also, I put a hyperlink in the comments if you want to go ahead and click that one if it makes it a little bit easier. And also make sure to share this stream using the hashtag that we got there on Twitter, Tumblr, Facebook, or whatever else uses a hashtag. Thanks, guys. And go ahead, Miss Shadow Lovely.
Thank you so much. I've been just looking through briefly through the through the questions to see if I can find a question, and anything related to me has just been a comment on how white I am, or that I'm staring at people and making them uncomfortable. And that's okay, because that's what I'm here for. That's literally what I am here to do. I am here to make you feel
You
uncomfortable.
have it on your resume.
Yes. What are your talents? Making people uncomfortable. Okay, so I'm just going to skip answering a question this time around then. Alrighty. Alright, this next one is actually going to be a pretty long one. This is a story that Ghastly Tales actually wrote specifically for me. I asked him to write a story that he thought would be suited most to my talents and Michael Whitehouse. And he wrote me this story called The Passenger. And buckle up, because you are going to be here for a while. No pun intended. Several months ago, a friend of mine alerted me to a puzzling incident on an inner-city bus. Being a bus driver himself, he had heard many of the usual generic stories that would be exchanged around the depot. muggings, broken windows, and the occasional couple attempting drunken shenanigans. Some drivers even spoke of ghostly passengers who would pay their fare, take a seat on the upper deck, and then vanish without a trace. Those latter stories were ones which my friend enjoyed hearing but never took seriously, considering them to be merely fictitious entertainment shared amongst coworkers, alleviating the tediousness of an empty depot at night. That was, until a fellow driver told him about Ruby. So intrigued by the account was I, that I took the time to contact all involved, piecing together exactly what occurred the best that I could. Ruby was a pleasant woman, even though she had reason not to be. In her early 40s, life was much harder than it should have been. Each day was a struggle. Burdened by relative poverty since a child, she was compelled to spend most of her time scrimping and saving via 2 jobs, both of which found neither well paid nor enjoyable. But her current financial situation dictated the need. During the day, she worked as many hours as possible at a supermarket, stocking shelves and occasionally bagging groceries at the tills. At night, she would attend her second job as a cleaner at a factory manufacturing, of all things, cleaning products. At the end of each drawn-out, tiresome day, Ruby would return home at night via a long, vapid bus journey, with just enough time to kiss her 13-year-old daughter Angela on the head, whispering sweet dreams to her as she slept just before herself turning in. This short, private moment of affection was what carried Ruby through her day, and it was for her daughter that she struggled. Angela's father had abandoned her when she was just 2 years old, and with no other family to speak of, at least none who could be relied upon, Ruby was left to work her fingers to the bone each day, clothing and feeding her daughter, while paying for a series of crippling medical bills brought about by the child's severe asthma. She, of course, did not grudge the situation, for her daughter's condition had improved markedly since the sentiment meant more to her than any amount of work or hardship ever could. One night, Ruby was asked to work a few extra hours at the factory. While she was tired and yearned for rest, she accepted the offer gratefully, as more hours meant less debt, and simply could not afford to decline the opportunity. At 11:37 p.m., following the end of her shift, she stood near the nearest bus stop, illuminated by an overhead street lamp in the darkness, waiting with heavy eyelids for the last bus of the night to arrive. Thankfully, the wait was not long, and the elongated vehicle cumbersomely inched up the road, slowing and then stopping, opening its hydraulic doors with a hiss, welcoming her into its embrace. The driver, a balding and irritable man who appeared equally as tired, grumbled for Ruby to pay her fare, which she did after rifling through her handbag for some loose change, much to the driver's annoyance. In a dazed lethargy, she wandered down the aisle, taking a seat next to the window in the back, as she prepared herself for the long, boring road home. The vehicle shuddered back to life, pulling away from the pavement and continuing on its final journey for the night. The engine growled, the vibrations climbing up the frame of the bus, rattling the windows slightly and causing the chair, which Ruby was now slumped in, to quiver in response. The vehicle had seen better days and was clearly reaching the end of its life. The grime on the windows and floor, a congealed reminder of the countless thousands who had sat in each of its seats, weary and thinking of home. She wondered how long it had been since it was last cleaned. With each turn of a corner, the bus juddered from side to side, and while the bright fluorescent lights which beamed down from the sterile fittings in the ceiling above were enough to keep anyone awake, she found that sleep lay at the forefront of her mind. But for the driver, the bus lay empty, as best as she could tell, as the upper deck remained obscured. As is quite common of wearied computers, she lay her head against the vibrating window to her side and persuaded herself that it would be fine to just rest her eyes for a moment. As the bus turned yet another corner, the soothing, shaking movements rocked its lonely passenger. Gently, sleep. How long her eyes had been closed for, she didn't know. But as her conscious mind came back sharply into focus from its slumber, the concern of having missed her stop presented itself. She detested leaving her daughter alone in the first place, never mind for any longer than it was necessary. This worry, however, was soon replaced by something else. An uncomfortable sensation of personal boundary and social convention broken. For as Ruby's eyes adjusted to the jagged fluorescent lighting once more, and the bus itself shook and grunted along the darkened concrete below, she stared at her reflection in the window. A mere image now altered from what it had been before. A chill crept up her spine as she viewed the appearance of her own, overworked and worried features, alongside the strange impression of the person now sitting in the seat next to her. As the city lights flashed from outside, Ruby stared at the window momentarily. Then, nonchalantly, she turned her head to look around, deliberately avoiding staring at the individual beside her. But this only added to the sense of unease. For, other than herself, the driver, and the passenger, there was no one else present. This was not unusual, as public transport was never that busy at night, except during the weekends. The city, quite happily asleep or readying itself for bed to wake in the morning for work. But what concerned her was that a person would choose to sit next to a perfect stranger on an empty bus at night when they were surrounded by vacant seats. Not wishing to be rude, she continued to gaze at the reflection, as the passenger's appearance captivated her attention, being unusual somehow. Head bowed as if staring at the ground, features obscured by the hood of a dark green jacket. This also added to the peculiarity of the individual, as it was a summer's night, and yet the person was dressed for winter. For a little while, they sat in silence. But as the bus continued on its journey, Ruby felt increasingly agitated, partly by the proximity of her unwelcome companion, but more so by an unknown factor. She couldn't truly identify why she was so anxious, but a nervousness had begun to overcome her, and the silence, which proved the only buffer between them, poked and prodded at that sense of discomfort, pulling away at it like a scab. As seats rattled and the floor vibrated with each uneven depression of the road, she peered out of the window once more, attempting to allay her unquestionable yet unexplained trepidation. The street which they were currently on was familiar to her, and with a welcome sigh, Ruby realized that she had not slept long enough to miss her stop. The sense of relief was enough to momentarily overcome her apprehension, and, while caught in a more positive frame of mind, she began to consider simply taking a talking to her unexpected traveling companion, to break the uncomfortable silence of one sitting so close to her. Slowly, she turned to the passenger, laying her eyes upon the figure. Their appearance was so far removed from the distance and unreality of the mere image. Immediately, Ruby felt frightened, as if someone was staring at someone else who should not be. The dark green jacket was dirtied and scruffed in places, with a blackened material around the rim of the hood where a once lighter color had ruled. And it occurred to Ruby that she had not seen anything like it for many years. Made from waxed canvas, a raincoat in style yet seemingly untouched by water for some time. The passenger's gender was a mystery, as what could be made out of his or her features implied neither, yet both. With head still bowed and staring down at the ground, the tip of a nose could be seen, the impression of a chin given, yet nothing more. "It's getting a little cold in here," said Ruby, half statement, the rest a question. Yet the passenger did not answer, remaining focused on the floor beneath their feet, the bus shuddering once more as it negotiated the city streets devoid of life. A few minutes passed, anxious at a lack of reply, Ruby spoke once more, remarking that the driver had seemed a little grumpier than usual, concluding the observation with a nervously gentle laugh. Yet again, the passenger said nothing. Watching the world pass by outside, she decided that 2 attempts of conversation were quite enough. She would leave him or her alone and hope that the rest of the journey did not drag it in too much, as a desire to be away from the strange person sitting beside her grew. Then a sound, an unnerving noise, one which crawled under her skin, of nail upon wood. Turning slowly to face her unwelcome companion once more, she found them staring down at the ground as they had always been, yet the sound was coming from the seat. Scratching, tearing. The passenger's hands were now poking through the gap between his or her own legs, dragging nails up and down against the wooden underneath which supported the cushioned material on which they sat in a horrible, stuttering motion. The sound pierced air and eardrums, increasing in volume until Ruby, tired and now irritable, could no longer endure it. "Could you stop that, please?" she asked. Yet it continued. "Please, stop that," Ruby said, this time in a forceful tone, sharpened by exhaustion. The passenger ceased, and yet did not move, nor face her, nor even acknowledge her presence. Agitated, yet relieved in a sense, Ruby gazed out of the window once more, trying to extinguish the growing sense of annoyance which was now building inside. She took a deep breath and calmed herself with the knowledge that she would soon be home. Rummaging through her handbag, she found a half-eaten packet of mints and began to unravel them before popping one into her mouth. Looking up, what she now saw froze her to her core. The passenger's face peered out from behind her head. Eyes deep and blackened, mouth deformed and skewed, gaping wide, captured hideously in the glass reflection. She screamed at the sight of the face. Shock turned into fear, and fear leapt into panic as she yelled and pleaded for the driver to help her. The reflection leaned in as a rasp of cold breath climbed down the back of her neck, body quivering in revulsion as the passenger placed a shriveled hand on her shoulder, 2 of the fingers long since removed at the knuckle. The touch was cold, and it awoke a sense of fear Ruby had never known. Clawing for survival, she shrieked as the distorted hand pulled her close. With effort steeped in terror, she tore away from the abhorrent grip, leaping into the seat in front, scrambling over the aisle, and falling to the ground. The bus vibrated and rattled and hissed and groaned as the passenger rose slowly to its feet, head bowed, shrouded by hood, dark green and tattered. "Please, someone help me!" Ruby screamed, pulling herself along the floor by her fingertips. Following intently, the passenger stepped out into the aisle and proceeded slowly to make its way towards her. Scrambling and terrified, Ruby pulled herself to her feet, but as she did so, the bus veered wildly, untamed across the road. She stumbled against the momentum, but the hooded figure remained rooted and firm. The engine now roared and growled as it tore down the wrong side of a main road, then swerved around a corner onto a side street. Yet the passenger stepped assuredly, ever forward. As the vehicle raged onward, Ruby screamed for the driver to stop, but then it occurred to her. The bus had long since left its planned route. It screeched across concrete before hurling down a lane which was barely wide enough to house a car, let alone anything more substantial. Then, just as suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes as the bus lurched to the side before coming to an abrupt halt. Thrown by force, Ruby grasped onto a seat to brace her fall. The engine roar diminished to a weak whimper as the passenger stepped forward once more. Bruised and shaken, Ruby stumbled to the front of the bus, bashing her hands in desperation against the closed sliding doors. No matter how loud she yelled, no matter how many times she struck the sides with her fists against the metal and glass, it would not yield, and she was trapped. Turning to plead for the driver to open the door to his cabin and shield her from the monstrosity bearing down upon her, she saw that it was too late. There he lay, draped across the wheel, unconscious or dead, his body entombed in the glass cubicle. the release button for the bus door goading her from the dashboard on the other side. Escape was inches away, yet denied by a panel of safety glass, which she did not have the strength to break. A hush then fell as the figure continued towards her. "Please, leave me alone," Ruby begged, fighting back tears. Yet, the passenger did not answer. The head remained bowed, as each footstep cleanly and clearly knocked on the floor one after another. Closer, nearer. "What do you want from me?" But again, no answer. For a thing which should not be needs no justification. Tears now flowed down Ruby's face as the terror spread like a cancer, clouding her thoughts and stimming her actions. Yet the passenger drew closer still, unmoved by her pleas. In a fit of utter desperation, Ruby turned to the driver once more. "Wake up! Please, wake up!" she cried, but he remained motionless. However, the passenger did not. It was upon her, standing only inches away, the muddied green raincoat sheltering a grotesque being implied inside. Raising its shriveled, deformed, and incomplete hand in the air, Ruby cowered, but as the figure came at her, she ducked out of the way at the very last second. Countless shards of glass rained over her as the passenger's half-fist impacted against the driver's cabin with brutal force, shattering the protective shell. Thrust by instinct, Ruby poked her hand into the cabin, battering the release button next to the driver's head. The doors seethed open just as the passenger raised his hand once more. Ruby escaped into the night. The police were called and quickly attended to the scene, only to find the driver covered in glass. Dazed but alive and well, he remembered very little of what took place, as the last thing he recalled was Ruby paying her fare before he passed out. There was no memory of driving the bus on the final leg of its journey, nor did he possess any knowledge of the hooded passenger who had smashed the driver's cabin. With no small amount of digging on my part, I was able to contact Ruby, who, after a little persuasion, spoke to me in detail about that night. The entire ordeal had taken its toll upon her, but she was not thankless for the experience. For despite not being on its route, the bus had mysteriously stopped outside of her home. Stricken with terror, she had instinctively entered her tiny apartment and locked the door behind. But along with phoning for the police, she quickly had to call for an ambulance. Her daughter had suffered a terrible asthma attack and lay moments from death on the floor. Thankfully, she survived. The police found no evidence for the passenger, no CCTV footage nor eyewitness. It was as if the hooded figure had vanished without a trace, all but for one chilling reminder that it had been there. For at the seat where it had sat was a message clawed into the wood underneath. 2 words which simply read, "Not yet." In Ruby's mind, those words have haunted her more than any hooded figure ever could. For if not yet, then when? The end. I told you that was a long one.
Still excellently done.
Yes, definite kudos to Ghastly Tales.
Anything
that,
that's
White
written,
House.
anything that's written
yeah,
by the White
kudos to
House
White House
is-
for that awesome everything.
Well, Miss Shadow Lovely, you got about 3 minutes. Did you want to try to take another question, or was there anything else you wanted to...
Let's take a look at the questions. Let me refresh the questions really quick and see if there's anything super spectacular that isn't about me being super creepy and making people uncomfortable or how white my skin is. I would like to remind everyone to please retweet the hashtag uNIGHTed for us. Let's see here. Also, again, thank you so much for all of you supporting us and supporting this live stream. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate you coming out. I appreciate you bearing with me. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at $5,068. So yay for that. Trying to look for any other questions. Oh.
I actually saw How Old is Old Man Murphy?
It's on a day over 17.
I'm old enough never to answer that question.
That was his birth year, right? Not a day over 17?
Yeah, not a day over 1917.
No, 17.
No, this might be my favorite question yet. I'm just scrolling through the questions. Phoenix Mac says, my mouth is bleeding. Best question thus far, thank you.
Wow.
That's what happens.
It's a very in-depth question.
There's also a question here that says, Mr. Creepypasta, will you marry me? And to that, I'm going to say yes to that person. And
I don't think you have the legal right to agree to that for me.
I don't think we're dealing with legality here. I think we're dealing with, internet credence. And if you read it on the internet, it's obviously true, right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm declaring yes. Yes, you can.
You are now officially blue man and wife.
Oh, Lord.
Are you an ordained minister, sir?
As close as a bucket can be to one, yes.
A bucket
Okay, I'm
just
gonna-
married you two. Wow.
Okay, let's do one more question. Would you eat creepypasta if it was a pasta brand? Says Wondering Glimmer. I think that would warrant having a whole restaurant, don't you?
Hey, on the Wikia, they have the recipe on how to make that. They say to use black ink noodle? Black ink?
Yeah.
Black noodles.
Yeah.
You can actually get.
I thought you were just gonna say black ink. Yeah, just take
Well,
6 pins and just
go
take
to-
the ends off of them and just dump them in a bowl. And
Yeah,
just
what you
drink
do
it.
is you go to Office
This will
Max.
happen.
You
Go
go
to
to
Office Max. And you just buy a whole gallon of ink.
I'm uncomfortable.
Toner.
Yeah, see, that's my job. I've done my job. That means I can sign off now. You're uncomfortable.
Well, thank you
All right.
very much for being in the stream, Miss Shadow Lovely. We very much
Absolutely.
appreciate it. And you,
I will give credence to you guys. I will leave this stream in your very capable hands. I hope to see lots of viewers join in the rest of the night. And I will pass off the microphone. Thank you guys for having me.
thank you, Miss Shadow
Always
Lovely.
a pleasure. Always.
Have a lovely evening.
Did great.
Nice.
So, up next, and let me go ahead and bring on, here we go. Now we got the stream coming up, and you can see up in your very top right, we have Madame Macabre. Lovely Madame Macabre is joining us today, who is narrator as well as the artist and writer for The Seer. And she's here, I hope. I think.
She doesn't
Yeah,
have
we're.
her
Oh,
X-split.
X-split.
She just split.
Here we go.
Oh, there
Where
she
are
is.
we?
Got it?
There you are.
Okay.
Hey!
Hi, Madame
guys.
Macabre.
Yellow.
Hey, well, first of all, I just wanted to say hey to everyone and thank you for coming. They gave me a pretty good introduction. I'm Madame Macabre. I do some narrations. I do a lot of really weird stuff, I guess, but I also do
Laughing Martin.
Creepypasta-related
Weird.
webcomics.
Slappy Martin, yeah.
Laughing Martin.
yeah. I still need to animate that.
She's a killer dancer if you haven't seen that video. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're done embarrassing you. Go ahead.
Well, thank you everyone who came. This means so much to everyone in the community, and especially to the family that was affected by that act of violence, the victim herself, and people who have been victim to violence and abuse everywhere. So far, once again, we're at, looks like, let me refresh this. We're at $5,069 so far as our total. And just to kind of remind you guys, these funds, they're going to aid the victim of the Wisconsin attack, and also towards the charity Safe Horizons, which helps victims of violent crimes. And I would encourage all of you guys to donate if you can, and even if you can't, just being here helps. And please share the link to the video, and go ahead and hashtag uNIGHTed. And I guess and there's the link to the charity, obviously, in the description below. But without further ado, I guess I can get started on my first story in hopes to creep you guys out. We all good to go, guys?
You got it. DB, you ready for music?
Yep, we're all ready to go.
Hit it.
Alright. This first one is actually one that I have written myself. So I hope you guys like it. It's kind of a long one, so please bear with me for it. Alright, here we go. Craters in her face. I've always been an art enthusiast. I guess I inherited that from my grandmother. She had been a painter for many years and tried her best to instill a love of the fine arts in me. I have many fond memories of trips to museums and galleries with her, gazing upon the countless beautiful and thought-provoking pieces. Sculpture and photography were nice, but I always had a special place in my heart for paintings, especially old oil paintings. It's hard to explain. There's a sort of special property to paintings that you can only appreciate with your eyes in person. Photographs do them no justice. The way the light refracts off the oil and bounces back to your eyes gives them a sort of life that no other medium can. Well, as much as I always loved oil paintings, I was never much good myself. As a child, my grandmother tried giving me lessons. She'd create breathtaking scenery, whilst the only thing I managed to make was a colossal mess. Despite my apparent lack of talent in the oil painting department, it did not in the slightest diminish my love for the craft. My grandmother had a room dedicated to the paintings she had created or collected, which she dubbed the gallery. I spent hour upon hour in that room, staring in wonderment. Despite my being a child, my grandmother had no qualms with leaving me alone in a room with tens of thousands of dollars worth of paintings. She knew I had far too much respect for them to damage them, even as a bouncy little girl. She did, however, have one rule that was to be strictly adhered to at all times in the gallery. If any paintings in the gallery are covered, you are not to uncover them, not even to peek. Now, some might think this a strange rule. I certainly did as a girl. But there is reason behind it. Oil paints are very sensitive, and it's possible that the pieces she had covered up could be damaged if exposed to light or various other factors. But regardless of the reasoning, I made sure to follow that rule. Or at least I did, until the day my grandmother received her newest piece. I remember arriving at my grandmother's home for a visit and running straight for the gallery. I rounded the corner into the room when I was forced to screech to a halt. There, in the center of the room, was an incredibly large painting, propped up by an easel and covered with a long, dark curtain. I had never seen the piece before, and the sheer size of it astounded me. My curiosity overtook me for a moment, and I found myself slowly reaching out a tiny hand to unveil the mysterious piece. But just as my hand grasped the dark velvet, my grandmother entered the room wearing a frown. "Evelyn, what are you doing? You know the rule about covered paintings." My hand instantly whipped back to my side, and my head sulked at the realization of my actions. "I'm sorry, Grandma. I forgot. This painting, it's so huge. What is it?" My grandmother's expression softened, and she placed a hand on my shoulder. "This painting was given to me by a friend. Her ill sister painted it shortly before passing away. She said she couldn't bear to look at it because it made her so sad, so she gave it to me." "May I see it?" I asked. "Perhaps later. It's very sensitive because it's in poor condition. I'm going to try and preserve it, though. After I'm done, I'll let you see it with all the others," she warmly responded. Although my curiosity was not satisfied, I agreed and resigned myself to looking at all the other pieces in the gallery. Content that I would no longer cause any sort of mischief, my grandmother returned to the sitting room. I lay there, in the soft plush carpet, gazing at the works of art, until my focus drifted. Despite how bad I knew it was to disobey my grandmother, my curiosity continued to burn hot in my chest. I had already stared at each and every piece in the gallery to detail, and had grown restless. I had to see what was beneath the curtain. Holding my breath, I tiptoed over to the massive easel and grasped the soft fabric with my hand. I'd just peek for a moment. It wouldn't hurt. Just long enough to quench this burning need to know. I released the breath I was holding and quickly pulled the curtain aside. Immediately, I felt myself release a gasp. I had seen countless paintings of all genres and matters, but none so utterly disturbing as what lay before me. The painting depicted what appeared to be a pale young woman. Her skin was a sickly yellow and appeared clammy and unwell. She wore a tattered ivory dress. Her long black hair flowed behind her, seemingly following wind sources from no particular direction. She sat in anguish, with her hands held up to the side of her face, digging her long black nails into the flesh. As uncomfortable as the piece as a whole, what really unnerved me was her eyes and mouth. Black, gaping holes sunk into her head where they should have been, and a thick, rust-colored fluid seemed to leak from them. I immediately panicked and threw the curtain back over the horrid painting. I wanted to run screaming and crying to my grandmother, but I restrained myself. I knew that if I did that, she'd know I had disobeyed her by looking under the curtain. So instead, I gave myself a moment to regain my breath and composure before calmly joining my grandmother in the sitting room. I never went into the gallery by myself again. That is, until my grandmother passed away, naming me the sole recipient of her painting collection. The reading of the will was uncomfortable enough experience on its own, but it was made far worse by the fact that my jealous cousins were also present. My grandmother's estate, belongings, and all of her life earnings were to be split evenly amongst the family. I, however, was chosen to receive the paintings alone. I knew this was because my grandmother knew of my great love for art, and that I would be the only one not to sell them for the money. However, my cousins simply saw it as me inheriting nearly $80,000 in oil paintings, and not sharing a dime of it. Oh, you can believe they tried to contest the will, but it was ironclad, and despite their protests, I soon enough found myself transporting the pieces into my own home. My boyfriend Edward and I had purchased a lovely Victorian-style home 2 years prior, and I, following in my grandmother's footsteps, had dedicated the long and large room at the end of the 3rd floor to hosting my own collection of paintings. My grandmother had a great deal more paintings than I, but Edward and I managed to shuffle things around until everything had a cozy new home. Well, everything except for the one nearly 6-foot-tall canvas, wrapped methodically in several layers of brown paper and twine. Instantly, a knot formed in my stomach. I knew exactly which piece it was. The image of the tormented young woman with bloody caverns in her face flooded my mind, and I felt myself growing pale. Edward, however, did not share the same unfortunate memory, and excitedly began unwrapping the piece. I rushed forward to stop him, exclaiming how I wanted him to keep it wrapped, as it was a horrifically gruesome piece. However, by the time I reached him, he had already revealed the piece's glossy surface. I prepared myself for the horrible sight, but to my shock, it was different. The sickly girl in the white dress still stood, hair flowing in the non-present wind, and hands digging into her cheeks. But the bloody craters were gone. Instead, she now appeared to be a pretty little thing. She had soft pink cheeks, sparkling green eyes, and her lips parted daintily into a dreamy smile. I recognized the style immediately. This was my grandmother's work. She had done an exceptional job covering over the old, horrific facade. However, if I inspected the piece closely, I could still see traces of the gruesome sight hiding right below the surface. My grandmother had clearly worked painstakingly on the piece. To anyone who hadn't seen the original, it actually did appear quite pleasant. I, however, hated it to my core. Edward, on the other hand, was instantly in love. The next few days consisted of us arguing over where the piece would be hung. We were out of room in the gallery, and he insisted upon hanging it on the large blank wall on the far side of our bedroom. I, of course, wanted nothing to do with the piece. Thus the fighting began. Finally, we came to an agreement. I would let him hang the piece in our room for the time being, but I would also begin to look for the family of the woman who originally painted the piece. Obviously, they wouldn't want to look at it in its former state, as it forever captured the state of sickness in their beloved family member. But now, it was beautiful. It would memorialize her as she was before the sickness began changing her. Certainly they would want it back now. Edward was hesitant, but agreed that returning it when I found the family would be the right thing to do. So it was that I prepared myself for the next few weeks tops of having to gaze at the uncomfortable piece. So the piece went up, and despite my reservations, it actually wasn't as bad as I was expecting. Without the bloody chasms, the threatening aura of the piece was gone, and I will admit that seeing my grandmother's painting style did make me a little happy. And while it had taken a few days, I finally tracked down the phone number for the family. The daughter of the woman who had given the painting to my grandmother answered, and seemed excited when I told her of the relic from her aunt. She said she wanted the piece, but she needed some time to find a place for it. Excitedly, we both agreed to hand over the piece the following week. My excitement, however, quickly faded when I learned that Edward was going to be leaving town for the remainder of our time in possession of the piece, due to business. Displaying the piece was one thing, but being home alone with it was an entirely different situation. Despite my grandmother's beautiful work, being alone in the same room with a piece always left me with an uncomfortable knot in my stomach. So after kissing Edward goodbye and locking the door, I immediately ran to the linen closet, where I promptly grabbed a sheet to throw over the creepy painting. I stormed into my bedroom, armed with the linen and a tack, and came to a halt in front of the piece. It was very vague, and I needed to squint my eyes and lean in to notice it. But it appeared as though my grandmother's paint had begun to crack and peel a bit, revealing glimpses of the rusty brown color hiding right below. That was impossible, though. The piece was nowhere near old enough for that to occur. Oil paint is famous for staying wet for a very long time. There are even some paintings from the Middle Ages that are still moist on the inside. There was no way the paint here should be peeling. Just the sight of that gross, rusty paint made me feel ill. I immediately threw the sheet over it and breathed a sigh of relief when I was no longer confronted with the eerie sight. I couldn't give that painting back soon enough. It was about this time that strange things began happening. Nothing huge and panic-worthy, just little things. Doors I could swear I had left open would be inexplicably closed. Every so often, I'd feel a soft gust of air, as if someone had just walked by, and an occasional creak or groan, which weren't all too uncommon in a home as old as mine. Things continued on like this for the first few days Edward was gone. It was Wednesday, Edward would be back on Sunday, and we'd return to peace on Monday. As uncomfortable as I was, my goal was in sight, and I knew I'd make it. A few more days passed, and things were going relatively well, until I decided to look at the piece again. I had been on the phone with a shipping company earlier, trying to decide the best way to wrap and transport the piece. I figured that the cracking and peeling of the piece must have had something to do with improper preparation and handling, and wanted to avoid further damage. Hesitantly, I lifted the sheet for a quick assessment. I immediately dropped the sheet once more, and backed away in a moment of panic. The paint had continued to deteriorate, and now even more of the seeping rust was beginning to break through the girl's once lovely face, now leaving her with a grotesque, cracked open face. It was at this point that I decided I needed to speak with the family once more. I dialed the number, and to my surprise, I found that the woman who had gifted my grandmother with the piece all those years ago was still alive, and had answered the phone. Apprehensively, I told her about the piece, and she immediately invited me over to talk about it over some tea. Jumping at the opportunity not to be home alone with the piece, I grabbed my purse and immediately headed over. Upon arriving at the address, I was greeted at the door by a smiling old woman. She graciously welcomed me into the home, and in minutes we were settled in the front room with daintily painted teacups in our hands. She released a long sigh before speaking. "That painting should have been destroyed a long time ago," she breathed sadly. "You've seen it. It's terrible and frightening. It's the result of a very sick mind." She shifted her gaze down to her teacup before continuing. "My sister had brain cancer, and in its final stages, she had become very ill mentally. When there was nothing more doctors could do for her, they sent her home and told us to make her comfortable. She always loved painting, so we bought her the biggest canvas we could, and hoped to make her last moments happy ones. But as you can see, they weren't. Her mind was plagued by demons. She began withdrawing more and more into the madness of her own world, and it showed on the canvas. I actually walked in on her, slashing her arms with a palette knife and mixing her blood right into the paint. The image of the gross, rusty color oozing from the craters in the girl's face flashed across my mind, and I had to set my cup down for fear of dropping it. "I was going to get rid of it," the old woman continued. "Burn it after my sister passed away. But your grandmother, ever the art enthusiast, insisted on keeping it instead. I don't know why. It's a horribly dreadful piece. And now, what's worse, my daughter wants it back in our home. Please, I beg of you, burn it. Burn it right to ashes. Destroy that cursed thing." Right at that moment, the old woman's daughter walked into the room. "Mother, what is wrong with you? We have almost nothing to remember Aunt Clara by, and when something she made with her own hands finally resurfaces in our life, you say to burn it?" "It's a bad painting, Marnie. It's dark and it's angry, and it holds all the ugliness of the disease that took your aunt from us." "No, it's not. Evelyn here said that her grandmother restored it. It's beautiful now, and I want to display it in our home to honor Aunt Clara. You are my mother, and I love you, but this is my home, and I want the painting, and that is final." By this point, the atmosphere in the home had gotten quite awkward, so I readily thanked them for the tea and made my way back home. My newfound knowledge about the piece making me even less eager to keep it in my bedroom. Without realizing it, I had spent far more time visiting the old woman than I had expected. That, paired with the sizable drive back home, I found the night to have already fallen by the time I finally arrived on my front porch. The house was empty and quiet, and confirmed my decision to sleep in the guest room that night. Edward would be back the next day, and silly as I felt, just one night in the guest room wouldn't kill me. I snuggled down with a good book and read until I felt my eyes begin to grow heavy. It had been a while since I had felt this at ease. I was quite happy to have made the decision to sleep away from the dreadful painting. Within moments, I found myself drifting off to a peaceful sleep. However, this did not last. What I assumed to be several hours later, I awoke to the sound of a slamming door. I jolted awake, my heart racing. I was home alone and feared for a burglar. I immediately began scoping the room for something that could be used as a weapon. Thinking quickly, I pulled down the pole that was holding up the curtain and wielded it like a staff. Slowly, I crept through the doorway, keeping as silent as possible. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own heart rapidly beating in my ears. Strangely, nothing in the house was amiss. I stood in the hallway, pondering a moment before deciding which direction to move in. My first instinct was to reach for the light switch, but if there was an intruder, hitting the light would immediately give away my position, so I decided to navigate in the dark. I knew my own home better than a thief would, so if I moved quietly, I would have the element of surprise on my side. Just then, I had to muffle a scream as the door to my bedroom at the end of the hall slammed shut. Then, the sound of weeping filled the home. It was sad and distant, but it was definitely coming from my room. Acting on instinct instead of logic, I hit the switch in the hall and went to investigate. Slowly, and as quietly as I could, I cracked open the door. The light from the hallway spilled into the dark room, and immediately the weeping stopped. I held my breath for a moment, not sure what would happen next. That's when my eyes fell upon the painting. The sheet lay crumpled beneath it. I know it was covered the last time I had seen it. Yet there it was, strewn across the floor. Shaking, I pushed the door open further, allowing more light to spill into the room. The oil painting on the far end of the room illuminated, hungrily refracting the beam of light that now shone across it. The last flecks of flesh-colored paint my grandmother had painstakingly applied to the topcoat had crumbled away, once more revealing the horrifying visage I remember from my childhood. I froze for a moment, overwhelmed by the same disgust that had captured me all those years ago, the first time I had laid eyes on the piece. That sickly, yellow skin, those long, black nails, the inexplicable wind that defied natural law. It all looked so terrifyingly real in this faint light. Those deep, oozing craters. Wait. Oozing? Oh my god. There's no way. craters in her face were actually oozing that horrible rusty material. It was impossible. Those deep, dark crevices were literally dripping the stuff. I could see it seep out of the canvas and hear the splatters on the hardwood floor below. I knew I should run, but my feet seemed glued to their place. I tried to calm my heavy, raspy breaths. However, I soon realized that they weren't mine. I held my breath for a moment, and the scratchy exhales continued. I focused my gaze on the abomination on the wall and released a silent scream. The painting was moving. The woman's bony, misshapen chest was jaggedly rising and falling, in sync with the heavy breathing that now filled my room. My eyes widened in terror as my worst fear came to light. The painting slowly began to lurch. The shape of a crater-filled head began to push through the canvas as if it were merely a sheet of spandex. As the wretched figure began to force its way through, I finally regained my senses. I slammed the door shut and began running down the hall. I had only made it a few feet before I heard an enormous thud. The canvas had fallen off of the wall, and at that precise moment, the wailing resumed. This time so loud I physically had to cover my ears. Right as I rounded the corner, I shrieked in fear as I was immersed in total blackness. I tried desperately to orient myself, but my night vision had only just started to develop. In a panic, I continued forward with my hands outstretched, hoping to find the banisters that led downstairs. A jolt of terror ran up my spine when I heard the creak of a door opening, followed by the sound of something heavy thumping and then dragging down the hall. The weeping had turned into wild shrieks that were so loud that they were disorienting. I nearly fell down the stairs when my hands finally grasped the banister. As quickly as I could, I began racing down the stairs. The thumping and dragging sounded closer now. It was moving far faster than I thought. When I got to the bottom of the staircase, I felt for the side table on the right and threw it to the ground, hoping to slow it down. Something was off now, though. The shrieking had stopped, and it was silent. No thumping, no dragging, just silent. For some reason, this scared me even more. So I ran as quickly as I could, despite the dark, straight for the door. Right as I was mere feet from grasping the handle, I felt my feet give out from underneath me. Something bony and cold had wrapped itself around my ankle. I fought wildly to break free as the sound of heavy breathing filled the room loudly again. I saw the form of something large and dark approaching me, and I swung wildly with my hands. I felt them dig into something cold and moist. In disgust, I used all of my might to push it back and break through the front door, slamming it shut behind me. I didn't stop running until the sun had begun to rise. When I finally stopped, I collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. I raised my hand to wipe my brow, but stopped. I had been so focused on fleeing up until now that I hadn't taken a moment to look at my hand. It was covered in a dark, rusty material, entangled in several strands of long, black hair. When Edward returned, he found the home to have been targeted by burglars. The place was trashed, but it was rather odd. You see, only one thing in the entire home had been stolen. He noticed that the large, lovely painting that my grandmother had restored was nowhere to be found. The police came by and told me I was lucky to have escaped. I just nodded and kept quiet. After all, a burglary was the only logical explanation, right? This was a fairly textbook case, you see. A large Victorian home full of valuable paintings makes a pretty tempting target for thieves. There was, however, one detail about the case that seemed to have everyone baffled, though. All throughout the home, there were trails of a dark, rusty fluid. Lab reports later confirmed it to be a strange combination of paint and old, rotten blood. I'm not much a fan of paintings anymore. Edward and I sold the gallery and are using the money to plan our wedding and are currently looking for a new home. I told him that I have trouble sleeping here because I have nightmares about the break-in. But the truth is, we never did find that painting. And some nights, I'll lay in my bed, moments away from drifting off, and I'll swear I hear the sound of distant, raspy breaths. And that's the first one.
That one's fantastic. I loved when you actually let me read that one.
Oh, I'm glad you
Released
liked
it.
Sweet.
That was
Lord
good.
Almighty.
it.
Oh man, the description of that painting.
Okay. And I believe next up was another story. And this one is another one that I actually wrote. This one's much shorter, so if you're not a fan of the super long pastas, don't worry. This one's not nearly as long as that last one.
Let me go ahead and catch everybody up before you begin, though.
Holy.
Ms. McCup, because your story
Yeah.
actually skyrocketed us quite a bit. We're at $5,245 right now. I'm gonna go ahead and bring up the.
Great job, guys. Thank you so much.
I blinked. It was 5,100, and you shot us up to 5,245. So.
Yeah. So I also want to go ahead and make a
Yay,
quick
madam.
shout out here.
Yay.
Christopher Martin actually just donated $100, so he's the one who shot us up there. So
Oh, wow.
thank you so much, Christopher.
Fantastic.
And everybody else, if you want to be able to donate, any little bit helps. Even $1 if you're able to. The link is showing right now on your screen. uCaring.com/narrators-united. Also, it is in the comment section and the description of the stream that you're watching right now. And Madame Macabre, take it away with story 2.
All right. This second one is called Mind Your Mama. And funny thing about this story, I wrote this one, but I rewrote the words of my brother-in-law. So this is more from his point of view because this is a story he got. And he was told that it is 100% true. Our family still owns the property where this takes place. I haven't gone near there because I have no interest because it freaks me out. But that's just a little background. It's supposedly 100% true. So, and I guess with that, I will begin. Mind Your Mama. Ever since I was a child, I've had an affinity for adventure. Nothing fills me with the same sense of overwhelming joy and adrenaline than running through the forest at dusk and exploring forgotten ruins of old buildings left to rot away. This same passion of mine has always filled my mother with great disapproval. Every time I would prepare to embark on a new journey, she'd give me the same old spiel about how foolish and dangerous such behaviors were, and how I really should listen when she told me not to go. Despite her warnings, I never ran into trouble. Sure, I'd gotten a fair share of bumps and bruises from rough spills while hiking, but I wore them like battle scars. I knew the woods behind my house like the back of my hand. So well, in fact, that I began to grow bored with them. However, to my delight, a few weeks ago, my mother informed me that we would be moving to a new town closer to my uncle. I won't list the name of said town, because I don't trust you guys not to go intentionally seeking out what. I don't trust you to not intentionally seek this place out after what I'm about to tell you, because I know there's a lot of adrenaline junkies out there who will want to see for themselves. That, and it's still private property, so. But nevertheless, our new home is nestled in a rather large piece of property made up of several dozen acres of heavily forested land. Anyways, it didn't take long for me to settle into our new place. Since my uncle now lived rather nearby, he was over, helping us get unpacked. He brought my cousin with him, and it was only a matter of minutes before we discovered that we shared our love for adventure and began making plans to explore my new backyard. Seeing us leave, my mother once again stopped me at the door. Preparing for the worst, my cousin and I slumped our shoulders in impatience while she began her ever-so-familiar speech. However, this time she wasn't alone. My uncle had overheard her giving us the what for and decided to interject. You really should mind your mama. I sighed loudly and turned my attention over to him, wearing a painfully skeptical expression. I know that look, he said. I gave it to my mama plenty of times in my day. But I'm being serious. The woods around these parts are not safe. My cousin and I exchanged wordless looks before reaching for the door once more. You think I'm being funny, do you? His words were sharper this time. I'll tell you what. I swore I would never speak of this again. But if I tell you kids about something that happened to me years ago, and you still want to go, I'll let you. By this point, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't at least a little bit interested in what my uncle had to say. I mean, my uncle is a 6'4" gun-toting mountain of a man. It would be an understatement to say that he doesn't spook easily. And whatever experience he had in those woods years back had him visibly shaken. All right, we said in unison, backing away from the door and pulling out chairs from the kitchen table. He released a great sigh and closed his eyes before beginning to recall his tale. Years ago, when I was about your age, my high school buddy lived on this property. We spent a good deal of our time out there exploring. This land goes through all sorts of terrain, you know. It's not easy to keep track of it all. Damn near impossible to even know if you're the only ones living out here. Well, my buddy and I had heard rumors back in the 60s. A group of hippies built a little commune out here somewhere, unbeknownst to the landowners. Being young and curious, we decided to go see for ourselves if there was any truth to these rumors. We searched for weeks, and even on our ATVs, there was only so much land we could cover if we wanted to be home before it got dark. Mind you, this is cougar country, so you gotta be home before dark. Anyways, one day after riding for what seemed like hours toward the southwest border of the property, we finally found it. Eerie as hell, I will tell you this right now. It was clear that it had been vacated for several years by then. It was a perfect little ghost town. It consisted of 12 to 15 little buildings and what appeared to be a giant old fire pit. The buildings were covered in moss, and the windows were full of dust. Upon peeking in, it looked as though the buildings functioned like community lodges, meant to house a decent number of people. The doors were nailed shut, and we didn't have a hammer on us, so we resolved to keep looking around and return another day with a hammer at hand. After snooping around the ghost town for a while, we noticed a little shack a fair distance away. My friend told me that was likely a honey shack, or where couples stayed when they wanted a little privacy from the rest of the community. Upon approaching the shack, we discovered that the door was not nailed shut like the others. We excitedly made our way inside, where we were surprised by the relatively good condition of the interior. Other than the dust and cobwebs, it looked great. It had shag carpets, cushy old furniture, and some ugly retro wallpaper. All in all, not bad. We even discussed turning it into a new hangout place for the rest of our friends back at school. It wasn't until we were heading back out that we noticed it. In the corner of the living room, plopped on a little chair, was an enormous doll. It looked like one of those little wooden artist dolls, but it appeared to be plush and was the size of a grown man. It was sitting arched over, with its arms bent out, resting on its knees. It almost looked like it was lost in thought, but its head pointed up, as if looking at us. My friend and I both became incredibly uncomfortable. There wasn't anything logically frightening about it, but there was no apparent danger in it, yet it shook us both. We immediately left the shack, closing the door tightly behind us before hopping back on our ATVs and taking off straight for home. Years passed, and we both eventually completely forgot about the commune and the creepy doll. Though we stopped exploring the woods, we still stayed friends all the way through high school, and even kept in contact through college. It was our junior year that we returned. My friend had invited a bunch of us out to his property for a big party. We were all pretty smashed, so by the time he brought up the subject of that old hippie commune, the thought to decline never even occurred to me. I remember our group made our way back to the old commune, and that we broke into a few of the larger buildings. We then remembered the old honey shack and decided to take another look. I wish we hadn't. Though the door was still tightly shut, just how we left it, the interior was not at all the same. It had been completely trashed. The wallpaper had been slashed to ribbons. The carpet was torn up in patches, and the stuffing from the furniture was tossed all about the room. But one thing remained the same. That goddamn doll was still there, sitting, slumped over in the chair in the corner, in the exact same position it had been years previously. At this point, my memory is nothing but a blur. It's like I completely blacked out. I remember leaving the shack, and then nothing. My uncle stopped speaking for a moment. At this point, he squeezed his eyes shut and frowned. It took him a few moments before he began once more. The next thing I remember, I was coming to inside a building. It took me a moment to realize what I had been doing. I was holding a large rock in one hand and a handful of nails in the other. I was alone inside of the shack, nailing myself inside. Horror began to rise up inside of me. I frantically looked around, hoping it was some kind of twisted prank. I was utterly alone, and night had fallen. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise as I slowly turned to face the direction of the small chair. But this time, the doll wasn't there. I began to hear violent scratching sounds from the direction of the kitchen. It was growing louder and heading in my direction. I frantically began pulling nails out of the door frame. The scratching grew louder and louder, and I knew it had to be nearly right behind me. But I couldn't bear to look behind. With one last desperate tug, I pulled out the last nail and threw myself out the door, slamming it behind me as I broke into a dead run towards my friend's house, screaming as loudly as I could. Fortunately, a group of people weren't too far off. They were carrying flashlights and apparently had returned to look for me. I tried to tell them what had happened, but I was in such hysterics that they couldn't understand me. Upon returning to my friend's house, he demanded to know what had happened. Apparently, right after the group had started to leave the honey shack, I had gone berserk. I had started screaming at them that they needed to leave. And when my friend tried to grab me, I clocked him and continued shouting and demanding everyone leave. Not knowing what to do, and seeing me act so out of character, they decided to take the women back and return for me later. Perhaps after I'd sobered up. I never did tell them what happened. I simply warned him never to go back there again. I can only imagine he didn't take my advice, because a few months later, the house was on the market. His folks never gave a reason, but they left as soon as they found a new place. Now, I am not trying to be a stick in the mud. I just really think you ought to mind your mama. Alright, and that's the end of the second one.
Chilling stories.
And let's
Very
see.
nice.
In case you haven't noticed, we attempt to embarrass you, Macabre, whenever you're not reading a story.
Yeah.
I'm personally digging the Batman onesie.
In case you haven't noticed, Macabre, there's actually been a couple different comments of people who have been admiring things around your room, such as your Batman onesie and your alpaca.
Oh, yeah. His name is Clementine. Yeah.
There's absolutely, it's impossible. It's impossible for anything about you to be to be not adorable. I swear to God, it's.
You almost failed there with your words there, Murphy.
Yeah, I know I did. I'm glad I switched them around because then it was, you hurt my feelings. No, I didn't mean it like this. Oh, shut up now.
Oh my goodness.
The
Well,
goal is to make you blush while on stream.
uh,
Did you want to take any kind of questions? Because we still have about
yeah,
9
those
minutes.
were the two stories I had planned, and then I figured I could probably respond to some questions that people might have for me.
Okay, well, viewers, if you haven't heard any of the other times when I've brought up how to use the Q&A app, you may have to refresh your video. But on the over the top of the video, there should be a link saying to join the conversation, which will allow you to submit questions for us to be able to see here. And Macabre, if you want to click on Q&A, let's see what they got for you.
All right, where's that on the screen?
It should be around the left side of you. The left side should say Q&A. A nice little
I
speech
spy
bubble.
a
I got
guitar
it.
on your right. Do you think in the last few minutes you could play something? By the way, I love your hair color and the little. Oh no, that was.
I think that was Miss Shadow Lovely.
That was Miss Shadow Lovely. I'm like, I spy a guitar. Where the hell is the guitar?
All right, let's see.
Let's see.
Somebody actually asked me, "What, Murphy? What are you high on right now?"
Oh my god.
It's illegal in every state except Wisconsin.
I got.
Deep fried cheese curds. That's what I'm high on.
Oh my god.
Okay, here's one. Miss Creepypasta asked, Madame Macabre, is there any pasta that really scared or gave you nightmares?
Oh boy. I think the one that probably scared me the most for a while, like, it's harder to scare me now that I've been reading more of these things, but when I was brand new to creepypasta, I think the rake freaked me out. I don't know, just the idea of something that comes in your room and sits on your bed while you're sleeping and helpless, that's creepy. Not to mention it's like humanoid, not really a human. I'm more afraid of things that seem demonic than I am of like the killer characters.
Vaguely human, but not.
Yeah, like Uncanny Valley stuff creeps me out.
Oh, yeah.
Madame Macabre. Oh, wow, this one's up to you if you actually want to do this, because we got 6 minutes left, and somebody says, Madame Macabre, will you please sing Painted Smile?
Oh god.
You could easily answer that with a no, if you don't.
I'm gonna have to pass on that one because I don't have. It'd take a while to find. I'd have to look for the instrumental and all that
Oh,
stuff.
to get the music going. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
I'm sorry, and I'm really shy, so. You're lucky I posted the original itself. I was about to use a Vocaloid because I almost didn't want to post my own voice.
Oh no, your voice is gorgeous, and all the songs I've ever heard you do. I still have one of the songs that you did on my my iPod. Listen to it in the car.
Oh god. Oh man.
Here's one, and I guess anybody could really answer this one. But Madame Macabre, what is the worst nightmare that you've ever had as a child? I feel like Murphy's got a good answer for this.
Oh, God.
I have trouble remembering, honestly, because it's been a really long time since I've had nightmares, but I have one that's, I guess, not necessarily the worst, but one that's the most memorable to me because it was the last childlike. My nightmares right now are more like stupid adult things, like worrying about friends and family getting sick or hurt and things that, like, not monsters and things like that anymore. But as a kid, I remember the last nightmare I had before I kind of transitioned into having the more, I guess, adult nightmares was I was in my old house, not the one I live at now, but my childhood home. And I remember there was, like, I had just heard, like, I had watched a documentary on Lizzie Borden in which, Lizzie Borden took an axe, and I had a nightmare that I woke up and I had a poster right above my bed, like, kind of like I do now, but I had a dream that, like, she came out of the poster and tried to get me with her axe, and she was chasing me all around the house, this ghost thing of Lizzie Borden. And I remember being terrified, but, like, right up, it was kind of like near the end of my sleep cycle, right as I was beginning to wake up. I remember running out, and my dad used to have this red minivan, and mind you, I was too young to drive, but still in my dream, I got in the minivan and backed over the ghost and actually just, like, ran her over, and then I woke up, and that, I swear to God, was the last monster ghost-related nightmare I've ever had.
Could make an interesting creepypasta, though.
It could.
Running a ghost over with a minivan?
Hey, I've seen weirder things. I've gone to film festivals.
Oh, God.
No.
Let's see.
Man.
I've got
God.
let's see, we
Paranormal
got
Asylum. Ugh.
Paranormal Asylum.
Such a bad movie. It's painful. I went to visit a friend down in Oregon, Ominous Unknown Killer, and we watched it together, and they were like, come on, we can make it through together, and I was practically in tears. It was so bad.
What movie was this again?
Paranormal Asylum. The director's name, I kid you not, is Nimrod. Yeah. Yeah.
Lovely.
Not a joke, that's his actual name.
Everybody who's currently
My
watching
name
the
is
stream,
my name
let-
is Floyd Nimrod, and I direct movies.
Yeah.
everybody who's currently watching the stream, if you can find any screenshots of Paranormal Asylum, directed by Nimrod, I suggest go ahead and go ahead and tweet that or retweet that or post them to your Tumblr under the hashtag uNIGHTed just to see if we can confuse the
Just
hell out
read
of
the
people.
reviews. They are hilarious. People are not kind to it.
Is it worse than Birdemic? Birdemic?
Worse than Sharknado?
It's
Sharknado
bad
is interesting.
and not in an enjoyable way. His name is Nimrod Zelmanowitz.
Oh, wow. Oh.
So Nimrod is his first name.
Really creative parents here.
His parents
He
loved
was
him.
never made fun of as a kid. No.
We got 2 minutes left, and Madame Macabre, there is one question that's geared directly towards you.
All right.
Dear Madame Macabre, yesterday was actually my 19th birthday, and I was hoping that you and the others could wish me a happy birthday. Also, I'm wondering, why did you make Ben a hipster and seer? It's from Mutera1316. You might remember them from DA.
Oh, hey, happy birthday, Tara. I'm sorry I couldn't send you a more personal message or something than this, but yeah, happy birthday. Ben being a hipster, it kind of started out as a joke. A lot of stuff that ends up in the comic is literally just the result of really bad jokes between me and my friends, and then it just kind of, oh, we actually made that a thing. That, and I kind of just wanted to differentiate him. I've seen a lot of other interpretations of him where he's like a druggie and stuff, and I know that's a popular headcanon, but since mine is a different series, I kind of figured might as well go with my own interpretation rather than someone else's headcanon.
Fun facts about the seer. Things I didn't know. We are 1 minute left before we're going to switch over to the next person. Anything else you want to go ahead and add on there, Madame Macabre?
Yeah, once again, thank you guys all for coming out to watch this and support us. Thank you again for all who have donated, and if there's any of you who have the ability to and have not yet donated, I still urge you to go ahead and do that. Please, you can keep sharing the word, spreading the link, keep watching and supporting, and under the hashtag uNIGHTed. And once again, the link to the charity is below. And thank you guys so much for coming out and just helping us out with this. We appreciate it so much.
Hey, thank you very much, Madame Macabre, and thanks for joining us on the stream.
Yep. Bye, guys.
Hey, see ya. Alright, well, if you guys take a look up at the very top right of your screens again, we are currently here with this hour's block is going to go to Barnabas Demos. Demos?
Demos. It depends on what you're looking at.
Man's
Depends
voice
on
is
which
like
podcast
butter.
you listen to.
Like butter.
Listen to that smooth molasses.
Or fried cheese curd.
Take it away, Barney.
Alright, well, once again, everybody give a round of applause for Madame Macabre. Well, we can't hear you give the round of applause, but still go ahead and do it. She did an amazing job.
You can always tweet it.
Yeah, you can always tweet it. And thank you again for being here and showing your support for the aid for the victim of the Wisconsin attack, and for Safe Horizon for the aid of victims of violent crimes. For those that are tuning in, where are we? What are we at right now? 5,000 and...
It's actually gone up. It hasn't updated just yet. $5,411.
Out of 20,000,
Wow.
that's over a quarter of our goal.
Actually, I would like to announce that we have officially completed 50% of our stream. We're halfway through.
Are we?
Yep. I think we are.
No,
we?
not. I don't think
Yeah.
just yet. At the end of
no,
this,
no,
this
yeah.
one,
So
we'll be
after
50%.
me, it will be technically
Yeah.
50%.
Yeah, there we go.
So you
So
still
we're
have to
near
get through me.
Yeah.
Um,
Barnabas, what are you doing getting in our way?
That's what I always do. And of course, if you're at all interested, go ahead and visit the link, or go to tinyurl.com/cpunited with NIGH. Well, you all see it on the screen, and
Well, they will in a second. Just
well,
a
they will in a
second.
second. And of course, if you can, please share the live stream under #uNIGHTed, and that will probably be the only and last time that I use that term or that phrase, hashtag. which should show you how important this is. And as Mr. Creepy Paste over here said, I am Barnabas Stamos. You can find me under youtube.com/user/blackcollarworker82. And tonight I'm going to be providing you with 4 stories during my hour. One is a well-known creepypasta. One is going to be a story that I created. And then 2 classic horror stories.
Implying the story you created is not well known. You're too modest.
The reason why I chose 2 classics is because, to me, creepypasta is just it's another name that we apply to the horror / romanticized genre and urban legends. And though I'm sure that in most cases H.P. Lovecraft or Edgar Allan Poe would probably be turning in their graves at the thought of some of the stories that we tell, I still kind of feel that we are bound together, kind of like a family tree whose blood is made up of words. The classics always kind of remind us where we evolved from and where some of our literary roots may lie. And though the stories that we're told have changed over time and the language used is different, they can still provide the same tingle up your spine. So, I hope you all enjoy your stay. If you don't mind, I'm going to start. Unless there's anything you have else,
Oh,
Mr.
no, cool.
Creepypasta.
Go right ahead, sir. I want to listen to this gorgeous voice.
Like Buddha. The Open Window by Saki. My aunt will be down presently, Mr. Nuttall, said a very self-possessed young lady of 15. In the meantime, you must try and put up with me. Frampton Nuttall endeavored to say the correct something which should unduly flatter the niece at the moment, without unduly discounting the aunt that was to come. Privately, he doubted more than ever whether these formal visits on a succession of total strangers would do much towards helping the nerve cure which he was supposed to be undergoing. I know how it will be, his sister had said when he was preparing to migrate to this rural retreat. You will bury yourself down there and not speak to a living soul, and your nerves will be worse than ever from moping. I shall just give you letters of introduction to all the people I know there. Some of them, as far as I can remember, were quite nice. Frampton wondered whether Mrs. Stapleton, the lady to whom he was presenting one of the letters of introduction, came into the nice division. Do you know many of the people around here? Asked the niece, when she judged that they had sufficient silent communion. Hardly a soul, said Frampton. My sister was staying here, at the rectory, you know, some 4 years ago, and she gave me letters of introduction to some of the people here. He made the last statement in a tone of distinct regret. Then you know practically nothing about my aunt, pursued the self-possessed young lady. Only her name and address, admitted the caller. He was wondering whether Mrs. Stapleton was in the married or widowed state. An undefinable something about the room seemed to suggest masculine habitation. Her great tragedy happened just 3 years ago, said the child. That would be since your sister's time. Her tragedy? Asked Frampton. Somehow in this restful country spot, tragedies seemed out of place. You may wonder why we keep that window wide open on an October afternoon, said the niece, indicating a large French window that opened onto a lawn. It is quite warm for this time of year, said Frampton. But has that window got anything to do with the tragedy? Out through that window, 3 years ago to a day, her husband and her 2 young brothers went off for a day's shooting. They never came back. In crossing the moor to their favorite snipe shooting ground, they were all 3 engulfed in a treacherous piece of bog. It had been that dreadful wet summer, you know, and places that were safe in other years gave away suddenly without warning. Their bodies were never recovered. That was the dreadful part. Here the child's voice lost its self-possessed note and became falteringly human. Poor aunt, always thinking that they will come back someday. They and the little brown spaniel that was lost with them, and walk in at that window just as they used to do. That is why the window is kept open every evening till it's quite dusk. Poor dear aunt. She has often told me how they went out. Her husband with his white waterproof coat over his arm, and Ronnie, her youngest brother, singing, "Bertie, why do you bound?" as he always did to tease her, because he said it got on her nerves. Do you know, sometimes, on still, quiet evenings like this, I almost get a creeping feeling that they will all walk in through that window. She broke off with a little shudder. It was a relief to Frampton that the aunt bustled into the room with a whirl of apologies for being late in making her appearance. "I hope Vera has been amusing you," she said. "She has been interesting," said Frampton. "I hope you don't mind the open window," said Mrs. Stapleton, briskly. "My husband and brothers will be home directly from shooting, and they always come in this way. They've been out for snipe in the marshes today, so they'll make a fine mess over my poor carpets. So like you menfolk, isn't it?" She rattled on cheerfully about the shooting and the scarcity of birds and the prospect for duck in the winter. To Frampton, it was all purely horrible. He made a desperate, but only partial successful attempt to turn the talk onto a less ghastly topic. He was conscious that his hostess was giving him only a fragment of her attention, and her eyes were constantly straying past him to the open window and the lawn beyond. It was certainly an unfortunate coincidence that he should have paid his visit on this tragic anniversary. "The doctors agree in ordering me complete rest, and absence of mental excitement, and avoidance of anything in the nature of violent physical exercise," announced Frampton, who labored under the tolerably widespread delusion that total strangers and chance acquaintances are hungry for the least detail of one's ailments and infirmities, their cause and cure. "On the matter of diet, they are not so much in agreement," he continued. "No," said Mrs. Stapleton, in a voice which only replaced a yawn at the last moment. Then she suddenly brightened to alert attention, but not to what Frampton was saying. "Well, here they are at last!" she cried. Just in time for tea, and don't they look as if they were muddy up to the eyes?" Frampton shivered slightly, and turned towards the niece with a look intended to convey sympathetic comprehension. The child was staring out through the open window, with a dazed horror in her eyes, and a chill shock of nameless fear. Frampton swung around to his seat and looked in the same direction. In the deepening twilight, 3 figures were walking across the lawn towards the window. They all carried guns under their arms, and one of them was additionally burdened with a white coat hung over his shoulders. A tired brown spaniel kept close at their heels. Noiselessly, they neared the house, and then a hoarse young voice chanted out of the dusk, "I said, Bertie, why do you bound?" Frampton grabbed wildly at his stick and hat. The hall door, the gravel drive, and the front gate were dimly noted stages in his headlong retreat. A cyclist coming along the road had to run into a hedge to avoid imminent collision. "Here we are, my dear," said the bearer of the white mackintosh, coming in through the window. "Fairly muddy, but most of it's dry. Who was that who bolted out as we came up?" "A most extraordinary man, Mr. Nettle," said Mrs. Stapleton. "Could only talk about his illnesses, and dashed off without a word of goodbye or apology when he arrived. One would think he had seen a ghost." I expect it was the spaniel," said the niece calmly. "He told me he had a horror of dogs. He was once hunted into a cemetery somewhere on the banks of the Ganges by a pack of pariah dogs, and had to spend the night in a newly dug grave with the creature snarling and grinning and foaming just above him. Enough to make anyone lose their nerve. Romance, at short notice, was her speciality." And that was The Open Window by Saki.
You said that was one of the classic ones?
Yes, that was a classic one. That was written 1800, well, late 1800s, early 1900s.
Well,
I think before H.P. Lovecraft's time. I love the story because it always reminds me of a troll pasta.
That's what you love about this story?
That's what I love about the story. Because it's just like, you got goofed.
Alright, I don't mean to take this one away from you. I just got two quick things I'm going to go ahead and say. One of them is that the total we're at right now is 5,000. Shoot, where'd it go? The total that we're at right now.
5,531.
There you go. That's it. 5,531. And also, Muji just sent me another message. Since he's going to end up being back, he's got his own hour block in another couple of hours here. He's actually going to be donating 5 copies of his album. So when his hour starts, not right now, when his hour starts, the first 5 people to donate at least $5 and comment with their donation, Muji code, and spell that correctly, will be receiving an email from him with a code to be able to download his album.
Now, speaking of which, oh wait, is the web still running? Okay.
Oh yeah, we're good, I think.
Yeah, my album is actually pretty recently coming out. I don't know how we could do that, but I'm willing to give out some free copies as well. So I don't know how we could put that out.
We'll talk about that one in secret.
Yes, yes.
In
But I didn't mean to
secret,
take that away from
behind
you.
closed curtains.
I didn't mean to take that away from you, Barnabas. You go
No,
right
that's fine.
ahead.
It actually gave me a chance to let my cat in. Alright. So the next one is called Trust. Pretty sure some of you have heard of it. Except for Mr. Creepypasta, he's never heard of this story.
No, that one's not one that I did.
Yeah. I opened my eyes. I opened my eyes and looked up at a ceiling. I'm sitting in a chair. Can't move. What feels like a belt is holding my head in place to the backrest. I move my eyes down. I can see most of another man's face there. His head is also strapped down. His eyes are darting left and right, teeth clenched, struggling to free himself. I make my own attempts, knowing they would be useless, but trying anyways. The chair is bolted to the floor. It won't move. The man is pretty close to me. If we could move, we could probably touch. I'm scared. I have no idea how this will play out. Hey, I say, you know what's going on here? No. I went to sleep and woke up tied to a chair with some jerk in front of me who apparently is in the same situation. Stupid question, I suppose. Can you move anything besides your eyes and mouth? He tries again. Just my fingers and toes. Damn much that can do. Okay. Looks like we're stuck here until whoever did this decides to do what they're doing. What's your name? Mike. I'm Chuck. I'm curious about this man. Why is he here with me? Can you think of any reason you're here? Did you hurt anyone? Steal from anyone? Anything? Man, I've never done anything, he cries. Couple speeding tickets, that's it. You think someone would at least tell you why they kidnapped you? I can't think of anything either, I say truthfully. I look at him, try to think if I know him, or if I had ever seen him before today. I hadn't. Any chance you recognize me? Don't think so. Alright, we're two innocent strangers. I guess it's just random. Pick the first person they happen to get, but for what? I look around as much as I can. The ceiling is high and I can't see any walls. There's a spotlight high overhead illuminating us. All my fingers can feel are the edges of the armrest. I can't hear anything beyond my own breathing and the attempted movements of my newfound companion. What could have brought us here? Is this torture? Is there some psychotic force that brought us together? Whatever the answer is, I can feel in my gut that someone's going to die. Hopefully, not me. I just cut myself, I think. Something hard and sharp is around my right arm. I look back down at him. It's a strain to keep my eyes pointed down so far. He's staring at me, panicking, mouth wide open and panting. I move my arms as much as I can. It feels like straps or something are holding down my left arm, and metal bands are around my right. What the hell? What were they going to? A loud screech, deafening sounds, speakers crackle. A booming voice. Good evening, gentlemen. As you have no doubt discovered, you have been restrained and are now part of our little game. Between you is a table. On this table is a gun. In some time, the restraints on your right arms will be released. The first to get the gun and kill the other will win their own life. An associate will put you to sleep and you will be released. A free man. The other will be disposed of, and you will never be bothered again. If neither of you shoot the gun within 5 minutes of your restraints being released, a lethal electric current will be sent through your chairs, killing you both. Quite painfully, in fact. It's better for one to live than both to die. Silence. We wait for the restraints to be released. It doesn't come. What the hell, Chuck? I guess we all have to wait. Maybe they want us to get to know the man we have to kill. I don't want to kill anyone, but I sure as hell won't die. I yelled. Well, would you rather kill me or die? That's the important question. Is your life worth the death of someone else? Could you live your life knowing that you murdered someone just so you can live? No, he said. I'd rather die than kill someone. But I'd rather live and not kill even more. I feel the same, Mike. But unless you think we could untie ourselves in 5 minutes with only one hand... He was silent for a moment, then started whispering. Yeah? What if we could? What? I yelled. How can we trust that we actually have 5 minutes? How can I trust in you? If I reach over to untie myself, how do I know you won't go for the gun? Like I said, I'd rather die than kill someone. A shot at us both living is better than the alternative. I guess it's the only way to not be a murderer. I smile, even though he can't see me. I trust you. You can trust in me too. So that's our plan. We'll attempt to free ourselves and hope we can do it in time. I know I'm not going to be getting anything off the table before I free myself, and I really think that Mike won't try to kill me. I start going over my plans to get myself free. Would it be easier to undo the other arm first? Would I need to see my other arm to free it? If not, I would need to remove my head restraint so I could look. But could I do it with only one hand? I decide that when the time came, I would just go with my instinct. It feels like there are 3 straps on each limb. One on my head, one under my shoulders, and one around my waist. So, not counting the ones on the right arm, that's, Mike thought for a second, 12 straps, or belts, whatever they are. I'm sure we have enough time. We wait. So, you got a family or anything, Chuck? No, not really, I say. My parents are around, and I see them every once in a while. I have a few friends, no one really close, though. You? I have a girlfriend, and a kid, and the rest of the family. I really want to get back to them. I just got a new job, planning on getting a house. Things are going pretty well. Man, why did this have to happen now? Why does this have to happen at all? Why are people so fond of death? The life of someone like me against someone like him didn't seem fair. I still want to live, though. I don't want to kill him, but I'm not going to offer myself as a sacrifice so that he can live. The only thing a reasonable person would do is our plan. We talk for a while. He tells me about where he grew up, what he does for a living, how he met his girlfriend, about how wonderful his daughter is. He starts getting choked up and I take over. I talk about just anything. School, friends, my plans in life. We keep talking about the lives we very well might lose until we can't bear to talk about it anymore. We wait for what seems like an hour in silence. Still, nothing happens. Mike starts yelling, "Hey, come on! We're gonna sit here all day?" Nothing in reply but silence. Mike is shaking as much as he could anyway. I want to see my kid again. I want to get out of here. Mike, just relax. Think about how we're going to get out of here. Think about getting your other arm free, your head, your chest, your legs. Alright. I'm cool. He doesn't seem cool. We wait some more. Every time I look down, Mike seems worse. I try talking to him, get him out of his own head, but he won't talk back. I wait a while, hoping that he can both be free of this accursed game. As I look at him, it seems to me that I've been here for years, just sitting here, looking across the table. Eventually, he starts muttering, but I can hear him. We just assume that we can get out of here. They could have us locked in. They could have us people killed the minute we walk out. I don't even know where we are. Could be in the middle of the desert or the Antarctica, or for all I know. Hell, there could be someone 6 feet to the left and I wouldn't know. They could be listening in this whole time and know what we plan to do. I don't even know what's holding me down. They might have to cut me out of here, and there's no way to get out. There's just one hand. Someone has to die, and I sure as hell won't be me. Mike, I tried to reassure him. Focus. Focus on getting out. No one has to die. I know it. You have to know it too. 12 straps. That's it. We walk out, finally free. Restraints is released. I lift my right arm to the belt that's on my head and start to undo it. I see Mike reach across the table. I know I can't win. Sorry, Chuck. I have a family. I've got more to live for than you. Don't do this. There's plenty of time. Don't go home to your family a murderer. To hell with you. The belt on my hand is loose. I look down quickly, his hand waving back and forth on the table, trying to find the gun. It's not there. 5 years, I say, standing up, reaching for the kill switch. 5 years of endless variations, and they always reach for the gun. And that was Trust.
Man, I love that story. That's so soft.
It's a classic. It's
It is.
classic.
Second time I've ever heard that one. Very well done.
Really?
I need one quick moment. My cat is being a jerk.
Go right ahead. Don't you love cats?
Yes,
I'm pretty sure he said yes, and then he disappeared, so I'm going to assume that Murphy said that he loves cats. But let's go ahead and take a look at
well,
this real quick.
yes, I do.
Take a look at this real quick. We got a couple more dollars that got donated, which is great. Oh, and more even still. I need to update the number, but we're at $5,556. 5556, which is excellent. Everybody, thank you so much for sticking around, listening, sharing on the hashtag, sharing the links, and also donating, especially donating, should I say. It's greatly appreciated because all this money all goes to a really great cause. To be able to help out the family of the girl from the Waukesha attack, help out the girl from the Waukesha attack, as well as going over to safehorizon.org to be able to help out with victims of violent crimes. So every little penny and every dollar that you guys donate always goes to a really great cause for this one. Also, I wanted to point this out real quick. When Madame Macabre was on, we did ask for you guys to tweet out screenshots from Paranormal Asylum. Good job, y'all. You came up with some really great stuff. Any other things if you want to tweet about who your favorite narrator has been on the stream so far, anything like that, message on Twitter, Facebook, or Tumblr, that hashtag that you can see on your screen right now. Hashtag uNIGHTed. It looks like Barnabas Deimos is back.
Yep.
What do you got in store for us, Barney?
Does anyone want a fat cat?
I do.
Alright, good. The next story is by some author. Nobody really knows him. No one's really probably ever heard of him. H.P. Lovecraft.
This guy.
Yeah, some guy. The story is called From Beyond. Horrible, beyond conception, was the change which had taken place in my best friend, Crawford Tillinghast. I had not seen him since the day 2 months and a half before, when he told me towards what goal his physical and metaphysical researches were leading. When he had answered my odd and almost frightened remonstrances by driving me from his laboratory and his house in a burst of fanatical rage, I had known that he now remained mostly shut in the attic laboratory with that accursed electrical machine, eating little and excluding even the servants. But I had not thought that a brief period of 10 weeks could so alter and disfigure any human creature. It is not pleasant to see a stout man suddenly grow thin, and it's even worse when the baggy skin becomes yellowed or grayed, the eyes sunken, circled, and uncannily growing, the forehead veined and corrugated, and the hands tremulous and twitching. And if added to this, there be a repellent unkemptness, a wild disorder of dress, a bushiness of dark hair white at the roots, and an unchecked growth of white beard on a face once clean-shaven, the cumulative effect is quite shocking. But such was the aspect of Crawford Tillinghast on the night his half-coherent message brought me to his door after my weeks of exile. Such was the spectre that trembled at its admitted to me, candle in hand, and glanced furtively over its shoulder as if fearful of unseen things in the ancient, lonely house set back from Benevolent Street. That Crawford Tillinghast should have ever studied science and philosophy was a mistake. These things should be left to the frigid and impersonal investigator, for they offer two equally tragic alternatives to the man of feeling and action: despair if he fail in his quest, and terrors unutterable and unimaginable if he succeed. Tillinghast had once been the prey of failure, solitary and melancholy, but now I knew, with nauseating fear of my own, that he was the prey of success. I had indeed warned him 10 weeks before, when he burst forth with his tale of what he felt himself about to discover. He had been flushed and excited then, talking in high and unnatural tones, though always pedantic voice. "What do we know," he had said, "of the world and the universe about us? Our means of receiving impressions are absurdly few, and our notions of surrounding objects infinitely narrow. We see things only as we are constructed to see them, and can gain no idea of their absolute nature. With 5 feeble senses we pretend to comprehend the boundlessly complex cosmos, yet other beings with wider, stronger, or different ranges of senses might not very well see differently the things we see, but might see and study whole new worlds of matter, energy, and life which lie close at hand, yet can never be detected with the senses we have. I have always believed that such strange, inaccessible worlds exist on our very elbows, and now I believe I have found a way to break down the barriers. I'm not joking. Within 24 hours, that machine near the table would generate waves acting on unrecognized sense organs that exist in us as atrophied or rudimentary vestiges. Those waves will open up to us many vistas unknown to man, and several unknown to anything we consider organic life. We shall see that which dogs howl in the dark, and that at which cats prick up their ears after midnight. We shall see these things, and other things which no breathing creature has ever seen. We shall overleap time, space, and dimensions, and without bodily motion peer to the bottom of creation." When Tillinghast said these things, I remonstrated, for I knew him well enough to be frightened rather than amused. But he was a fanatic, and drove me from the house. Now he was no less a fanatic, but his desire to speak had conquered his resentment, and he had written me imperatively in a hand I could scarcely recognize. As I entered the abode of the friend so suddenly metamorphosed into a shivering gargoyle, I became infected with the terror which seemed stalking in all the shadows. The words and beliefs expressed 10 weeks before seemed bodied forth in the darkness beyond the small circle of candlelight, and I sickened at the hollow, altered voice of my host. I wished the servants were about, and did not like it when he said that they had all left 3 days previously. It seemed strange that old Gregory, at least, should desert his master without telling as tried a friend as I. It was he who had given me all the information I had of Tillinghast, after I was repulsed in rage. Yet I soon subordinated all my fears to my growing curiosity and fascination. Just what Crawford Tillinghast now wished of me, I could only guess. But that he had some stupendous secrecy or discovery to impart, I could not doubt. Before I had protested at his unnatural pryings into the unthinkable. Now that he had evidently succeeded to some degree, I almost shared his spirit, terrible though the cost of victory appeared. Up through the dark emptiness of the house, I followed the bobbing candle in the hand of the shaking parody of a man. The electricity seemed to be turned off, and when I asked my guide, he said it was for a definite reason. It would be too much. I would not dare, he continued to mutter. I especially noted his new habit of muttering, for it was not like him to talk to himself. We entered the laboratory in the attic, and I observed the detestable electrical machine glowing with a sickly, sinister violet luminosity. It was connected with a powerful chemical battery, but seemed to be receiving no current. For I recalled that in the experimental stage it had sputtered and purred when in action. In reply to my question, Tillinghast mumbled that his permanent glow was not electrical in any sense that I could understand. He now seated me near the machine, so that it was on my right, and turned a switch somehow below the crowned clusters of glass bulbs. The usual sputtering began, turned to a whine, and terminated in a drone so soft as to suggest a return to silence. Meanwhile, the luminosity increased, waned again, then assumed a pale, outer color, or blend of colors which I could neither place nor describe. Tillinghast had been watching me, and noted my puzzled expression. "Do you know what that is?" he whispered. "That is ultraviolet." He chuckled oddly at my surprise. "You thought ultraviolet was invisible, and so it is. But you can see that and many other invisible things now. Listen to me. The waves that thing was waking 1,000 sleeping senses in us. Senses which we inherit from aeons of evolution from the state of detached electrons to the state of organic humanity. I have seen the truth, and I intend to show it to you. Do you wonder how it will seem? I will tell you." Here, Tillinghast seated himself directly opposite me, blowing out his candle and staring hideously into my eyes. "Your existing sense organs, ears first, I think, will pick up many of the impressions, for they are closely connected with the dormant organs. Then there will be others. You have heard of the pineal gland. I laugh at the shallow endocrinologist, full duped and fellow parvenu of the Freudian. That gland is the great sense organ of organs. I have found out. It is like sight in the end, and transmits visual pictures to the brain. If you are normal, that is the way you ought to get most of it. I mean, get most of the evidence. From beyond." I looked about the immense attic room with the sloping south wall, dimly lit by rays which the everyday eye cannot see. The far corners were all shadows, and the whole place took on a hazy unreality which obscured its nature and invited the imagination to symbolism and phantasm. During the interval that Tillinghast was long silent, I fancied myself in some vast, incredible temple of long-dead gods, some vague edifice of innumerable black stone columns, reaching up from a floor of damp slabs to a cloudy height beyond the range of my vision. The picture was very vivid for a while, but gradually gave way to a more horrible conception, that of utter, absolute solitude in infinite, sightless, soundless space. There seemed to be a void and nothing more, and I felt a childish fear which prompted me to draw from my hip pocket the revolver I carried after dark since the night I was held up in East Providence. Then, from the farthermost regions of remoteness, the sound softly glided into existence. It was infinitely faint, subtly vibrant, and unmistakably musical, but held a quality of surpassing wildness which made its impact feel like a delicate torture of my whole body. I felt sensation like those one feels when accidentally scratching ground glass. Simultaneously, there developed something like a cold draught, which apparently swept past from the direction of this distant sound. As I waited breathlessly, I perceived that both sound and wind were increasing. The effect began to give me an odd notion of myself as tied to a pair of rails in the path of a gigantic approaching locomotive. I began to speak to Tillinghast, and as I did so, all the unusual impressions abruptly vanished. I saw only the man, the glowing machines, and the dim apartment. Tillinghast was grinning repulsively at the revolver, which I had almost unconsciously drawn. But from his expression, I was sure he had seen and heard as much as I, if not a great deal more. I whispered what I had experienced, and he bade me to remain as quiet and receptive as possible. "Don't move," he cautioned, "for in these rays, we are able to be seen as well as to see. I told you the servants left, but I didn't tell you how. It was that thick-witted housekeeper. She turned on the lights downstairs after I warned her not to, and the wires picked up sympathetic vibrations. It must have been frightful. I could hear the screams up here in spite of all I was seeing and hearing from another direction. And later it was rather awful to find those empty heaps of clothes and around the house. Mrs. Updike's clothes were close to the front wall switch. That's how I know she did it. It got them all. But so long as we don't move, we're fairly safe. Remember, we're dealing with a hideous world in which we are practically helpless. Keep still." The combined shock of the revelation and of the abrupt command gave me a kind of paralysis, and in my terror, my mind began to open to the impressions coming from what Tillinghast called beyond. I was now in a vortex of sound and motion, with confused pictures before me. I saw the blurred outlines of the room, but from some point in space there seemed to be pouring a seething column of unrecognizable shapes or clouds, penetrating the solid roof at a point ahead and to the right of me. Then I glimpsed the temple. Like effect again, but this time the pillars reached up into aerial oceans of light, which sent down one blinding beam along the path of the cloudy column I had seen before. After that, the scene was almost wholly kaleidoscopic, and in the jumble of sights, sounds, and unidentified sense impressions, I felt that I was about to dissolve or in some way lose the solid form. One definite flash I shall always remember. I seemed for an instant to behold a patch of strange night sky filled with shining revolving spheres, and as if I receded, I saw that glowing suns formed a constellation of galaxies of settled shape. This shape being the distorted form, a constellation or galaxy of settled shape. The distorted face of Crawford Tillinghast. At another time, I felt the huge, animate things brushed past me, and occasionally walking or drifting through my supposedly solid body, and thought I saw Tillinghast look at them as though his better trained senses could catch them visually. I recalled what he had said of the pineal gland, and wondered what he saw with his preternatural eye. Suddenly, I myself became possessed of a kind of augmented sight. Over and above the luminous and shadowy chaos arose a picture which, though vague, held the elements of a consistency and permanence. It was indeed somewhat familiar, for the unusual part was superimposed upon the usual terrestrial scene, much as a cinema view may be thrown upon the painted curtain of a theater. I saw the attic laboratory, the electrical machine, and the unsightly form of Tillinghast opposite me. But of all the space unoccupied by familiar objects, not one particle was vacant. Indescribable shapes, both alive and otherwise, were mixed in disgusting arrays, and close to every known thing were whole worlds of alien, unknown entities. It likewise seemed that all the known things entered into the composition of other unknown things and vice versa. Foremost among the living objects were inky, jellyfish monstrosities, which flabby quivered in harmony with the vibrations from the machine. They were present in loathsome profusion, and I saw to my horror that they overlapped, that they were semi-fluid and capable of passing through one another and through what we know as solid. These things were never still, but seemed ever floating about with some malignant purpose. Something they appeared to devour one another. The attackers launched itself at its victim. And instantaneously obliterated the latter from sight. Shudderingly, I felt that I knew what had obliterated the unfortunate slaves, and could not exclude that thing from my mind as I strove to observe other properties of the newly visible world that lies unseen about us. But Tillinghast had been watching me, and was speaking. "You see them. You see them. You see the things that float and flop about you and through the very moment of your life. You see the creatures that form what men call the pure air and the blue sky. Have I not succeeded in breaking down the barriers? Have I not shown you worlds that no other living men have seen?" I heard his scream through the horrible chaos and looked at the wide face thrust so offensively close to mine. His eyes were pits of flame, and they glared at me. What I now saw was overwhelming hatred. The machine droned detestably. "You think these fluttering things wiped out the servants? Fool! They are harmless. But the servants are gone, aren't they? You tried to stop me. You discouraged me when I needed every drop of encouragement I could get. You were afraid of the cosmic truth. You damned coward. But now I've got you. What swept up the servants? What made them scream so loud? Don't know? You'll know soon enough. Look at me. Listen to what I say. Do you suppose that there are really such things as time and magnitude? Do you fancy there are things such as form or matter? I tell you, I have struck depths that your little brain can't picture. I have seen beyond the bounds of infinity and drawn down demons from the stars. I have harnessed the shadows that stride from world to world to sow death and madness. Space belongs to me. Do you hear things are hunting me now? The things that devour and dissolve. But I know how to elude them. It is you they will get, as they got the servants. Staring doe, sir. I told you it was dangerous to move. I have saved you so far by telling you to keep still, saved you to see more sights and to listen to me. If you had moved, they would have been at you long ago. Don't worry, they won't hurt you. They didn't hurt the servants. It was the seeing that made the poor devil scream so. My pets are not pretty, for they come out of places where aesthetics standards are very, very different. Disintegration is quite painless, I assure you, but I want you to see them. I almost saw them, but I knew how to stop. You are curious. I always knew you were no scientist. Trembling with anxiety to see the ultimate things I have discovered. Why don't you move then? Tired? Well, don't worry, my friend, for they are coming. Look, curse you. Look, it's just over your left shoulder. What remains to be told is very brief, and may be familiar to you from the newspaper accounts. The police heard a shot in the old Tillinghast house and found us there. Tillinghast dead, and me unconscious. They arrested me because the revolver was in my hand, but released me in 3 hours after they found it was apoplexy which had finished Tillinghast, and saw that my shot had been directed at the noxious machine which now lay hopelessly shattered on the laboratory floor. I did not tell very much of what I had seen, for I feared the coroner would be skeptical. But from the evasive outline I did give, the doctor told me that I had undoubtedly been hypnotized by the vindictive and homicidal madman. I wish I could believe that doctor. It would help my shaky nerves if I could dismiss what I now have to think of the air and the sky about and above me. I never feel alone or comfortable, and a hideous sense of pursuit sometimes comes chillingly on me when I am weary. What prevents me from believing the doctor is one simple fact: that the police never found the bodies of those servants whom they say Crawford Tillinghast murdered. And that was From Beyond by H.P. Lovecraft.
Man, Lovecraft is always so good.
And verbose.
Yeah. But I mean, he paints such a pretty picture.
Doesn't he, though?
It's, I mean, there's no getting around exactly what he's trying to get you to see in your mind. There's no deviation. There's no variant.
There isn't.
It's such a vivid, detailed painting that it's phenomenal that there's authors out there that can write as beautiful as Bob Ross can paint.
And you see that little tree right there? You see that little tree? That's our little sticker. Alright. I see we're running out of time, so I should Supermarket Monster or I Still Love You.
Oh, please, Supermarket Monster.
Supermarket Monster.
I
Please.
hate you guys.
Oh, please.
You're realizing I'm putting the story I wrote, just so you can hear the Supermarket Monster.
But it's so worth it.
The Supermarket Monster by Dirtbutt. Once in a place far away, a very long time ago, there was a boy named Roger. He was tall, but a bit round. He lived in a big city where the unusual things seemed to happen every day. For example, his uncle died. Anyway, Roger had lots of enzymes in the city. All the people he used to like were now his enzymes, because he changed. He used to be a really successful banker named Ron, but he decided to go another way, and now he is a hobo named Roger. Because of his friends thought they didn't like him anymore, so they said, "You are our enemy now." And Roger was like, "Oh no, I have no friends, but loads of enzymes." Roger lives day to tomorrow by the change he gets off strangers outside McDonald's, but sometimes when he gets enough money, he goes to the local shopping center called Teco. He can only buy things when they are on sale, so he only buys things when they are on sale, because he doesn't have any much money. Sometimes he even gets enough change to buy chicken when it's on sale, and he goes into KFC and says, "Can you cook this for me?" And they do it, because they are his enzymes, and spit in his food. Yuck. Today, on the most windy and stormy and rainy and cloudy and sad of days, he decided he needed to eat and went to Teco. When he went inside, there were no baskets. This was weird. Roger thought that must be grieving them a break today, so he kept going. He saw that bread was on sale, so he was going to buy it, and then a big fat hairy man ran up to him and said, "No, that not or you." And he took the sale sign away from the made bread, go back up to $100,000. This is all in the future, so that's normal for the future. Roger made a face similar to this, D:, and he said, "But if you don't give me that, I will strive." And the fat man laughed, and his fat went bouncy from laughing. Then one of Ron's enzymes died, so Ron felt his anger rising. That happens when his enzymes die. And he punched the man so hard that his fat fell off, and the man was so angry that he cried blood. Then the lights went out so fast that Roger knew he was going to be murdered. A black mist came out of the cereal boxes, and bacon was flying everywhere, pancake mix splashing over the counters, freezers freezing at higher temperatures than normal so that it was freezing the frozen pizzazzas too much. Rowan ran way, far away, so that the aisle that always full of people. It was like Lodsa sweets and crisps, yummy. There was like 15 monsters there, all black with eyes ooging with blood and tears that looked like bacon, but were actually dead people's skin. He screamed, "Fat man, help!" But when the fat man came her, he said, "You punched my fat, and now you will pay." Dot, 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 dot. I am your enime. Dot, 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 dot. And then he ran and went inside a freezer, but forgot that freezers froze too hard now, and he died from freeze. Roger ran to a exit and was almost out when he tripped on something. He looked down and saw his enime saying, "Help me, the pancakes were too stringy." And then he said, "No, I am Roger. You were Ron's friend, not mine, Smelly." And he ran out the door. He was safe. He got out. He escaped. He avoided death. He was alive. He was tall. He was safe. He was Roger. Then he went back in for the bread, but forgot about the monsters. So when he got the bread, the monsters came out between the slices and cried blood from their mouths, saying, "We are your enimes, Ron," he said. "How do you know my old name?" And then they ate him, and he just fell down on the floor crying from death. His last words were, "I am all your enimes." Then he fell down and died. Just before he died, he said, "I will now be a supermarket monster. So when you are in a supermarket, remember that Ron is waiting. In the future, though, because it's in the future, remember."
Hearing your voice
That was
do
hilarious.
a story that ridiculous is my
think that-
favorite thing.
I think that story just gave me cancer.
God,
but
I
I-
hate you so much.
I
Barnabas,
love that
I
so
like-
much.
I liked
need
how
to
you
sell
pronounced
an
everything.
audiobook.
He goed. No.
He goed.
Oh.
That dot, I was almost afraid
Yeah.
that you were caught in an infinite loop.
It felt like it.
Here I have my microphone on mute, and I'm just like, that's so funny.
Giggles is here. Giggles is here a little bit early. We still got 5 minutes. What
Hi,
you doing?
friends.
Let's see. We're currently at $5,576.
Whoop, whoop.
Let me go ahead and update this one. Barnabas, you got about 5 minutes left. What would you like to do to fill up the rest of your 5 minutes? You want to take questions?
Apologized for that story. That's what you do for the last 5 minutes. Pray that your mortal soul will actually pass beyond the pearly gates. And beg for his forgiveness.
Murphy, you know full well, after talking to me, and all the times that you've told me to stop talking because of your disgust, that this is quite possibly the least of my sins.
Yeah, you're damn right.
And
We are both going to hell in first class, I can tell you that much.
but sure, why don't we do some questions for another 5 minutes?
Okay. You know how to open up the Q&A on here? Yeah,
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got
Okay.
it.
Everybody watching, if you haven't heard me say this before, to open up the Q&A, you may have to refresh your your video here. But there's going to be a little link that pops up on the front of your video saying, "Would you like to join the conversation?" And it'll bring you over to the Q&A stream, where you're able to ask some questions. Barnabas?
Yeah, how do I actually get to the most recent question?
The way we see it is we see the questions that they vote on the most. So what you're going to go ahead and do is click on select and to answer that question, and then you can click done. That way we don't get them repeating every time that we go to the Q&A.
Whoa, no. Shoot.
Shoot.
I am really sorry to whoever I did that to accidentally click the flag.
Oh, no, you should be fine. You're good. What you can do is delete the question. That's fine.
Shoot.
Yeah, you're fine, but now they're gonna get
Even.
in trouble with YouTube.
No, they're not. No, they're
They're
not. You're
gonna
good.
become your enimes.
They're coming your
Your
And
Yeah, the worst it
So
can do is
silly.
it'll tell me to delete the question, but you're
Okay.
good. You're good.
But I believe the question was what creepypasta we would like to see in a movie. I think, or turned
Oh
into a
yeah,
movie.
I got it right here.
Okay.
Oh,
There it is. Yeah. For all narrators right there, I guess for everybody who's here, which is a lot of us now, if you pick one pasta to make into a movie, what would it be?
No End House.
oh my god.
Let's see.
I actually
that.
Would it be Ghost of Me to say my own?
No. Go ahead.
Supermarket Monster?
I was thinking of my
The
own
supermarket.
No, it's not Supermarket Monster. You jerk.
I'm guessing Sing. Are you going to turn
Yeah,
Sing into
I
a
would say
Yeah.
Sing. That when I wrote it, it really actually was written kind of with the idea of what it would look like as a movie.
That would be really cool, actually.
But other than that, I would almost say any of like the stories like Smile Dog or Binary DNA or anything that had to do with computers or things like that.
Yeah.
I would actually like to see somebody pull that off and do it well.
Faulty Wiring would be a good one, but there's like already a movie kind of similar to that
Yeah.
concept.
I'd like to see one of Murphy's stories turned into a movie.
Yes.
I think that would
Eraditum?
be a
Like which one?
I don't know. Nice Guy would be a pretty interesting.
Oh, that would be good.
The Honeymoon Suite.
Yeah.
Well, not
The honeymoon
the
suite, yes.
No.
Yes.
The one I would love to see is Dogscape.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Movie of
God.
Dogscape.
Speaking of,
Fantastic.
Litterbot
is he
just
in
got
here?
it. Yeah, he just got it.
Yeah.
Lot of litter.
I think we have the seeing as we have 1 minute left, we have the full cast of everybody that's going to be in the next hour
Uh-oh.
already.
Wait a minute, I'm glitching.
Oh no. Giggles
Right.
got the glitch.
Oh, glitch.
Do you want to go ahead and say your piece here, DB?
Yeah, sure. So I have my new album just got approved today to go out on CD. So I'm gonna, and you know what? I feel like giving it out, so I'm gonna go ahead and give out some free copies through some comments. I think MCP's a bit more familiar how this is gonna work. So
Oh, okay. Yeah. Similar to the way that that Muji was giving away some copies of his album, except Muji is giving away copies of his album during his time slot. So during Muji's time slot, when all of y'all need to hang out and listen to him play live, he's going to be giving them away. Anybody who donates at least $5 and leaves the comment, the comment in the donation screen of Muji code. During his time slot, you'll be able to get the first 5 people who do that will get a copy of his album, get emailed over to them. With Dimension Bucket here, how many people do you want to go, DB? You want to say how many?
5,000.
5,000.
I mean, honestly, I'd go 10.
Go 10?
If yeah.
Okay, so the first
people.
10 people who want to donate $5 or more to the the link that you see either on your screen right now, or there's the hyperlink that's in the comments section or in the description. Anybody who donates at least $5, or the first 10 people who donates at least $5 with the comment Dimension Bucket code will be emailed a copy of his album.
Yep, the album's called Skeletons. It is 27 tracks of horror, normal, funny music, spoken word music, a whole bunch of really weird stuff, and it's under CC, so you can use it for your videos.
Oh, nice.
There
I was
you go.
halfway expecting you to release a rap album, honestly, a hip-hop rap album.
My name's the Miniature Bucket. I like to go to beep.
Wow.
Your gangster rap album, okay.
And of course, before we all forget, don't forget to share the live stream for #United.
Of course.
And donate if you can. And before I forget and before I get killed by them, a quick shout out to General and Blue before I get yelled at.
Yes, we wish you were a part of this, but
Yes,
you know
we do.
I'm guessing they
they're
were
very
threatening
good.
you.
Yes, they
They're
were.
very good people.
They are good people.
Blue and
They are
Blue
good
and
people.
Jen are good folks, and they're fun to play the secret world with.
So, folks, about 2 minutes ago, or as of 2 minutes ago, we passed our halfway point. We are 12 hours in.
Woo!
That's
God
a,
almighty, what the hell's wrong with us?
it's a celebration. That is a time for celebration, guys. We are a half hour. We are a half hour time in.
I've already had 5 beers.
Oh Lord!
Beers.
How do you expect to stand 24 hours if you're like 5 beers in?
Yes, you get it right.
Slurring your words. Well,
No.
since we're halfway in, we're waiting on Giggles to get back, but we're doing kind of like a special collaborative treat, something that we haven't really done before for this slot. Yeah. So it's something we're gonna try doing. It's gonna be mostly comedy, cheesy, but it still sticks to our basic theme of horror. But we have something which I realize in the file I gave everybody, the title is wrong. It was a 1930s radio show called The Witch's Tale. If anybody's aware of those.
We'll be
Oh, yeah.
right back. for a
Old
second.
time radio.
We've lost everybody.
I will be right back.
All right, Murphy, you're now Josie. Miss Creepossie, you're now Giggles. Ready, set, go.
Hi everybody! So nice to meet you.
Wow.
Hi, friendly friends.
Wow.
Hi, my friends.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure she's gonna like come in
Wow.
here.
That was hilarious. That was so funny.
Again, Giggles is probably the sweetest person
Yes.
that we
yes.
have ever met. And the fact that we all imitate her to be incredibly flowery, cheery, and happy definitely says something about her character.
Yes.
Certainly. If more people were like her, the world would be a much better place.
Indeed, it would be, Little
In fact, the world is starting to be a little bit better, considering the amount of support that we are getting from this stream. So, once again,
Yes.
thank you, everybody who is actively participating or spreading the word.
Yeah. Everybody who's using the hashtags. And thank you to everybody who shared images of Paranormal Asylum. I thoroughly enjoyed that going through the going through the tag.
Nimrod.
Let's see who we got. We are just waiting on. Look like Giggles is back.
Giggles.
Giggles.
Giggles is mostly back. And we
Giggles?
just need to.
Giggles. Oh, Giggles. Oh, wow, I am really
Uh-oh.
quiet.
She's saying that everything is mute for her.
Yeah, I see her.
Uh-oh.
It's okay. We got a small amount
There's
of
the
technical
difference between
difficulties.
mostly back and all back.
That's just what
Nature of the
happens.
stream.
There's
Yeah.
a difference between mostly dead and all dead. With mostly
Is
dead,
it
it's slightly
mostly
alive.
bad or all bad?
With all dead, there's only one thing you can do: go through the pockets and look for loose change.
What?
Please, please in the comments, I need to know that people know what movie that comes from. If you don't, then I fear for humanity.
Come on,
Please,
Murphy.
he
He
Everybody
will
is
finally
Robocop.
feel his age, which is 100 years
Yeah.
old.
What? I knew that
I'm
reference.
still this many years old.
Everybody's gonna know where that came from, Murphy. We've all seen RoboCop.
Exactly.
Damn right.
That's. I'm actually
Speaking
curious.
of Robo,
Giggles, are you with us again?
Yes, I'm sorry. If I glitch out again, I'm sorry.
If you glitch out again, then Murphy should be able to replace you with his perfect Giggles voice.
Welcome
Oh,
back,
no.
I
Chola.
didn't even notice.
not even as you're going.
Did you guys want to get underway?
I guess.
Roger.
Do we have any choice? No.
Alrighty. Well then, Barney.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. All right.
Exodia, the Forbidden One.
All right.
So before we begin, oh yeah.
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 Before we begin.
Y'all want music for this, or y'all got music covered? You need new anything?
Background music would be cool. Yeah.
Okay. You?
We're-
Okay, we'll roll with that.
We're gonna make our own sound effects.
For yeah, we'll be doing our own sound effects here, but the background music would be cool as well as I got intro music. So Barney.
Okay.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join Old Nancy, Witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat.
103-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 103 years old, Satan.
Meow.
If these folks want to hear another of our pretty little bedtime stories, you just tell them to douse out them lights so we'll have it nice and dark.
Meow.
Good job, Satan. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll be down with us in old Louisiana. It's strange country down there. Ghost country, and outside a little railway depot. There begins our yarn about Graveyard Mansion. Graveyard Mansion.
Meow.
That cat has diabetes.
Good heavens, driver. We're strangers here. Just got off the train. You can't expect us to walk a distance you say is 3 miles this time of night, or rather morning.
We'd be lost among your cane-breaking bayous before we got halfway.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I wouldn't drive you to the old Ted Gross plantation house at night for all the money in New Orleans mint, and neither will anyone else in these parts.
Why not?
What's wrong with the Ted Grass place?
What do y'all want to go out there for?
If it makes any difference to you, we've just inherited the plantation. We're down here to take possession.
Your name's Blanchard, then?
Yeah.
I heard you two brothers were expected. Your lawyers had men from Baton Rouge this past week fixing this house up. They were glad to get away this morning after only spending the daytime in there.
Say, will you please take us... tell us exactly what you're driving at?
Just this. If you gentlemen are wise, you would take the first train back up north and forget the day the Ted Gross place was ever left you. That old house ain't been lived in for nigh 100 years, for good reason. Folks here call it Graveyard Mansion, 'cause it's a house of the living dead.
What?
That's all I know, gentlemen. Now good night.
Hey, come back here!
Wait a minute!
I'll be doggone. He drove off and left us flat.
Didn't even want to stay and talk about that place, Kurt.
Well, now it looks like we've inherited a haunted house.
Our attorney never mentioned such things in his letters.
Well, he's an educated man. You don't think he's gonna go around and write such crazy ideas as that? Come on. You better start walking.
Walk? To the Ted Gross tonight?
Yeah. We haven't any choice. That chap was the only taxi man. There's no hotels in this little village. Let's go back to the depot. We'll get directions from the station master and see if we can buy a lantern.
All right. That chump said our new home was called Graveyard Mansion.
Yeah? 'Cause it's a house of the living dead. Superstitious idiot.
Imagine believing in ghosts in the 20th century.
How can people be so dumb?
There's the marker they told us to look for, Kurt. The house must be just beyond those trees.
I hope it is. Tired, man.
Yeah, so am I. This hike is taking longer than we expected. Must be nearly dawn.
Yeah. Yes, Louisiana is eerie country at night. That ghastly Spanish moss hanging from the trees seemed to writhe like something living.
Those clouds of mist that rise from the bayous take strange shapes. Half-human shapes. Puts one in the mood almost believe in ghosts.
That doesn't make sense even for a ghost story. Oh. Would if you didn't have good sense. I wonder what if these people fear about our new property. That old Creole who sold us the lantern was more insistent than the cab driver that we make no attempt to live in the place without being any more explicit as to the reasons.
He seemed afraid or ashamed to make any real explanation. But, like that other chap, he said it was a house of the living dead.
Now that doesn't make sense even for a ghost story. Oh, This is just a lot of bunk.
Well, if the tales are all bunk, we'll find out soon enough. Look.
We've arrived.
Kinda spooky looking old place at that.
It's different than I pictured it. Sort of French chateau.
Well, our ancestor who built it was married to a French woman. She was probably responsible for its design.
Let's go in.
Wait, Kurt, look there. Those tombstones.
An old burial ground. Maybe that's why they call the house Graveyard Mansion.
That's what I was thinking.
Come on.
Wait a minute. Does it seem to you like there's something moving in the darkness beyond those tombstones? Something white?
Yes? Some of that ghastly mist that rises from the bayou.
I suppose so, but it looked almost like a woman.
Now, let's go inside and get some sleep before we become as goofy as the natives that we've talked to. Hold this lantern while I find the keys the lawyer sent us.
His men didn't fix up the place very well. There's a broken window.
I see. There we are. Black as a coal mine in here.
What was that? Ugh, bats. Oh, this place is full of them.
Wish I could find a lamp. This lantern isn't doing much good.
No, its light doesn't seem to penetrate this darkness at all. It's almost a unnatural darkness.
Yes. It's funny. The ventilation from that open window, it ought to smell sweet in here. There's an earthly odor about the place, like a tomb. Boom.
Whoa, what's that?
The door slammed.
Curtis, down the hallway.
A woman! That laugh.
Well, she's no figure of mist.
Soon find out who that is.
She's disappeared around the corner.
She went through that little door. Help me.
It's stuck.
I got it.
Oh, leads to the cellar. There she goes, down the stairs.
Stop! Who are you?
She doesn't even look around.
After her. Hold up that lantern, Alan.
This bat knocked it from my hands.
We're in the dark.
With her. That laugh again.
Hold on to your nerve. I've got matches.
Well, give me a light for God's sakes.
Here.
Oh, thank God.
The lantern isn't broken.
Light it quick.
I have it. Now we'll see what...
The woman's gone. This cellar's empty.
Where did she go to? This isn't a true cellar. It's just a little vault. No way out save for these stairs.
She couldn't have passed us. It's too narrow.
The vault is bare with no place in which to hide.
Curtis, what's that set up at the wall?
Why, it's a burial crypt.
A burial crypt? A tomb. I swear the woman hid.
Alan, hold on to yourself. Don't let your nerves go like that. Our senses have been fooled. Those stories that we've heard, these ghastly mists we've seen, they've made us imagine things that can't be true. It's true, we haven't seen any woman. There is no woman here to see.
Yeah, but we heard her laugh.
No, we only thought we did. Our imaginations are playing tricks on us, I tell you. Alan!
Alright, look. You must be right.
Of course, I'm right. It's the only explanation.
There's an inscription on that tomb. What does it say?
Oh, I'll see. It reads, "Here lies Antoinette de Mourad, wife of Adrian Blanchard, born 1782, died 1804.
130 years ago? Antoinette Dumarov. She's the woman this mansion was built for.
Yes, I remember her name now.
Come, let's get out of this cellar.
Wait, that's funny.
What?
It's cold as death down here, but the slab is warm. Feel it.
Yeah, it's warm as life.
A rooster crowed, that means it's dawn.
Yeah, let's get out of this cellar so I can see the light of day.
Go ahead, I'll follow. peculiar now. This slab is growing cold. But Alan, I've told you 1,000 times that everything we thought that we saw and heard and felt last night was pure imagination. Well, that's simple common sense.
Oh, I know it is, and I've honestly agreed with you all day, but ever since the sun went down... I realize I'm acting like a baby, Kurt, but this place has got my goat.
You'll soon get over that. Cold shivers ran up and down my spine for hours after we came out of that burial vault this morning, but now that I've had a little sleep, I feel honestly cheerful about our inheritance.
Why? Why do you suppose that single tomb is in the cellar? Well, there's a graveyard outside.
I don't know. Oh, I forgot to show you. Alan, look what I found in the attic.
Ah, a miniature portrait. Wow, what a beautiful woman.
Yeah. Here, look at the back.
Oh, it's engraved. To Adrian from Antoinette.
Mm-hmm. It's Our Lady of the Tomb. Isn't she a knockout?
She must have been lovely.
Our great-great-uncle must have been mad about her. That's probably why she's buried away from the common herd. Poor thing. She was only 22 when she died.
A branch of the family still lives down here. I wonder if we have any female cousins who inherited her good looks.
If we can find one, I bet you'll have no more objections to living in this house. Oh, you and I are going to be crazy about this place. Look out this window. At that neglected lamp that we're going to put in shape. And look at those great trees, that bayou shining in the moonlight.
And then those tombstones in the yard. It's nearly midnight when they say the dead return to life.
If you're going to start that again, I'm going to bed. You should turn yourself in. It's midnight.
Yeah, just midnight. Kurt, did you hear that door?
The wind must have slammed it shut.
It may be the door from that cellar.
Stop that. You're not going to pieces on me again.
Kurt, look out the window. The woman we saw last night.
Oh, good lord. She won't get away from me this time.
Where are you going?
After her.
Wait, don't leave me. Wait, Kurt, don't go near her.
Let me go.
No.
Alan!
She's turning back.
She's coming towards us.
She's something awful from the grave.
I won't believe that. Let me go.
That laugh.
The same we heard last night.
Run, I tell you, run. She's something risen from the dead.
Lord help me, I think you're right. Come on.
Run!
Gentlemen.
Wait. She's calling to us.
There's nothing dead about that voice.
Why do you gentlemen run away from me? Do you think I'm a ghost, perhaps?
Look at her coming here. A healthy-looking flesh and blood girl. She's laughing at us.
Can you blame her? Of all the dumb benighted saps we are.
Yeah, we certainly are, Curtis.
What is it now?
Look at her. She's the image of that miniature you found. The living image of a woman who's been dead 100 years.
Gentlemen, if you permit, I take the liberty to introduce myself.
Wow.
Satan, if these folks come see us next time old Nancy has a birthday, she'll tell us some more about Graveyard Mansion. The House of the Living Dead.
And now, let us join old Nancy, Witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat.
Satan,
Ow.
old Nancy feels so good this evening. She's gonna get right down to business and cheer folks up, spinning the finish of that comforting little yarn we began last time they were here. Douse out those lights so we'll have it dark and cozy. We told of how them two young brothers from up north went down to Louisiana to claim a fine big old mansion they'd inherited, which folks call the House of the Living Dead. But our brothers didn't pay no attention to that kind of talk. Until they got out to the place and saw a ghostly figure that seemed to disappear in a tomb down the cellar, and which was the name of a French woman who had been dead 100 years. Then, next night, they saw what happened to a ghostly figure.
Uh-oh.
We lost our witch. Oh no, what are we gonna do now?
Well, it seems...
Well, I'll just keep on going, 'cause she was my wife for 100 years. And where did she leave off? I don't know. Is it then the next night that's what they saw to be the same ghostly figure out on the grounds, and they were about to run away from it when they seen it was a living, breathing girl. A living girl who was the image of a girl buried in that tomb. This is where we left off. Poke the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep and hear the finish of our yarn about Graveyard Mansion. Graveyard Mansion.
Ow.
Yeah.
The show must go on, I guess.
You two gentlemen acted so afraid when you saw me coming towards you. You must have think I am a ghost.
No words can express my humiliation at how we acted.
We're terribly ashamed, but we heard so many strange tales about our new estate that we didn't think any living person would venture around on these grounds at night.
I come often when the moon is full like this and wander here while others sleep. This place has been so long deserted, I've come to look upon it as my own. But now that you're here, I must not trespass anymore.
Please, don't feel about it that way.
I should say not. Look upon this place as still your own.
Thank you. Perhaps I shall. Now I must say au revoir.
May we see you home?
Thank you very much, but I must go alone.
Before you go, may we know your name?
Oh, I have forgotten. I am Miss Nettie Blanchard.
Blanchard?
Well, that's our name too.
So, we're distant relatives? Oh, good night.
We shall see you again.
Ah, you will see me again.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Isn't she a beauty? An absolute knockout, Kurt. Let me see that miniature again of the lady in the tomb.
Here. The resemblance is startling, isn't it?
The girl who just left here might have sat for this portrait.
Alan, she said her name was Nettie. That's a contraction for Antoinette.
Antoinette? That's the name.
The woman in this portrait.
Coincidence, isn't it?
Yeah. Coincidence. Come on. Let's get to bed. Alan, wake up. Are you gonna sleep all day? Well, it's morning. Time to rise and shine.
I was dreaming.
It must have been a pleasant dream. You didn't want to snap out of it.
I dreamed that girl, the one we met last night, came into this room and kissed me.
Well, that sounds nice. Get up. We've got a lot of work to do.
Right away. Queer. I feel as weak as a kitten.
You don't look so good.
I have a funny pain.
Where?
Here, on my throat.
Now, there's a little mark there, as though you've been bitten.
Funny. That's where I dreamed she kissed me.
The house is just beyond that next turn on the road. Take a left.
I know the way. You said it had just been a week since the onset of your brother's illness?
Yes. I didn't think someone could waste away so suddenly, Doctor. He looks as though every drop of blood has been drained from his body.
You should have come to me sooner.
I wanted to, but he and Miss Blanchard insisted that there was nothing really the matter with him.
Who is Miss Blanchard? A relative, of course.
A very distant one. We only met her since we came down here. She's with my brother now. When he recovers, they're to be married.
They became engaged on very short acquaintance.
Yes. Oh, there's the house up ahead.
I know. I know Graveyard Mansion very well. This strange mark on your brother's throat, you say it has become more inflamed each day?
Yeah. It's as though the fangs of some beast had entered there. The house was full of bats when we arrived, Doctor. I've heard of vampire bats. Do you suppose...
No. I do not believe your brother is the victim of a vampire bat. Here we are.
There's Miss Blanchard at the door. Nettie, is Alan all right? I brought the doctor.
The doctor comes too late.
What? What do you mean? Not Alan.
Your brother is dead.
No.
Graveyard Mansion. Graveyard Mansion.
Oh.
Come away from that window, son. There is no way for us to bring your brother back.
Oh. He's buried in that graveyard now. Doctor, what killed him? What made that mark upon his throat? What drained the blood from his body?
As yet it was nothing recognized by natural science, but science refuses to recognize many things it should endeavor to know and explain. But never mind that now. Your brother's fiancée was not at the funeral this afternoon.
Because she couldn't bear to see him lying in his coffin. You heard her say that last night.
Oh, I heard her excuse. You never see this girl except at night.
I know, but the reason is that...
I have also heard her excuse for that. I thought I knew, by sight, every soul in these parts, yet I've never seen that girl till the night you brought me here.
You don't mean to imply that she had something to do with Alan's death?
I imply nothing.
Look, it's midnight. Time for Miss Blanchard's
promised call. I am most anxious to improve our acquaintance.
I see her coming beyond these gravestones. Isn't she beautiful?
I love that woman.
Doctor?
You love her as your brother did.
Oh, yes. While Alan lived, I denied it even to myself, but Doctor, it's as though she cast a spell upon me. She's so beautiful.
And so like the miniature you showed me of a woman dead 100 years.
Why do you torture me with these frightful questions, these frightful doubts? Why is she so like a woman dead 100 years ago? Why does she only appear at midnight? Why won't she tell me where she lives? Why?
Go and meet her. She's almost at the door. We may find an answer to our questions at the dawn.
I never see such a superstitious man of medicine, Dr. Brockford. The way you talk, you almost have me believing in ghosts.
I believe in ghosts, Mademoiselle Blanchard. In ghosts and vampires.
Vampires, Doctor?
Oh, such talk is foolish. No people now accept such things.
The thought is too fearful for men's mind to dwell upon, perhaps. Have you heard what vampires are, Mademoiselle Blanchard?
Some other time, you tell me. I must be going now.
Mademoiselle, you will find the answer very interesting. Vampires are those evil spirits sometimes called the dead alive. It is said they arise from their grave at midnight, clothed in human flesh, controlled by blood drained by living bodies.
Very interesting, but I must be going.
But you haven't heard yet all. At midnight the vampire can rise, Mademoiselle, but it must return to its grave at dawn.
Yes, but I must be leaving now.
Of course. It is very late, or rather, early, and dawn is near.
Doctor, what are you driving at?
I believe in vampires, my boy, and dangers of the darkness. Since Miss Blanchard will not permit you or me to see her home, I suggest you wait for daylight to come, for her protection.
You keep me here with that talk. I must be home.
But a few minutes should make a very difference, and dawn is nearly here.
Move. Let me pass.
You are as anxious to reach your home as the vampire is to reach its tomb.
Doctor!
You are insulting.
No, I am accusing.
Dr. Burchard!
Accusing the fiend who killed your brother. Accusing the evil soul of Graveyard Mansion.
Stand from that door and let me pass.
No.
Let me pass, I say.
No, the dawn is coming light. The rays of light rob the fiend of the power that darkness lends them. Look, the first streaks of dawn shine in the sky.
Let me pass.
Doctor, you are mad. Stand aside and let her go.
No. If she is a normal woman, and not the vile and dead, let her remain in this room 1 minute more.
Cannot, I'm late. Late.
Doctor, she's turned around and ran the other way.
Follow her.
She's going into the cellar.
I knew she would. Quick, and you will see the truth.
No!
Dawn. She has gone home.
I don't believe.
You shall have proof.
What are you going to do?
Open the tomb of Antoinette, who has been dead 100 years.
This is sacrilege. We have no right to violate a tomb of the dead.
The vampire deserves no mercy from either God or man.
Such things as vampires can't exist.
Well, I am finished my labor. Help me lift this lid and you will see.
I must have proof. Antoinette Blanchard has been dead 100 years. We shall find nothing but dust.
Help me lift the lid.
The girl I love can't be in that coffin.
Help me lift the lid.
I will.
Regard, there is your proof.
Antoinette.
Yes. Tonight, as she was 100 years ago the same, preserved in evil life from the blood of your brother and many others, so has this house gained its name of Graveyard Mansion. But there is a way to end the vampire. This sharpened wooden stake above her undead heart I place, and drive it home.
She screamed. Her body is crumbling to dust before my eyes.
The vampire is no more. The living dead is dead forever.
She's gone. She and my brother, all that I loved.
But the world has lost a scourge, and now Graveyard Mansion is nothing but a name.
That's all, folks. Soulful string music, it says in the script.
Giggles?
Giggles.
Did we lose her?
Did we lose her again? I got it, okay. Well, that's the end of that one, Satan. You folks come and see old Nancy next time she has a birthday.
Meow.
And that is the witch's tale.
Wow.
Everybody who's still stuck around with us, that whole thing, thank you for your endurance.
Everyone is gone.
Does that include the people that were a part of it?
Yeah, everybody. Yeah.
How many? Seriously, how many did we lose? Well, we're still over. We're still
over 1,000.
We're close to 1,200, so it's not. It wasn't too bad.
I thought it was beautiful.
That was a beautiful one. That actually, we did that one a lot faster than I anticipated we would. That should have been 2 20-minute episodes. Actually, we managed to do that in about 30 minutes. That was impressive. I'm gonna go ahead and open up. Let's go ahead and take a look at the totals that we got. Everybody who stuck around, we appreciate that amount of that vote of support you've given us there.
It's a bit of comic relief, you know?
I know mid Witch's Tale I updated us, so we're at $5,780 right now. Everyone who's donating, we greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and take a look to see. I'm going to pull aside. Everybody's going to be getting a free copy of Dimension Bucket's album here.
It's gonna be 0.5.
0.5 people.
0.5 people.
You
Wait a minute.
don't give yourself enough credit.
Wait, 0.5 people.
It's not
half a
0.5.
person.
You're worth half a person.
Half a person has decided, I want a free album.
Well, I can tell you this. If anybody does want to have that free album, we're still going with the first 10 people to put down Dimension Bucket code in the comments and donate at least $5. You get something out of your donation this time. So.
And if you put down Murphy code, then I will come to your house and tell you why did you put down Murphy code.
Please don't put down Murphy code.
Don't put.
You sent me an email.
Don't put down Murphy code.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead. Since we got a good number of folks in here, let's see if we can get some nice collaborative kind of Q&A things where all of us can answer them all at once.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Let's give that a shot.
Alright.
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and pull open the questions that we got here. Everybody who's watching, if you haven't caught it before, which I'm pretty sure most of you have, if you want to send us a question in the Q&A, you may have to refresh your video screen, but a little link's going to pop up on the video that says, would you like to join the conversation? Click on that link, it'll bring you over to the Q&A app, and you're able to submit questions to us and vote on other questions to see the ones you want to see us answer the most.
Yeah.
So folks, question, actually a really fun question here. If you could be any creepypasta character, who would you be? Want to go down the line? Just start with Barney and then...
That's a tricky
Me?
one.
Why me?
Because you're at the end of the line for me.
All right, fine. Myself.
That's so not fair.
Okay, fine. Probably Ben, because I like video games.
Guys, I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
It's
It's
alright.
okay. It's technical difficulties. We still love you.
It happens.
I'm
For
sure
now.
everybody loved to hear you as the witch when we got to hear you.
So you have to answer all your questions as the witch's voice, since nobody, since we only got half of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Quick, as long as it is staying strong.
Dimension Bucket, if you could be a creepypasta character, who would you want to be?
This is tricky. Does anyone know of any clown monsters?
Laughing Jack.
Bubby.
Bubby,
Bubby the clown.
Mr. Stubbs.
Scooter the clown.
Actually, you know what? I'd probably like to do Mr. Widemouth. Actually, that would
Mr.
be really
Widemouth.
fun. It'd be really easy to kick out a window, but yeah.
Josie.
Smile dog.
Oh.
Because you're a happy person.
Because I'm a happy person. Exactly.
You're not in Skype calls with her ever, are you people?
Winterbot, how about you?
Me. Are there any robotic creepypasta characters?
Antran?
Yeah.
Antran?
Antrim.
Okay.
Ant-
I was about to say, you could be something for Dogscape.
Oh. Please, no.
I haven't heard of Antran. What's Antran from?
Yeah, what is Antran?
Yeah, Antran is I actually did this video a while back. It's a guy finds this android that's in the dump, and then he brings it home, and he repairs it with his son, and it becomes like almost like a second kid. And then the robot goes nuts and kidnaps his kid and never sees him again.
Oh, wow.
Oh, crap.
Well,
Yeah.
I
That sounds
certainly
like-
need to do that story at one point or another.
Yes, you do.
I am doing a disservice to myself by now.
It's pretty creepy.
That
Roger
sounds
that.
like it.
All right,
Hey,
well, that's
while
me.
I'm here, just in case, I just wanted to thank you guys for having me, and thanks guys for watching before my internet cuts out.
Oh, no.
Of
For,
course.
for everybody that's here, thank you for joining me in the midnight slot here, the midnight hour.
The night crew.
Night cassette.
Midnight craziness.
The night
Giggles.
crew.
before you drop, if you could be any creepypasta character, who do you want to be? No, she's
We
gone.
lost her.
Oh no!
We were too late.
Murphy, it looks like you'll have to answer the question for her.
Murphy, if you were Giggles and you could be any creepypasta character, who would you want to be?
I would be Laughing Jack. No. Giggles would be Sally.
This is incredibly meta.
I could see that. How about you, Murph? Who do you want to be?
Who would I be? Well, I mean,
Jacob
there's gonna be,
Emery.
of course, everyone's gonna say Jacob Emery. But I don't need I don't need to be Jacob Emery.
Redditum.
Yes, Redditum. Who would I be? I would be Kirby Phillips.
Kirby Phillips.
Oh yeah,
The nice guy.
guy.
The nice guy.
How can you forget a name like that?
I don't know how I could
Kirby.
forget that name. That was awesome.
Yeah. Well, no. I'm just saying that just to drop another hint to.
dropping.
Yeah. Oh God, who would I be? Management from No End House. I would be
That's
management.
Good, actually.
I would be management.
That's fun.
Yeah, I like that.
I think you guys all know what my answer is going to be, though.
The Blue Man.
Yeah, the Blue Man.
Well, in
Might
the
be anyone, I
words
wanna be
of
the
Wreck-It
Blue Man.
Ralph, there's no one I'd rather be but me.
In the immortal words of Wreck-It Ralph, I'm gonna wreck it.
The Blue Man. I was gonna say Jeff the Killer, but yeah, the Blue Man, dude. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
We got the most voted on one. Let's see. Let's find the nice one we could do.
There's people actually typing in Murphy code.
Are you serious?
Why?
They want you to show up at their house.
Oh, here's
They
something.
want you to show up at your house, I guess.
Well, I am
I
dead
don't know
serious.
why, but-
There is a buttload of.
Oh my
there's a-
god.
Yeah, you look at the
Oh
comments.
my
There's a
God,
Murphy code,
why?
Murphy code, and
Hashtag
that
Murphy
was
code.
that's a joke.
Welcome to the
That
internet.
was a joke.
He's not really gonna go to your house and eat your food.
No, I'm gonna drink your beer.
He's gonna
And
drink
eat all
beer,
your
but he's not
eat all
gonna
your
eat
fried
all
cheese
food.
curds.
That's see, I live in Wisconsin, but I hate cheese curds. I just.
For a second, I was afraid you were
What
gonna
about
say,
just
"I hate
cheese in general?
Oh well, cheese is good because I got the Wisconsin goiter going on.
Goita.
Yeah, it's beer and
Goiter.
cheese and yeah, you betcha, right there. Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
you betcha. It's beer, cheese, and
betcha.
bratwurst, right? Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh man. Okay. Here's actually a good one. If you guys are actually able to recall, and we're gonna go in the same order as before. So Barney, what was the first creepypasta that you ever read? And when I say creepypasta, I'm referring to internet horror.
Oh.
I know. You can't be like the first one I ever read was H.P. Lovecraft.
The first one I ever actually sat down and read was, and I'm assuming that you mean read for fun, not for narrating. But
Right,
the first
yeah.
one I actually read was Russian Sleep Experiment.
That was so fun to do.
Yeah, and then it was this guy's fault over here, the jerk with the blue face.
Litterbot, how could you?
Yeah.
God, what about
I'm sorry.
the horrible?
No, the whole reason why I went through is because I wanted to see how often he made mistakes. That was the whole reason why I went through it.
Oh my god.
Wow. The dream.
The dream is crushed, is what it is.
Oh my god, it is crushed like a little baby.
Dimension bucket. How about you, sir?
Well, now I'm not sure if this counts. I heard creepypasta before I read it. Actually, wait. Actually, I'm not sure if this counts either. The first thing I ever read was an SCP. I don't know if that counts.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll
so
say that counts.
that would be the Coffee Machine SCP. That was the first thing I ever read.
Is that different from the vending machine?
No, the coffee machine is the coffee. It's like the thing with the keypad, and whatever you type in, it gives you.
That's the vending
12
machine.
ounces.
That's my favorite.
No, the coffee machine.
No, the vending machine.
No, I swear, it's the coffee.
vending machine had a keypad
girls,
too.
you are both beautiful.
Girls! Notice the sunspot.
Someone can check
Thank you,
this.
Mrs. Garrett.
SCP-294. I'm pretty sure that's the one. It's coffee.
Everybody in the thing is gonna. It is SCP-294 is a standard coffee machine.
Yep, that's it. That's the one that I like.
Oh yeah, alright, that's the one I was talking about. Alright, fine. It looks like a vending machine. Don't get me wrong.
It looks like a vending machine. I'll give you that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, good. I'm gonna
Josie.
keep this open so I can do this.
Josie, what was the first one you did?
Not gonna lie, I have to say I read Jeff the Killer, and
That was
I'm
your-
like this. This was the first one I read because I'm like, this can't be legit. I hope it's not legit. I seriously thought it was like legit. Like the first time I read it, I was like, is this legit? No.
Diabetes.
Oh my God, it's
Giggles is
Grandma.
back. Grandma's is back.
Okay,
Get her,
hopefully I can
ask her
stay
now
here.
before she
Okay.
dies.
Yeah.
Hopefully
Giggles.
I can stay here for the next 12 minutes, yes.
Before you cut out again, what was the
Yeah.
very first creepypasta you ever read? Not recorded, but that you read.
First one I ever read, probably something about Slenderman. Oh, actually, the first one that I know was a creepypasta that I read was Doors, and it was on Funny Junk.
On Funny Junk, you read
Yeah.
Doors on Funny Junk.
Yes, I did.
That wasn't
That's, I
really a
just-
funny story though.
Well,
And she's gone.
Yeah, we're gone.
rip. That's a new all-time low.
R.I.P.
Well, speaking about Doors, that was a good one.
Yeah, it was.
Litterbot, what about you? Were you another SCP buddy? That was the first thing you did?
I didn't get into SCPs until I was already fairly acclimated with the whole pasta thing, but the first story I ever read myself was probably the Sesame Street serial killer. Definitely.
What?
No, I'm kidding, obviously, but
I was gonna
no,
say,
I
what?
first found
I
out
didn't
about
even
creepy.
die that time.
It's okay, but the first thing I read, actually cannot recall. I usually mistake it for my favorite, which is the Russian Sleep Experiment. But to be honest, I can't quite recall what it was. All I remember is that I looked up creepypasta on like Know Your Meme or whatever, and the first thing that popped up there was like the smile dog face and then some random story. So that was probably it.
Oh.
Murph?
Really?
Do you recall way back when? In the...
Way back in the early 40s, that
In
would be the
1962.
that would
the
be
internet was
this
first invented.
that would be the 1740s.
The only internet you had was a rock and
The only internet that I had was Og, who used to. Our internet was Og, and what he would do is he would chisel a naked woman on the cave wall.
Hey, you got
And then we would post our comments. Good grug. Must snoo. Yeah. Let's see. My first, the creepypasta. The first one that I ever heard, I listened to was Witness. The first one that I read, and this is gonna just like, no, you did not. Yes, I did. I didn't really get to reading any kind of creepypasta until I found this one site called theholders.org. And I read all 538 as nighttime reading. And so technically the Holders were the first one that I read.
That's a hell of a long story to read.
Well, well, it took me a couple months, because this is how fast I read. The quick
Oh god.
brown fox jumped over the lazy
If you don't hurry
Doge.
up, I'm gonna end up as old as you.
Doge. The lazy Doge. Dog. Sorry. There. Yeah, I am not the fastest reader.
That might be so, but I mean, you do love pickles.
I do
Oh
love
my
pickles.
I
god.
love him some pickles. You can
You
see
love
the
some pickles.
first one I ever read, I want to say, was actually Mr. Widemouth, and that was when I first started reading creepypasta.com when I worked at AT&T. That was the my favorite story because of I guess it's my favorite one because it's the first one I ever touched, the first one I ever read. But then things
Nightmare
change. as
Forever.
you keep going.
The
Seriously.
nightmare. The dream.
That's the dream. We're coming up on 7 minutes left. Let me go ahead and check on the person who's next in line.
Is next in
Oh,
line.
Mr. Doom.
Hey, you can't go saying stuff like that out loud. It needs to be a surprise.
Apparently,
Doesn't it say that?
No, I mean
It's on the
Dr.
thing.
Doom.
Dr. Doom.
It's
Yeah.
not in the thing though. It says he's on deck.
apparently,
Oh.
Goose McDuck has a very harmful words, and I must feel that I do have to address this. Goose McDuck 16 seconds ago says, "You're not gonna come even after I said Murphy code?" I feel lied to. And I think this is something that we need to address as that I don't care.
I thought this was going to be terrible.
Be nice.
This is why we can't have nice things.
No, this is just why we can't have Murphy in a live stream.
No.
Murphy, listen. You are a valued member of the night crew.
Murphy, I can't be an old lady without you in the same call.
Yeah, well, hey, I had to take over for your witch's voice.
I know, I watched it on the other computer.
Do you have a computer? You don't have a computer. You have an abacus.
Oh, that's a husk of corn.
Oh, Grandma.
What is it?
Grandpa.
What is it, Ashlyn?
For
My
everybody
name's
who's
not
currently
Ashlyn.
watching or listening, assuming that you didn't just leave your computer on and fall asleep, what you're currently hearing is what we hear just about every day whenever Giggles and Murphy happen to be in the same area at the same time.
What are you talking about, you young whippersnapper? I'll get crack you in the skull with my walking stick.
Which I'm actually really glad everybody gets the chance to hear because you can hear we're all actually pretty good buddies and they're crazy.
Blue guy, blue man, Harold, there's a blue man in the house.
I know
Grandma,
exactly
you
why
need
you're
to-
blue. You don't have enough fiber in your diet.
And
Grandma,
we're off
This
topic.
is the way
Oh my
the world
God.
ends.
Someone call the home.
Oh my god.
Ladies and
Everyone-
gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen,
Everyone all at once. Oh my lord.
we are at
Everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at $5,830 right now.
Oh,
That means
hallelujah.
that in 12 hours, or I guess technically at this point it's 13 hours, we've been streaming. We've earned $3,000. There's been $3,000 donated by everybody who's been listening in to us telling stories and playing music. And that
Making
is
fools of ourselves.
making fools of ourselves. That is absolutely fantastic, and we owe you all so much for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much. Good night.
Everyone, thank you.
Because I might cut out any second.
And I'm pretty sure that the victim thanks you as well.
Oh,
As
yes.
well as those who have been victims of violent crime.
And just as a reminder to go off of what Barnabas says there, every dollar that you see here showing up on the numbers is going to be going to the victim. And also we're going to be making a donation to Safe Horizon. If you want to find out more, you can go to safehorizon.org. It is a organization dedicated to aiding in the recovery of victims of violent crimes. If anybody is interested in donating, you got the link that's showing up right on your screen. Also, there's a hyperlink in the comments, and there should be a link as well. You'll have to copy and paste from the description of this the live stream that you're currently viewing. We have 3 minutes left. What do you guys think we can do in 3 minutes? Because we obviously can't answer the question.
By the way, MCP, I'm assuming we're cutting off the the new album thing after this.
Oh yeah, the new album. Yeah, if you want to get a copy of Dimension Bucket's album, let me
You better
actually
hurry up, yo.
Yeah, you need to hurry up. Let me check real quick if I've gotten any other ones sweet.
And if you want Murphy to burn all of your laundry, type in Murphy code right now.
Yeah. Please don't type in Murphy code. If you make a donation of $5 or more and you put that comment when you make the donation in the comment box, not in the comments on YouTube, in the comment box when you make the donation, that way I have your email address. Then you'll be eligible for the next 2 minutes. Do it quick.
2 minutes. Yeah.
For $5 or more donation, and add Dimension Bucket code into the comment box in the donation link, through that donation link there. In the next 2 minutes, you'll get a copy of Dimension Bucket's new album, Skeletons, which I kind of want to get a copy of, so I'm going to go
Yeah, I'm going to get a copy of that too, and it's going to be really good.
Yeah.
Yep.
I wonder if they now MCP, you'd know this because you've probably you've done enough live streams. Now it says that there's 1,153 people watching now.
Uh-huh.
Does it actually track how many different people have watched the entire stream? Like, if we could go into the analytics of set one, could we would it actually say this many people actually watched it, this many different people actually watched it? Okay.
No. The only thing we'll be able to do is if they come back around and watch it at a later time, then we'll be able to keep track of that one. But unfortunately, as it is, you don't see how many different people. We just see how many people are in here at the time.
Okay.
Which at the moment,
We got a problem.
we do.
Oh, no.
There's a slew of people that want me to burn their laundry.
Oh my god!
How many folks?
What is wrong with you people? Come on. Don't you just want to still wear those Z Cavaricis? Come on.
If you'd actually do
wow.
want to have him burn your laundry, though, see the hashtag that's currently showing up on your screen, hashtag uNIGHTed. Go ahead and tweet that. Put it on Tumblr. Let's see how many people actually do. Individual people actually
Let's get
do.
hashtag United
wanna
trending.
see. Yeah.
Oh my god, are you kidding me?
We want to get it trending on Twitter if we can. So we want everybody using that hashtag United as often as they can. Just let us know what you think of the stream, who your favorite narrator was, what your favorite story was. Hopefully that answer is going to be The Witch's Tale, although I don't see that happening. But we've ran on for as long as we can, so Night Crew, thank you so much for joining me for the midnight hour. And we are going to be moving on to the next gentleman here. The Right Hand of Doom.
Thank you, everyone. Here's the right hand of Doom. Who are you? I'm the right hand of Doom. What do you mean?
Well, you see, it was going to be a problem there. Because obviously, I'm Christopher Walken.
No, this is not how it works. Anyways, let's begin.
Yes, I'm
Please
the right
read
hand.
one like that.
In case nobody could tell, it looks like Right Hand of Doom and Dimension Bucket are pretty good buddies.
We are, yes.
We have done a few things, such as the Dimension
Oh.
Bucket podcast.
Okay, I'm glad you
Okay,
elaborated.
you took that completely different.
No, hey, I mean, if you left that completely silent, that just would have been awkward.
I should have left it silent. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this evening. Again, my name, as you've obviously already heard, is the Right Hand of Doom. My YouTube channel you can find at www.youtube.com/users/holder of doom. I'm a purveyor of mostly the Holder series. I just want to catch everyone up right now who may be joining us just now. We are currently at $5,830 on the live stream, and I know we can all do more. So keep sending in your funds and keep showing your support to everyone on this live stream. Now, please keep in mind that, of course, those funds are going to the victim's family in the stabbing in Wisconsin, and is also going to aid victims of abuse and violence using Safe Horizon. So please give generously. Now, our first story of the evening with me is one that I wrote myself. I've had my good friend Dimension Bucket look through it and help edit with it. So I hope you all enjoyed very much. Turn down the lights, relax, and we'll begin. In the quintessential center of culinary delights that is Louisiana, you'll find a shop near Baton Rouge that goes by the name of Hopkins' Delicatessen. The shopkeep has been in business since 1903. At least, that's what the sign says. Truth is, that shop and the butcher who runs it have only been around since 1978. Yet the butcher knew that to get the crowd to come in, you had to fool them into thinking it was a classier establishment than it truly was. Jacob Hopkins was well known for his delicious cuts of meat. He was able to fund himself from just a few sausage links a week. Now, with his business booming and never seeming to run out of steam, Jacob had found that he could sell the most exotic of meats. From ostrich to gator to the free-range chicken, Hopkins sold it all. Yet there was a particular market for which Mr. Hopkins kept under the table, almost quite literally. You see, in 1978, it was much easier to get away with killing a drifter, as no one went looking for them. This was something that Mr. Hopkins found out rather early in his life. At the ripe age of 24, when his butcher shop was barely even a whisper of a thought in his mind. Young Jacob had been doing a lot of cheap labor, as it was difficult in those days for a black man to run a business that wasn't less than savory. Yet he always had a dream of running a kitchen, a restaurant, anything that would keep him near the finest of flavors the world of cuisine had to offer him. It was late November, while he passed a dark alleyway, on his way to one of his many odd jobs. He was unassuming, wearing somewhat tattered work clothes, but doing his best to scrape by. His shoes had holes, his shirt was stained, and his hat was positively falling apart. This never discouraged him from dreaming about that fancy restaurant of his, but only served to make it bigger. In America, anything was possible for a young black man, something he was about to find out. Being in Louisiana helped cultivate his sense of taste, with the blends of flavor, the scents, and the spices. Jacob Hopkins' mind was on food when a man whispered to him in the shadows underneath the Louisiana lights. The man's face was obscured by a baseball cap. He didn't speak, only gestured for Jacob to follow him. The man, as far as Jacob could tell, was white, and he didn't want any trouble. But curious, he followed the man. The man led Jacob deeper into the alleyway, where he stopped and said, "Hey, how would you like to make a good deal of cash fast?" Jacob, never being one to miss an opportunity to work, was even more curious now. What would he be doing? Would he have to smuggle in drugs like the movies? Would he have to rough someone up? Would he have to escort someone? Jacob had done 2 of these things in his life, and much more, in order to make some quick cash. He wasn't necessarily proud of it, nor was he feeling particularly guilty about it either. He was just a man who was simply strapped for cash. The man continued. "My name is Isaiah Montgomery, and I have a business proposition. I need something taken care of, and you look like the kind of man who can get things done. Can I rely on you to dispose of something for me?" "Like what?" was the reply. "Like a dead man's body. It needs to be done in a particular fashion. It's to send a message, and we need someone to make the preparations. Jacob paused for a moment, unsure of what to say next. The man held out a large stack of bills, seeming to range from hundreds to 20s. It was more cash than Jacob had ever seen in his whole life working odd jobs. It looked enough to start a business for himself, even his very own restaurant. "Payment up front if you agree," continued the capped man, looking rather nonchalant holding that amount of cash. "If you don't say yes, there'll be plenty of other mooks out there who would gladly take the cash job. I've already had 6 helpfuls and 6 naysayers. But you look like a smart kid. You think you can handle this job, bud?" Jacob could only see the future and the fat stack of cash. And without knowing what else to say, he took the man's money and shook his hand. "How need it be done, sir?" asked Jacob with a grin. "You know the thing about cutting the meat?" The man eyed him thoughtfully, waiting for a response. "Oh, I don't know much other than what my mama taught me about butchering a pig, but I'm a quick learner." Jacob held up his head, nodding to the man, showing his newfound confidence in the plan, never even thinking about the moral implications. Hey, that's a good answer, kid. I like that. Follow me. Your future awaits. Oh, and one other thing. Welcome to the family business. Time ticked faster than ever before. See, the Montgomery family was originally based in Louisiana, as he later learned that night, as morticians. They developed a way of smuggling drugs and other stuff in the coffins. However, every once in a blue moon, someone would need to disappear. This was easy for the family. They owned their own personal graveyard. Yet there was the occasion when an offense was so large it required retribution. Jacob had been spotted some time ago, as Isaiah explained, when he had been working on a soup kitchen. They saw the way he worked the food and decided he was the guy to seek out. A man with little means and big dreams. It was easy picking for their lines of work, and it paid off in many more ways than one. Isaiah brought Jacob to a nearby storage house, which smelled rank. But Isaiah explained, since they had found a base of operations inside a slaughterhouse, the smell of blood would mask the smell of any dead bodies. It was a brilliant plan at the time, and it was by all means a delicate process. You know, this is the first time we ever needed someone like you to help us. See this man? Isaiah gestured to a man who was strung up by a meat hook, upside down, clothes missing, cut, his throat slit. He thought he could come off in the boss, Papa Monte as we call him. Turns out this guy been trying to get an operation, working the police. And Papa Monte found out, they ordered us a big feast in honor of their hard work and determination. So we want you to serve up something good for Papa Muddy to serve his guest. The smell of blood and flesh was not unfamiliar to Jacob. But by all means, he should have been retching from the sight of a man naked upside down like a slaughtered pig. Yet something else stirred inside of him instead. Something deep and dark inside of him which made him bypass that primal urge to run. It was an urge he could not seem to satisfy in his life, something he could never explain. But it was opportunity, plain and simple. Jacob wanted the opportunity to show his worth through cooking, so he could live his passion and make a great name for himself. The American dream. Here he was, living it. Oh, I've got the right idea to do for it, too. It's gonna be so good, even you'll want to taste it when I smell that heavenly aroma rising from that pot, Mr. Montgomery. Laughed Jacob, never taking his eyes off the naked man's body, looking for the best cuts of meat. That's what I like to hear, kid. Someone who not only does his work well, but with a gusto befitting a master. Now, when you get to them bones, we may run into an issue. The voice came from behind Jacob. It belonged to a somewhat older man in his mid-50s. He had a clean-shaven face, full set of dark hair, and piercing blue eyes. Standing before Jacob was Papa Montgomery. "Papa, how you doing, sir?" asked Isaiah politely. "I'm doing well. Better now that you found us such a fine, perfect man for this job. I'm proud of you, Isaiah. You've proven time and again that you are a valued asset to our team, and you will be rewarded greatly for your contributions, of that I can guarantee. The same will go for you, Mr. Hopkins, if you show me that you got what it takes." The older man held out his hand to Jacob and shook his hand in a tight, vice-like grip. "Oh, nice to meet you, Mr. Montgomery." Jacob smiled naturally, simply awestruck by the opportunity to lay his hands on the body and get to work. "Please, call me Papa Monte. Everybody does." "Well, Papa Monte, you don't have to worry yourself none about them bones. I've got an idea for a broth that will flavor the meat so well you'll be asking for more. I'm thinking about making a sausage out of this fella and making a flaming pot of gumbo you'll all deserve. Just need the key ingredient, that's all." Jacob was practically bouncing on his feet, looking with bright eyes. "And what, pray tell, is the key ingredient?" Papa asked, smiling now. Jacob's enthusiasm was infectious, it seemed. "Why, a big old part of Louisiana love." Jacob roared, laughing. After showing Jacob the basics, he took off on his own, making the most delicious cuts of meat in all of Louisiana. And for 35 years, he's been making the same cuts with the same amount of gusto as when he first started. His flavors are always getting better, and his cuts always the same. Everything in the butcher shop is perfect. He still works with those morticians, by the way, and they use him much more often, supplying him with far more than ostrich and buffalo. The police will never know. The ones who investigate disappear, oddly, never to be heard from again. Yet, Hopkins' delicatessen always catered at their funerals, as if to remind them who was really in charge. So when you go out, be sure to try the gumbo and jambalaya. Their kick is the best you'll ever taste. Just be sure that when you go there, you go with a family or a friend. Because if you go in alone, there'll be no telling what you come back out as.
There you have it.
That was. I actually, I never knew how good of a voice actor you are. Like, I guess I always that's not meant to be like an insult. That I mean that like I never realized, because when you delivered that story, you have so many amazing different voices for each one of your characters, and I never realized you were like a fantastic voice actor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That is Oh wow, I don't know what to say to that.
Best not start that again.
No, please do.
But to try to break up the monotony a bit, let's see here. I've got another story for you folks. Another one that, of course, I wrote. So this one is called The Object of Greatest Madness. Don't give it away too early, Bucket. There are few things in the world that can cause the severity of madness that this item can cause. Most of those items are either on the SCP list or the holder's list of terrible things. Yet this item remains something more of a mystery, as it is neither. The item in question is something you don't have to go on some long quest for, nor is it being contained by some secret government organization. No, this item flies under the radar for the simple fact that it finds you. It finds you whilst you're alone, ruminating on the hardships and troubles in your life. It seems like a godsend when you come upon it, as you would be able to pay off all your debts, reach stardom, and have fame beyond your wildest imagination. However, you should not be fooled, for no man can tame the item at a whim. It will appear to be a normal frog that will sit still and croak. Yet the moment you turn your eyes from it, it will spring up with a pull out a top hat and cane and will commence singing and dancing. The singing is near magical, the most wondrous sound you've ever heard. Your thoughts will turn to the aforementioned wealth and fame. Yet the moment you present the frog to another person, it will immediately cease and continue to croak. This will go on for what will seem like an eternity. A game of trying to catch the frog will ensue. But eventually, in your desperation, you will try to pass off the item to another. However, it will always come back, and you will be haunted by the croaking song. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yes. It's a favorite around the campfire.
That's a favorite around.
It scares all the children straight.
You wrote that one, huh?
I did.
Oh man. Okay.
In all of like 5 minutes.
One day Doom's like, I'm gonna troll pasta.
Wow.
Yep.
You have fun with that. I'm gonna go hide.
There's a certain amount of impressiveness for anyone who's able to write a troll pasta, though. Seriously.
There is.
And then a skeleton popped out.
But then who was phone?
I was phone, man.
The world makes less sense now.
It's supposed to.
So yes, currently we are at. Have we jumped up yet? Oh, we have. We're at 5,885. Ladies and gentlemen, that is excellent news.
Yeah. We've gone up. No.
Almost to $6,000.
We're getting close. Hopefully we'll be able to do that one. We'll be able to hit $6,000 by the end of Doom? I don't know if that's hopeful.
It would be nice.
It'd be nice.
It'd be nice to hit $6,000 by the end of Doom.
That
which
would be
is 40 minutes away, people. So let's see if we can make that
plenty
happen.
of time. We got plenty of time, ladies and gentlemen. You can all make it happen. Remember something. Remember, the reason we're doing this, because every dollar you give, no matter how big or small the amount you give, every dollar is meaningful.
It's true.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and continue on here with one of my personal favorites, written by an amazing author, Nightshade. The name of the story is The Color White. It is my favorite color, but to know why I like it so, you must fully understand white. It is the color of none, and the eradicator of all. It retains its innocence, and yet it can be the harbinger of atrocity, the holding cell of all that is wrong in this world. Dentists' offices are white, doctors' offices are white, some kind of special jails are white, laboratories are white. By now, you may be thinking, if all these are so terrible, why are these places white? Don't they do good for humanity? Well, friend, and may I call you friend? There are many answers to that question. And although you can probably already guess what I'm about to say, your mind does not want you to. So I shall tell you. Accidents, low surgery success odds, shady discount surgeons, practitioners that perhaps have more in common with Sweeney Todd than they'd like to admit, unwilling lab rats, the humankind, mafia members. Yes, these things happen, ridiculous though they may sound, and more often than you may think. Then again, so do miracles. You can never really know until they happen. And that's another thing about white. It's the color of mystery. Yet it can also be an oracle of truth. No, bloodstains are pretty hard to wash. But white can be helpful. It can cover up blemishes in a house when painted over wood putty. It works, believe me. And yet, white can also be detrimental, as the pupilless eyes of the blind can attest. It is such a beautiful, wonderful absence and presence of color, which one with nearly limitless raw potential. When I could see, I always yearned to take that white and fill it, to color it in, to dirty its purity, to satisfy that empty glare. But now, I know better. Because when all you see is white, you realize there's no escape. You learn to love it. And through the suffering that racks your mind, you begin to find it. That thing that fills the emptiness. Through the blank, you hear that beautiful sound. The slow beats of another hollow heart. Put to rest. And what need is there to see when such a soothing sound soothes your soul? Now, every once in a while, I wonder what sights are there to see beneath the white. My mind wanders, and I cry, and I scream at what I imagine to be a loss. But you know what? That's just the darkness speaking. I know the right path. I know it. And now, so do you, friend. Oh, and I must tell you one last fact about the marvelous color you call white. Come closer. Come here. Did you know that insane asylums are white? They told me that when they found me, right before I doused my eyes with cleaner. Now, don't be surprised. Do not. If your backpack is slightly heavier, I took the liberty of putting a small water bottle of bleach inside. Have a nice day, friend. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, The Color White by Nightshade. One of my personal favorites.
Dude, I am not inviting you to perform at my son's birthday party.
I'd invite him to perform at my son's birthday party. He's fantastic. Right-handed doom. Made the right choice of bringing you in here, man.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I've been getting texts from people that are listening, and I quote, "This guy's creeping me out." This voice is way too perfect.
Oh, seriously.
And then the God, he needs to do more Joker stories. This is way too chilling.
Oh boy.
Actually, Doom, you do a pretty good Mark Hamill Joker. I should note.
Thank you. And it all depends on how I'm feeling, I guess. The problem is it takes so long to get. I mean, the past 5 hours I've been prepping to get in that role, because I have to be in a certain mindset or it doesn't work quite well. So it's yeah.
You got to get yourself into character to be the Mark Hamill Joker, yeah.
Yeah, you really do. It takes a certain kind of discipline to be so undisciplined. So yes.
All right. Well, we actually might be able to, Doom. We're about halfway into your block, and we are $93 short of reaching 6,000. We're at $5,907, so we're getting really close. You think you can bring us home?
Absolutely, it'd be my pleasure. And I just want to thank you all for giving me this opportunity. It's absolutely been wonderful.
Believe me, it's being able to hear you read. As everyone else says, you're chilling and you have the perfect voice here. So the honor's ours, dude.
Thank you so much. And for this next story, it's perfect. It's nighttime, so this is going to be a nice, really creepy story. Unfortunately, I don't know the author. It's anonymous. The story is called A Distant Voice. Jeremy had woken up tired. He had had a wonderful dream. He relived his wedding day and had woken up just before he cut the cake. Much better than the night before. He had had an awful nightmare. He had killed his wife with his bare hands, leaving her on the bedroom floor and leaving for work. He had hardly slept after that. It was now the late afternoon, and having just walked in the door again, it began. What's the matter? You. Me? Oh, Jeremy, you treat me as though I'm a stranger, as though I'm untrustworthy. That's because you are. It's a sorry existence when you begin to distrust your own voice, Jeremy. I don't even know who you are. Get out of my head. The voice began its putrid cackling, a cacophony of callous cries which Jeremy had begun to become accustomed to. He wasn't going to let it bother him anymore. He decided upon the same morning. He had his own life. One that was too good to be haunted by a voice inside of his head. Your own voice. No! You're wrong! Jeremy stopped himself. He breathed deeply, shifting his eyes so as not to allow himself to be distracted. Just you and me now, Jeremy. What do you want with me? The voice chuckled softly. I want nothing from you. Why would I? How could I? I'm but a voice. One, mind you, that only you can hear. How can you even be sure I really exist? Jeremy willed himself to think of a response, but could think of nothing. The voice was right. He wasn't really sure what was real anymore. Now, I never said that. It was as good as that. No, you misunderstand me, Jeremy. I'm on your side. The real question is, which side are you on? What are you talking about? Forgive me, Jeremy. I often forget myself. I'm trying to involve you in matters that you don't understand, and probably never will. How do you know that? Jeremy, I'm more than a voice in your head. Far from it. I am the advocate of your past, present, and future. In fact, I'm surprised that you haven't realized that by yourself. Jeremy felt his anger growing. Don't even dare to patronize me. I've not had a moment to myself until you came into my head. You make it sound as though I've arrived. I was here all along, Jeremy. I'm the product of your aggression, your own awful thoughts. While you dreamed of killing, I was trying to help you find peace. But there was a point, Jeremy, that I couldn't help you any longer. Jeremy laughed at how ridiculous the situation was. This voice, whatever it was trying to blame him for its own existence. You're the only one I can blame, Jeremy. Can I not have a moment to myself? You're already alone. You're here. I thought we had already established this. I am you. Or rather, I am your thoughts. Your aggressive ones, at least. You don't sound too aggressive. Okay, why be aggressive towards yourself? You've already alienated your family, your friends, your co-workers. If you alienate yourself, you cease to exist. That wasn't me, it was you. And who am I? Jeremy paused. He thought for a moment. He only had the theory that the voice was his own, which was, of course, suggested by the voice itself. But what other plausible explanation was there? Ah, now you're beginning to see the truth. What truth? That the existence of an ambient voice in your head, my existence, means that you're either simply thinking to yourself, which is something everyone does, or you're insane. Now, which do you really prefer? Is that really an honest question? The voice chuckled. Of course not. No one wants to be called insane, much less by their own voice. Are you starting to see what I'm getting at? Not really. You always complain of tiredness after sleeping. You toss and turn all night. While you have these vivid and incredible dreams, yet you sleep soundly while you murder the innocent in your slumber. And you wake up feeling refreshed afterwards. Do you see it now, Jeremy? You're not insane. You know why you can never enjoy a pleasant dream. Why? Because you know that you're dreaming. It was only then that Jeremy realized what he was doing. Sitting on the freshly murdered body of his wife on the bedroom floor, picking her skull clean. Ladies and gentlemen, the story again, A Distant Voice. Author anonymous.
The first story I ever heard from you, actually.
What?
What?
I'll do. You are bringing it home. $116. You're still since you started.
Well, I mean, excellent. Well, I figured it's the late hour for most people on this side of the continent, so we got to go with the creepiest stories we can. Got to, that's yep, that's what the people want right now. We are at what, $5,916.
We actually just went up again, 5,940. We are $60 shy of 6,000.
Excellent. Come on, everybody. You can bring it home. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. We all believe in you. Do it for the family. Do it for people everywhere who've been abused.
Do it live.
Do it live. Exactly.
live.
Do it right here. Do it right now. But please, keep your pants on.
Oh, you take all the.
It would have been great if we just kept silent for like 30 seconds.
We just left it at that. Just look at it.
You're so serious right now. You're serious. Just leave them on. Don't even think about it.
Go ahead and just take them off. Okay.
Oh my God.
Wow. Wow.
So right now, my final story. So after that, probably do a little bit of improv with you guys or something, answer some questions. But right now, the final story I have is from Skeevy Pete, off of the Library of Shadows. It is called "The Creeper in the Field."
I'm gonna get my Lovecraftian stuff out for this.
I will give you a moment.
Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Here we go.
It is with a quick and hurried hand that I record these words, scribbled upon the last few crumpled pages of a notebook, in this dark and empty barn at the edge of the Grenshell farm. The night is still, for now, but I do not know how long this will last. I expect any minute now to hear the awful sounds of the creeping horror that so vengefully haunts me in the night. My sanctuary in the barn will surely not last, and time is running out. You see, I was called to the Grenshell farm one warm night last week. Mr. Grenshell was having trouble of late with some predators in his field, hunting his livestock. Cows would disappear without a trace, with no sign of struggle save for their sound they made in the middle of the night when the attacks would occur. No matter Farmer Grenshell's methods of attempted observance and capture of these night predators, his cows would vanish suddenly with a terrified wail from right under his nose. He was under the impression that he was simply plagued by a pack of unusually cunning wolves. When last week, all of his cows returned to him at once. Now, they did not return of their own, of course. They were by no means capable of doing anything at all, dead as they were. Each cow was stacked meticulously in a pile in the center of the field, void of all bone structure and drained wholly of blood. Mr. Grenshell took this as a cue to call for my services and my expertise in the wildlife sciences, so that I may identify what sort of beast could be capable of such dreadful acts. I arrived the next day at noon. When Farmer Grenshell escorted me to the pile of cows, I could scarce believe my eyes. Never had I seen anything like this before, and no animal I knew could be capable of such unnatural methods of predation. The shock was evident on my face as Grenshell began to explain the circumstances surrounding this odd bovine tower. Nothing made sense in any of his story, and as I began to question the veracity of his tale, he offered to show me his latest finding. While making round about the field, Grenshell came upon a mound of freshly dug earth, indicative of some covered hole made by neither himself nor his workers. Roughly 10 feet in diameter, the mound itself was fairly small in height. A shallow hole, no doubt, but one made in a perfect circle. by some means far beyond that of ordinary wolves, too perfect even for average farming tools. I made it my resolve, then, to stay the night and try my best to observe the strange phenomenon at Grinchell Farm, and perhaps even capture it on film. Upon nightfall, I set up my equipment, and I spent the whole night watching the field, waiting for any sign of the bizarre creature plaguing the Grinchell Farm. Now, nothing appeared, no disturbance in the pasture. 2 nights more I waited with no results. My heart grew heavy, and I began to consider that Grinchell was playing me for a fool. But the silly prospect of a man needlessly slaughtering his own livestock for a cheap laugh was outlandish enough to keep me on sight. Then I found it. It was late on the 4th night of my operation when I gained first contact with the beast. I had run out to the outhouse to relieve myself. Gone for mere minutes, I returned to find my tripod vanished, and my camera on the ground with the lens cap neatly in place. I sprang at once for the farmhouse, holding tight to the camera. My pace quickened as a rustle spread through the air. A shrill clicking noise arose and followed until I reached the door, silencing only after I flung myself through the door and slammed it shut behind me. Breathlessly, I called out to the homeowner. For Farmer Grinchell appeared at his bedroom door, quite irate with my banging about, and demanded to know what was happening. Scarce had the words left his lips when a thumping was heard around on the roof. For a moment, there was silence. But then an unforgettable noise came from above. Something was at once scurrying and dragging across the roof, slowly yet hurriedly shifting its way over our heads as if to find a weakness in the roof. Finding none, the noise ceased, replaced by a piercing, anguished shriek. Upon its end, we sat in stunned silence for a long moment, the both of us too shocked to speak, attempting and failing to understand the phenomenon that had just befallen us. Finally, Grinchell spoke. Gazing at the video camera still clenched tightly in my fist, he recommended we view the footage I had shot. I agreed. Having left my tripod behind me in my rush for shelter, I had to fight to keep the camera still in my unsteady hand while the two of us watched what my camera had already seen. What we witnessed was more than I could imagine, and it is only with great effort that I can record it here. For several minutes after my departure from the outhouse, indeed far longer than it seemed that I had actually been gone, though I may now attribute that to the suspense I felt during the viewing of the camera. The camera revealed nothing strange, nothing out of the ordinary. Several cows wandered in and out of the shop, but presently I noticed a slight rustling in the grass. I held my breath, unprepared for what I saw next. One cow, having the misfortune of standing so near to the disturbance, became intensely distressed and began to run the other way, leaving in its wake a path of rustling grass, matching its movements exactly. Within seconds, the grass caught up to the fleeing boulevard, and the long, dark shape that shall forever pervade my nightmares rose up and snatched the cow. An unnatural screaming shook the air, no doubt a desperate yet fruitless struggle for survival. Then, all at once, it stopped. That fiendish clicking now burned into my psyche, accompanied by the arrival of the most terrible beast directly in the front of my very camera. at last I gazed upon the dreadful countenance of the beast that had been terrorizing this farm, the subject of so many nights' surveillance, the sole reason for my presence here. It was insectoid in appearance, as a great centipede, though tens, if not hundreds of times larger than any I had ever seen before, than any seen on Earth. Its orange carapace glistened in the moonlight, and those eyes, God, those eyes were as compounded as any eye could be, blood red and positively seething, yet a strange intelligence could be seen deep within, though I dared not look too deeply. Many sets of mouth parts, each set concealing one or more sinister than the last, moved through its razor-sharp maw, clicking hungrily, while a pair of feelers, reminiscent of the Fu Manchu mustache one may recall from action films, moved over the apparatus before them, periodically blocking the camera's view of the great worm. Soon the clicking slowed, and the lidless eyes, indescribably, narrowed somehow. The great maw opened, dripping with juices and tinged with the blood of its latest victim, and before I knew what to expect, swallowed up my camera with a piercing shriek. Darkness filled the screen. Silence once more. I stood in shock. The tape could not lie. The beast had swallowed the camera. Yet how could it be, when not a minute later, according to the time stamp on the tape, I returned to find my equipment in one piece, and so very obviously not in the belly of the beast, with its lens cap neatly in place. I knew then that there was little time. My only priority at the moment was to leave, to get out of the house, get far away from the farm as quickly as possible, to be away from the madness that had presented itself here. Nothing in all my years as a field biologist could have prepared me for the sights I saw tonight. Sights that shook me to my very core. But how could I leave when the creeping horror was no doubt out there at this very moment, stalking Grenshall and me like common prey? I was trapped. Grenshall, his family, all of us were trapped in this shack in the middle of nowhere, cornered like animals, while this eldritch thing outside lurked in the darkness, waiting. Or perhaps not waiting. I say not waiting, not because I thought it had left, but because the front door suddenly became under siege. How such a flimsy slab of wood could withstand the massive assault is another question I shall never have answered. But withstand it, it did. For a time. Time long enough for me to evacuate the house. Grenshall ran back into his house to rouse his family for the escape. But I was no fool. I knew that it would take too much time. Time we didn't have, and so I ran. I ran out the back. The door from which I had made my initial entrance some minutes prior, now retracing my fearful steps back towards the field in an attempt to hide myself in the forest, behind the pasture, until such time that I could make my way safely back to my car, and escape this dreadful place once and for all. I chanced to look back, and regretted it immediately. That nameless horror had wrapped itself fully around the farmhouse. One section of carapace just above the door which I had just made my escape, and now which dropped itself over the doorway, as if to bar any further exit. The millions of legs undulated across the wooden walls, as if the house itself were living. The entire length began to move, and I realized the door had broken. The portal into the farmhouse had opened, and the beast had traveled through it. I hastened to move faster when I tripped. I stumbled straight into one of those things' burrow pits, shallow yet deep enough to catch my foot and halt my progress. Pain shot through my ankle as it twisted in place. I swore violently and hit the dirt. Taking a moment to catch my breath, I attempted to assess the situation. The creature was still in the house, which, now was largely quiet. I had two options. Make for the trees, where I would have to wait till dawn to break as I had originally intended, or, with no place to hide and no real cover, or I could make straight for my car and risk the distance for guaranteed safety. I chose the latter. The going was difficult, but I struggled to limp as fast as I could on my twisted ankle to my vehicle. The farmhouse was still quiet for now, but I knew at any moment the horror within could loose to take me down in an instant. I knew not what fate Grenchel and his family had met, but I could not concern myself with them now. If they could not save themselves from that eldritch worm, surely I could not either. Rounding the side of the farmhouse, all thoughts of escape vanished. The car was still there, yet not a single tire appeared to be in working order, slashed to ribbons by what could have only been the dreadful thing in the farmhouse. It was far more intelligent than I thought. I froze in terror. What could I do? How could I possibly escape now? I heard that infernal clicking noise again, rising on the wind, not from the farmhouse, but from somewhere further in the field. Clearly the beast had tunneled out of the house and into the field without seeing me. I saw no movement, and the clicking did not appear to come any closer. I wasted no time. I ran as quickly as my ankle would allow into the stand of trees just beyond the driveway. Thinking back now, I believe the creature was simply giving me a head start on the hunt. I quickly became lost in the woods. Every tree appeared the same, rising in the darkness, blotting out the moonlight. Everywhere I turned, the damnable clicking followed me. Even when it subsided, for a short time, I could still hear it in my mind, gnawing at my very soul. The rustling in the trees, the leaping shadows among the highest limbs, the creeping darkness above the brush. Everywhere I turned, the beast was there. Still, I made no move to capture, preferring instead to torment me with its games, herding me this way and that to some unknown goal. Eventually, I broke the trees, finding myself in a clearing. As long as I had been fleeing, I was still on the Grenchel farmland. The great dilapidated barn rising in front of me was only a short distance away. It was my only hope. Perhaps I could find some sort of weapon, I thought. A pitchfork or a hoe, something. But it was not meant to be. I gained access to the barn, barring the door shut behind me, only to find the place empty. There was no livestock, no tools of any sort. Hay littered the floor, but that was only the only sign of habitation in the entire place. All around me, seemingly on every single inch of wall, I heard that creeping thing crawl in every direction, scraping the wood with its teeth every so often. Resigned to my fate, I took a position in the corner of the barn where I could see all, that I may not be surprised, that I may not meet my end without surprise. It has been 2 hours now without sign of the creature. It's ended its exploration of the outside walls and has left me alone since, though I do not believe this peace will last much longer. What a peace it is, and as unsteady as a wartime pact, full of fear and anger at the other side of this conflict, a conflict I never had any hope of winning from the start. If I can just wait until dawn. But no. For now I know my time has come. I hear it once more, yet different, a vibration from the god. Oh, from the ground, God! There! In the center of the floor, it rises from the earth! Ladies and gentlemen, The Creeper in the Field by Skeevy Pete. I hope you guys enjoyed that.
That was fantastic, man.
Thank you.
You scared
Jesus.
Dimension Bucket so bad he left.
Wouldn't be the first time. So,
Alright.
what is the...
Hold up a second. Hold up.
Hey, yeah, guess what you did?
What?
We broke 6 grand.
Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. You all did it. We all did it. We broke 6 grand.
You know what's funny? I literally worked like the entire time dude was finishing up. I'm like, oh crap, I gotta do this. I gotta do this. I gotta play this sound. Here we go.
What was that?
That's actually the sound we used for when I recorded it for my channel, and he had me record it for Horror and Vinyl, right?
Yeah, that was the I literally just downloaded the video and just clipped that part out. I'm like, I gotta do this. I gotta do this. No internet. No.
Oh man,
Yeah.
such a fun one. Very, very Lovecraftian.
Very.
Yeah, it really was.
Oh,
But
I
yes,
believe...
I want to go ahead and do a quick shout out though, because Creep Miss Pasta. Let me go ahead and pull up that name, make sure I got it right. Creep Miss Pasta actually donated $50 to put us over the $6,000 mark. So we greatly appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for that generous donation. And Doom, you have 2 minutes left. What would you like to do with your 2 minutes?
Hello, my baby. Hello, my.
No.
I don't know. I guess with the 2 minutes I have, I guess I can answer some questions.
Do you want to go ahead and go to the Q&A then?
Yeah.
Go ahead and pull open the Q&A app, sir. Everybody who's watching, you may have to refresh your video, but there should be a little link on the video itself that says join the conversation. You can be able to join the conversation and vote on other questions or submit questions of your own.
Oh yeah.
I like this one. What's the scariest creepypasta you've ever heard or read? Like, psychologically scary, if you know what I mean. Also, keep up the good work. You guys are doing a great thing. You guys have been doing great. I've been listening to the live stream all day since you guys started. Excellent work, all of you. Absolutely loved everything. I think for me, the scariest creepypasta that I've heard, psychologically creepy, I have to say The Color White. The Color White for me was just absolutely creepy, and when I first read it, I felt like I really needed to do something to bring that to life. Because Notched had recorded for himself, but there was something that it was missing. So that for me is one of my absolute favorite creepypastas. Let's see.
All right, Doom. I think we are just about out of time with that block.
Yep.
Anything else you want to throw in there? Anything else you want to say?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me on. Please continue to donate as generously as possible. Every dollar you donate could mean the end of abuse and the end of a cycle of violence. Please give generously.
Thank you very much, Doom, and thanks for being a part of the stream here.
Thanks for having me. Take care, guys.
All right, that was the right-handed Doom. Fantastic voice actor and storyteller.
Oh, my Lord. Sweet Jesus.
And it looks like we are. It looks like we're going full circle back over to Murphy this time. Yeah.
Yeah. The situation at hand is we had a very talented narrator, Kayla Chaos, who was going to be in this spot. But she is having some severe internet problems, and because we planned this out thoroughly, and we have a plan A and a plan B, I am plan B for the 2 o'clock hour. So I will be taking over Kayla's slot until she can, if she's able to get back in and get a stable connection, and hopefully she'll be able to da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. So, and she'll be able to get in, and so I felt bad that I wasn't able to do something my last shift. So rather than save the best for last, I'm gonna start off with Redditum.
Yes. Sorry.
I'm.
Is this gonna become like a cult classic or?
For me, yeah. At
Okay.
least.
Now, just to give a little backstory about Redditum, my most favorite creepypasta has always been The Art of Jacob Emery. And me and MCP were talking one day about our characters' origins. I mean, he was talking about the Blue Man, I was talking about the Black Jester. And he put the notion in my head that wouldn't it be great if you could somehow combine the Black Jester with the Art of Jacob Emery. And I had a mindgasm. And I got on Microsoft Word right away and I typed it out within a day. So, you are about to hear Redditum.
Oh, yes.
Whenever you are ready, Sir DB.
Music should be starting
There
up.
we go.
Okay.
It's been roughly 100 years, give or take a few, since I've visited the town of my birth. Folks say when I was born, I brought hell with me. And I haven't stopped since. I haven't been on the run, per se. I look at it as restlessness. From what I've been told about my father, he was the exact same way. Couldn't sit still for more than a few months. I guess that makes me a chip off the old block, huh? Where are my manners? You may recognize my voice, but how much do you really know about me? The name's Murphy. I gave myself that name after I was born. I've been told that not too many can actually remember the day of their birth. For me, it's as clear as day. I remember darkness, vast darkness, but I remember hearing a scratching noise coming from beyond, a slow, chaotic scratching. I went in search of the source of the noise. The scratching got louder and louder, and suddenly, the blackness began to peel away to reveal a large group of people looking right at me, and the man responsible for the noise, of whom I could only assume, was my father. He continued scratching as the group of people became focused and saturated with color. When I first recognized what they were, it was just a mass of black, white, and gray, and soon they started to flood with vibrant color as my father continued to scratch away. I looked down, and I could see my arms, my torso, and my legs all form into existence like ink bleeding over a wet canvas. It was magnificent to watch myself being born, and the group of people were glued to the edges of their seats. I can only guess they were seeing the exact same spectacle I was seeing. As my form was being constituted into existence, I began to hear a low murmur of undecipherable whispers emanating from around me. As my body became more and more solid, the whispers grew louder, as if they were getting closer. After several more moments of scratching and etching, my father stood back and gazed at me. I looked into his eyes for the first time and, well, I've heard stories that when a son is born unto you, you look upon him with great pride and love. And the realization that you have become a father finally hits you in the heart, and you're truly at peace. My father looked upon me for the first time with horror and regret. His expression was shouting, "Good Lord, what have I done?" Something fell from his hand, something black and stick-like. I looked back into my father's eyes and then into the crowd who was watching me intently. I tried to walk to embrace my father for the first time, but there was a barrier blocking me like frosted glass. I could not get to him. looked about my body and noticed that I was now fully clothed, not naked as I'd been moments before while my father was still scratching at the barrier with his stick. I searched myself for something, anything that would help me to get to my father, but all I could find was a black stick of my own. Could it be? Would it even? I began to scratch at the frosted surface with my stick, and to my amazement, not only was it drawing a solid black inky line on the surface, but was cutting through it like a hot knife through butter. I proceeded to carve my way through, and as I was doing so, the flurry of whispered voices became more audible. Some were high, some were low, some were male, some were female, and some were downright terrifying. I spun around to see where these voices were coming from, and I dropped my stick. Thousands of creatures, all deformed and primitive, were all gathered around me, all stopping within a few feet of me. They were waiting. They wanted to be born as well. Do it, they said.
Release us all.
Although they were all different shapes and sizes, deformed or sculpted, we all shared the same quality. Our skin was black.
Pick it up, boy.
They began to chant.
Free us all.
Free us all? What were they talking about? I continued to carve my way to my father. At last, my task was complete. I pushed on the door I now created. As soon as the first ray of light slipped through as I opened the passage, the creatures behind me stampeded through and burst the door open. The crowd on the other side panicked and fled for their lives as the creatures created absolute chaos in the room we were now in. Some creatures ran right for the doors to escape. Some stayed back to wreak havoc on this bright chamber we were now in. I simply stood there, a newborn, confused by my new surroundings, and tried to gain my bearings on what was going on. I looked back and saw the door still wide open and vomiting more and more creatures that hid in the depths of the shadows. The creatures that came forth with me were small in most aspects. They resembled innocent little doodles in cartoons, like those you would see in a newspaper. But now, those characters had long since fled, making way for more grotesque and monstrous creatures. Creatures with multiple heads and deformed bodies that made any less of a man wretch upon first sight. As I looked back at the door, I saw my father simply standing there wide-eyed and aghast to what was happening. I called out to him and began to run back. As he turned to face me, he was seized by some of the more appalling beasts that came forth. I made chase, but it was too late. I barely touched the tips of his fingers before he was hurried back through the door and drowned in the deep nothingness. The door sealed itself so violently that the walls began to tremble and quake. Bits of plaster and wood fell from the ceilings and walls. The remaining audience fled from the room as I stayed behind, pawing at the wall that separated me from my father. The cracks and groans became louder and louder, and I knew that there was no way to bring him back. I ran from that place, and I never looked back. I was able to retain that black stick that I brought with me when I was born, and it's proved itself quite useful over the years. If I need a quick exit or a weapon to defend myself, I simply draw one, and upon completion, I'll pluck it off the wall or simply walk right through it. I have grown quite accustomed to life in this realm. I still find mischievous pleasure in using my powers to confuse and perplex my enemies or just anyone who gets in my way. On occasion, I'll see one of my brothers or sisters that escaped with me that day. They tend to hide in the shadows, not knowing how to fully grasp this world yet, but like all of my father's creations, we have all the time in the world. Today, I finally returned to that small town. Not much is left. I heard stories that after my birthday, some organizations silenced the entire populace, and because of the horror that was left behind, most moved elsewhere. The building where I was born no longer stands, just a parking lot now, overgrown and run down, just like everything else around here. Amongst all the desolation, two things still stand: a church and a graveyard. I could never find much comfort in a chapel, so I strolled on over to the latter. Most of the headstones were covered in moss and worn down. Many were shattered and overturned, but near the back corner of the small plot of moldy land, there stood one lone marker. It was separated from the rest of the stones here, I can only assume out of fear, after I read the name. I know I will find no body buried underneath, for I know exactly where my father's body lies. So I sit upon the earth, pay my respects, and heed the inscription. Born January 15th, 1887. Died August 4th, 1915. Jack of all trades, ace of one. May your canvas be ever blank to create your next masterpiece. Rest in peace, Jacob Emery.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I would actually have been waiting for you to do a recording of that one, for me to just sit down and listen to, so I wouldn't have to read over the text.
Oh no! I actually released Redditum a couple weeks ago.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it! I missed it. That's the thing.
That was really brilliant. I
Yeah, it
must say.
was.
I had to put myself in my daddy's place, you know.
That's really
So, yeah.
amazing you connected that, though. That's really
Yeah. It was fun. It's really nice, you know, be able to take, you know, one of your favorite works and work yourself into it in a realistic way.
I agree.
I mean, that was the challenge, that I didn't want it to come off as like, oh well, you know, okay, like Jeff the Killer, well, he can do anything he wants to. Well, there needs to be an element of realism for it to be believable. Speaking of believable, I will continue with another story time with Murphy.
Let me go ahead and just say something just real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Everybody, if we're still looking for donations, the ucaring.com/narrators -united, you can see it there on the screen, in the comments, and also in the description box. The ucaring site, once it's to get to this time of night, actually goes through updates. What you might get is a service unavailable if you're trying to go there. It's just temporarily unavailable. It kind of goes in and out. So if you're trying to submit a donation, just refresh it once or twice. It should come up for you.
All right. So, last segment I talked about probably the origin of my fear of the dark. I mean, even though I cannot remember that incident, it did happen in my life.
Murphy.
Yes.
I'm sending you messages.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
I should.
Yeah.
I should read them. Yeah. What about them? What's wrong?
Read the messages.
Murphy Gaines, I'm maxed out.
I know, it's too high.
Oh, it's too high. Oh, well then why didn't I didn't know. How's it now? Is it good?
It's exactly the same.
I'm dead serious. It's all the way down now.
Is it? Well, okay, hang on. Let me
okay.
actually bring you up on the thing, because your gain was up pretty high, so I actually lowered you. Say hi, Murph.
Hi, how you doing? My name's Murphy, and I would like to talk to you about the Lord Jesus Christ.
There, you sound a whole lot better.
Well, that's because I talked about, you know,
The Lord Jesus Christ. Thank
the
you.
Lord Jesus Christ. $30 from that story alone. Hot damn. Let's make it another 70. I'm going to try to get you guys up to at least 6,100. That'd be nice. And then as soon as we hit 6,100, I'm going to ask for 6,200 because I'm never pleased. My wife should know that, and my son is a disappointment to me as well. No, I'm
Whoa.
kidding. I'm kidding. He is the absolute light of my life. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people in the community here that have talked to my son, and smart as a whip, and I am so proud of the boy. I mean, he's only 3 years old, but he boggles me to this day. And I will actually change one of my stories to a Murphy Jr. tale after this one. So I'm just gonna write a little note. Murphy Jr. And it actually happened today when I picked him up from daycare.
I was about to say, I'm like, I got the horror music queued up for this one.
Okay, all right. So this one is called The Orphanage. Before I dive into this particular story, I need to admit something to you. I am a nyctophobe. I've always have been. For those of you who do not know what nyctophobia is, to put it simply, it's a fear of the dark. Most small children have it, you know, the monster under the bed or hiding in the closet. Mine was a bit different. I, to put it bluntly, have an overactive imagination. Duh. And when you turn off the lights, it's a very dangerous and frightening thing to have. Of course, at my age now, I've learned to control it. When I'm in a familiar surrounding, I'm perfectly fine, but when I'm outside my comfort zone, the childhood nighttime terrors return. Let us rewind the clock a spell. The year was 1997, or was it 98? Either way, I was smack in the middle of my college education. For 4 years, 9 months out of 12, I called Marquette, Michigan home. And it was in this city that I recall my most rooted fear emerged. Marquette, Michigan, banked by Lake Superior on the north and east sides, was a valley. On one side of the valley, Northern Michigan University and the hustle and bustle of the most populous city of the UP. On the other side, the old mining community, which has long been forgotten and abandoned. It is in this portion of the city that the oldest landmarks still stand. St. Peter's Cathedral, Marquette City Hall, and the Holy Family Orphanage, which is the only of the three that, like its surroundings, lay abandoned and condemned. It was a brisk evening in March, the snow still piled high from the tumultuous winter like every year. Me and the other five hunkered down in a dorm room across the valley on campus with a case of Milwaukee's Best. Suddenly, someone had a fantastic idea. Hey, we should check out the orphanage. Would you please excuse me? I need to change my pants. What? We should check out the orphanage. It'll be awesome. I need new friends. Needless to say, I was outnumbered. I was assured that nothing would happen, even though it was a documented fact that transients and vagabonds frequented the abandoned halls of the Holy Family Orphanage. 6 of us crammed ourselves in a Toyota hatchback and headed out. From Lincoln to Washington, then on a right on 7th, up the hill to Fisher, and there she stood. The corner of Fisher and Altamont housed the most ungodly sight of the entire Upper Peninsula. Once a grand building of red brick and sandstone, now the orphanage was just a remnant of its former self. Overgrown with large pines, graffiti desecrating every inch of its facade, and every shattered window now covered in a heavy plywood. The fact that there were no working streetlights on this block added to the chilling visage. We slowly turned down Altamont, crossed over Highway 41, and parked the car near McMillan Street. The local police knew the orphanage had a reputation of kids attempting to break in and explore, so any car parked within a 1-mile radius was automatically ticketed and towed. We pried ourselves out of the car and began the long, cold walk back up the hill to the hollow monolith. When we reached the orphanage grounds, it took us a great deal of time to find a suitable opening. A small window barely jutting over the brush. One by one, we crawled in through the dirty window and landed in a small utility room. There were shelves, a stall for hanging brooms and mops, and a busted footlocker. We naturally assumed this must be the janitor's closet. There were 2 doors on either end of the room. Both looked relatively easy to open, and after a quick round of eeny, meeny, miny, mo, we chose door number 1. As the knob of the door turned, it let out a rusty shriek that put nails on a chalkboard to shame, and with a strained thunk, the door was open. The doorway led to a dark hallway that stretched into blackness in either direction. We all turned on our flashlights to see which path we should take. Now, I don't know if anyone else noticed, mainly because we barely spoke of this adventure afterwards, but normally when you shine a flashlight on an object, the dark shadows peel away to reveal the object in vivid color. In this instance, the light would be cast upon an object, but the color remained dormant. I thought it to be a trick of my eyes, so I shined my flashlight on a painting I spotted over my shoulder. The painting remained in shades of ash and gray. I illuminated a trophy case, and the once magnificent brass awards endured their colorless form. Whatever happened here was so traumatic, so horrifying, that not only was the life sucked clean out, but the hues of red and green and blue abandoned this place as well. And that, all by itself, is a very disturbing notion. Guys? Maybe we should turn back.
Murph, you pussy. Shut up, faggot. Oh, is Murphy scared?
So much for friendship. The thrill of finding something or someone was too intense for these kids, and they were all bound and determined to make this journey worth their while. We eventually decided to turn left and head to the front of the building. When we exited the hallway, we stood in what once was the grand foyer. The once ornate oak front doors were boarded up and barricaded and painted with mold and rot. The walls, once decorated with lovely damask and woodwork, were now torn and tattered in various shades of smoke. The main staircase led up half a flight, turned 90 degrees in opposite directions, then turned another 90 degrees to reach the second floor, were in such a state of disrepair that I dared not set a foot upon them in fear they may crumble if I exhaled. That didn't stop some of the others. 2 of them jogged up the blackened stair, and with every footfall, the cracks and groans got audibly louder. Suddenly, the running stopped. We heard nothing for what seemed like minutes. We called out to them. Nothing.
Fuck!
What? We bellowed back. The whole second floor is gone. What do you mean? This building is 6 stories high. The 2 came back down the stairs, defeated and disappointed. Dude, as soon as you get to the top of the stairs, the floor ends. I stood in the middle of the entryway and looked up. Not only was the second floor missing, but the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th. You could see all the way up to the roof. A bird that fluttered away as my beam of light reached the underside of the roof kicked up a piece of asbestos, and it landed 6 inches from my feet. I believe I jumped up so high that I could have punched that goddamn bird in the face. After the laughter died down, the exploration continued. We looked into old classrooms and offices, but we found nothing to claim as treasure or keepsakes of our roamings. As the others were attempting to rob this massive grave, I saw that the walls were still lined with portraits of children and faculty who have come and gone from this once holy place. I started at 1966 and slowly went back in time. 1965, 1964. The children looked so happy. 1953, 1952. The place was full of life. 1940, 1939. The tarnish and rot began to distort the photographs. 1932, 1931. The faces in the pictures started to look gaunt and inhuman. 1926, 1925. The children looked like ghouls, the priests like devils, and the nuns like monsters. 1917, 1916. The elements had taken their toll on these photographs so horribly that they all resembled shapeless spirits with glowing eyes. One picture, in particular, drew my attention and hypnotized me. The plate on the frame was covered in gunk and soot. I rubbed off as much as I could and was able to discern the following. Bishop Frederick Eyes, 1915. I gazed at the photo. It was odd. This image was not damaged as the others had been. The paper was yellow and the glass was warped a bit, but it was still in fairly good condition. The man appeared stern but fair and just. Something about him caused the hairs on my arms to dance about as if they were on fire, and there was a warm sensation in the middle of my back as if someone was gently pushing me forward. Murph! I snapped out of my trance and spun around to see the others in the middle of the room. You ready to go? Huh? Oh, yeah. We followed the same path back out to the janitor's room and started back up for the window, when... Hey! We didn't hit this door yet! I hope you die. It took 4 of us to pull the door wide enough to fit through. Since it was March, the door was still frozen to the floor. Unfortunately, the opening was only wide enough for 2 of us to fit. You could feel it behind you, a great void. The complete absence of something watching you. We both turned around to see exactly that. Nothing. Blackness. You couldn't even see the far wall. We had no knowledge of how large this room was until we snapped our flashlights on. Now, a picture I have of this plainly shows the orphanage's empty, ramshackle auditorium, bathed in glorious light and color, but that is not what we saw at all when we gazed upon. What we saw was a cold, darkened, desaturated hippodrome of death. The shadows stretched across the floor and ceiling. The windows prohibited any moonlight from entering this foul arena. The ground was caked with gravel, stone, and what appeared to be animal carcasses. Our lights could not penetrate all of the darkness, so we decided enough is enough. Our sightseeing tour had come to an end. The other fellow student snuck out of the room first, nearly ripping his hooded sweatshirt in the process. I squeezed through the doorway, but I had to turn my head back into the theater to work the rest of my body out. What I saw in those last few seconds, I still have no answer for, nor do I believe I ever will. I even question if I saw it at all, or if it was my overactive imagination that made it all up. Nonetheless, on the far wall of the great room, I witnessed a blackness that simply appeared to be a large charred area of the wall slowly creep out of the upper corner snake along the wall, up and over the stage arch, and hide in the opposite corner. During its journey, it neither slowed nor sped up its pace, and thankfully, it never acknowledged my existence. The next thing I remember, I was back in the dorm room with my 5 other cohorts looking down at me. I was on the floor, still in my winter jacket and boots. I sat up. What the fuck happened? We were about to ask you the same thing. After you came out of that last room, you turned white and were mumbling something, but no one could understand you, so we brought you back home. What the hell happened in there? I don't know. I stood up, rubbed my eyes, grabbed a beer out of the fridge. A few weeks later, I had time to thoroughly think about what the fuck actually did happen in there, and went over to the other kid's room, the one who went into the auditorium with me. He was busy studying for midterms, but he had a few moments to spare, so we went down to the cafeteria and grabbed some coffee. As we sat in the cheap fiberglass seats, I started up the conversation. So, there's one thing that's been bugging me this entire time. What's that, Murph? Well, promise not to think I'm crazy? Dude, I already think you're crazy. I released a heavy sigh. Did you see anything in that auditorium? No. Seriously, no, or are you just bullshitting me? I saw nothing. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I looked at him with confusion and disappointment. He slurped his coffee. And so did you. You saw. He raised his fingers up to create air quotations. Nothing, right? No, I saw. He cut me off. Dude, if you have any better name for it, then by all means. My anger and confusion melted away to vindication. I simply sipped my coffee and went back to my room. And that is the orphanage.
Wait, okay, well, that was
Story time with Murphy.
Yeah, story time with Murphy. So that's an actual
Yeah, that actually
experience
happened. That actually happened.
Actually happened.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just like Kate actually happened, even though I don't remember it, the orphanage actually happened.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Like when I first heard that, it was like it was very hard to believe, and then I actually asked you, then that's pretty crazy that actually happened.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy that actually happened.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna keep things going. I have 2 more tales that I have written myself, and one seems to be pretty good favorite. I'm still trying to find any of my stories that people absolutely loathe. So it's good to know that that they're all well liked. I call this one The Thing Up There. There it is again. That slow, high-pitched metal rattles, followed by a soft whimper. It is really starting to freak me out at this point. I know there's something up there, but I'm too scared to look. I've been hiding here all night, and it just stays up there. If I could only see the clock from where I am, I would feel much better knowing how much longer before it leaves. It always seems to leave in the morning, but it stays all night long above me. It's relentless. I loathe it. That rattle creeps through the air once more, followed by an even louder whimper. Almost a sob this time, then a gasp. I look out and see something pink and furry bounce in front of me, and I recoil back to safety at this thing's attack, but after it comes to a stop, it refuses to move. I look again, and I can see its cold, black, lifeless eyes gaze into my soul, tempting me to come out, but I can't. I'm too afraid. The sob is now followed by what sounds like crying. The rattle becomes much louder, and whatever is up there is much more agitated than before. The rattle persists, and the crying gets louder. Whatever's up there is just attempting to coax me out of my hiding spot. But I can't. It'll hurt me. It'll kill me. I am trapped under its constant torment for the entire evening. I exhale and come to terms with my fate. As I do, the rattling suddenly stops. The sobbing stops. The movement stops. I realize now that whatever is up there knows that I'm down here. And it's only a matter of time before it comes after me. I need to act quickly. I need to plan. I need to think. But it's too late. As quickly as the rattling and crying had stopped, there was one more rattle, as the creature up there made a very quick, jerking movement, and all I could do is wait for the inevitable. Then, in a high-pitched squeal, the creature screamed at the top of its lungs.
Mommy, Mommy, there's a monster under my bed!
Murphy does it again.
Yeah. Oh, damn, dude.
I always liked that one. Because I think everyone's had monsters under their bed, but do we really know it from their point of view? We need to look at things objectively. And I'm blowing this right out my ears. All right. Let's continue with another one. This is probably the first long one that, and it's not really that long, but I wanna put a shout out to Morbid Butterfly. When I first recorded this, she played my wife. And I'm getting mucho dinero. Okay, and yes. All right, I'll check all that later. This one is called Spasm. I know that I'm doomed to feel this pain for the rest of my life, or until I can find out where it's hidden. You see, after discovering the secret, I've damned myself to this wheelchair. The doctors say they cannot find any plausible reason that I would be in this much pain. But I can barely move before this excruciating pain overwhelms my body and I collapse back into my wheeled prison. If I could only find out where it's hidden. Let me rewind the picture for you and give you the full story. It was on the eve of our second wedding anniversary when I first noticed the slight numbness in my arm. I came home from work that afternoon and greeted my wife, who was in the bathroom cleaning all of the hairbrushes from their months of collection. I chuckled as she tugged out the clumps of dead hair. Damn, you can make a wig for my brother with all that. My brother, at this point in our lives, was not as follically gifted as I was, and I give him crap about it constantly. My wife snickered back. Oh, you're terrible. She gave me a swift kiss on the lips, and as I headed into the bedroom to change out of my work clothes into something more comfortable, more specifically, t-shirt, shorts, and my Guinness flip-flops, I immediately hopped over to my computer to check my email and began the evening's task of chatting online with friends I have made over the months. My wife peeked out around the corner and gave me that ugly sigh that she always does when I do something she disapproves of. You work all day on a computer and you come home just to do the same thing. Why don't you spend some time with me tonight? I will, honey, I promise. Just let me finish this. That was my trusty excuse to buy some time, and before you knew it, it was time for bed. There she sat for the majority of the night on the near end of the couch, patiently waiting for me to just finish this, and increasingly grow more and more impatient before finally giving up, shutting off the television, and heading to bed in a huff. I stayed up for an hour or two longer before I joined her, and that's when I noticed it. The numbness, a tingle in my left arm. I surveyed my skin for any blemish or cut that might be the source of the discomfort, but I could not find any such mark. I stretched my arm out, twisting it back and forth until the pain subsided. Chalking it up to growing older, I hopped into bed, embraced my wife, who wiggled closer to me, and fell asleep. I woke up at 3 in the morning with a searing pain shooting all along my left arm and could not get comfortable in bed anymore. What's wrong, honey? Apparently I had tossed and turned so violently that I stirred my wife from her slumber. Nothing, hon. My arm hurts, just hurts a bit. I'll be fine. I lied my ass off. This was no normal twitch or muscle spasm. This hurt like hell. But I didn't need to bother my wife with that. She's got enough on her mind. Okay, but if you're gonna flop around like that anymore, I'm gonna go sleep on the couch. My wife rolled back over and cocooned herself back into the sheets. I sat up in bed and grabbed a pillow. Nah, I'll hit the couch. I'll just surf the net and get my mind off of it and go back to sleep, honey. I stood up and headed for the couch, threw my pillow on the cushions, and trotted over to my computer. Ah, shit. I forgot I turned it off earlier that evening. I didn't want to turn it back on to have that obnoxious startup chime annoy my wife. My arm wasn't as bad now, so I just plopped down on the couch and tried to make the best of it. As soon as I lay down on the couch, the pain returned with a fury so tumultuous that I nearly screamed. What the... I clutched my left arm in my right hand, still trying to find a visible explanation for this soreness. And as quickly as it appeared, the pain was gone. I was now utterly confused. Was I having a heart attack? Was I having a stroke? Maybe I should call 911. Nah, it's just a real bad muscle spasm. I probably pinched a nerve somewhere. I could just deal with it until a raging inferno of paralyzing agony returned. This time, not only was it inhabiting my left arm, but now it traveled all the way down my leg. I was really beginning to worry here. I tried to suck it up, but the pain almost acted like a garden hose. You can only pinch off the stream for so long before the pressure builds up and bursts through with more ferocity than before. I collapsed to the floor. I tried to move my fingers, but I felt as if my hand were pumped full of Novocaine. I attempted to wiggle my foot, but the sensation was as if it were perpetually suffering from the pins and needles of falling asleep. I looked around frantically for my phone. Thank God it was on my right side. I reached out for it and attempted to dial 911, but before I could complete, my right arm shook violently, then fell limp. The searing pain flowed like a raging river through both my arms now, rendering them useless. Honey? I shouted, hoping that my wife would come to my rescue. I attempted to crawl back to the bedroom, but I was only able to travel a few feet before my right leg was stricken with the same infliction. Honey! I beckoned once more, and I did my best to prop myself up against the couch where I lay. I sat up and glared at the darkness of the open bedroom door for what seemed to be an eternity before I finally heard a mumbled, Honey, I need your help. I'm in a lot of pain here. I began to sob. The pain that I thought couldn't possibly worsen shot through my body like lightning. I thought I was going to die. I couldn't feel my fingers, I couldn't feel my toes, I couldn't move any of my appendages. Tears began to run down my face. I looked up once more to see my wife standing in the doorway to our bedroom watching me. "Honey, call 911. I can't feel my arms and..." As I said these words, my wife slowly walked towards me and tossed an object at me. I didn't see what it was until it bounced with a grainy thud in my lap and slid to the floor. I wanted to wipe away the tears, but my hands would not allow it, so I tried to focus as best as I could at this human-like figure that lay between my legs. Thankfully, my eyes did cooperate, and I began to piece together what this was that lay before me. Its eyes were lifeless black orbs, skin composed of rough burlap and old moldy felt, and stitching of gnarled twine and wire. I peered closely into its face. It was me, or at least it was made to look like me. I looked up at my wife as she drew closer. I gazed back down at the doll and noticed dull blonde and gray hair sticking out of its head. The tangled mess upon its head resembled my own hairstyle. She collected my hair from the bathroom hairbrush earlier today. "What the hell is this?" I barked at my wife. And then I saw the last details that made my heart sink. Jammed deep into each of its arms and legs was a long, ornate hairpin. My wife took the doll and lovingly cradled it. She then took out a needle bearing heavy, red yarn. "You see, honey, you are always on your computer and you never spend time with me anymore. So, for our anniversary, I gave myself a present." "You bitch, let me get..." Before I could even finish, I was rendered silent as she quickly stitched the doll's mouth shut. She took my motionless, silent body to the hospital and let the doctors question why I was in this vegetative state. I could see and hear, but no one could read my eyes. They released me into the care of my wife later that night and confined me to this cursed wheelchair. Now, all day and all night, I am forced to spend every waking moment with my barbaric wife. She cuddles next to me and tells me that she'll love me for the rest of her life. But if I could only find out where she hid that fucking doll, that day will come much sooner than she expects. Yay!
Hey!
I was going to do one more, but I can see we only have 10 minutes and there's not enough time. So, I'm going to open up the floor to questions, and hopefully I'll be able to answer them. So,
we got a question. Yeah.
Okay.
It says here, what is the most convincing / realistic story you have ever read?
What is the most convincing, realistic story I've ever read? And that would probably be Descent into the Maelstrom by Edgar Allan Poe. You just get sucked in as these two, as I think it starts off with 3. I'm not 100% sure, but it's about I think 2 or 3 brothers that want to navigate these waters. Excuse me. Pardon. And they get caught into.
You can tell it's getting late.
Yeah. You can and they get caught in a whirlpool. And as the boat is going down 1 revolution, 2 revolutions, 3 revolutions, I mean, it's stretched out in a great amount of time. But when you're in a life-threatening situation like that, time stretches. And I did promise that I was going to read a Murphy Jr. story. And this isn't written down. This actually just happened today, and I told my wife, and she laughed her butt off because this is so our son. To celebrate Father's Day this weekend, my son painted a picture that says "Dad" it's painted blue and it got big white letters that says "Dad," and it came with this big red card with a baseball on it, and that was supposed to be the dad poster was the gift, and then this red card was supposed to be the actual card that comes with the gift. But what was written on the card was, "I like it when my dad dances Gangnam Style," and which blew my mind because I've never done the Gangnam Style dance for him. He first saw the that Oppa Gangnam Style. He first saw that at a hockey game. And that's like his favorite dance to do. He will go around the whole house doing Oppa Gangnam Style with his hands like he's riding a pony. So I put the poster and this card in the back of our Chevy Equinox, and I strap him into his seat, and then we head off. And it was a really nice day out. So he asked, "Daddy, can you roll down my window?" And I said, "Sure." So I rolled down his window. But the air pressure, since I have narrow ear canals, it really messes with my equilibrium. So I have to roll down my window, and it's still got this whoop, 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 whoop sound. So I cracked my windows wipe open. So now we have 3 windows open in the car, and we're going down a county road to get back to the house. And the wind's blowing through. It's got a nice cross breeze going through, and all of a sudden, we hear some paper rattling, and he looks around. I can see him in the rearview mirror. He looks around and said, "Uh-oh, something's going to fall out the window." I said, "Well, let's hope not." Right after he said that, the red card flew out of the back of the Equinox, past the back seats, and into the front passenger seat, just from the wind that's blowing through the car. And both of us saw this red card pick up and fly from the back of the car to the front of the car. And both of us were kind of, "What the hell?" But neither of us said anything. The boy broke the silence. He actually said, in a clear as day, "What the hell?" And normally I would say, "No, we don't say hell." But I was in a complete agreement. I said, "What just happened?" And then he said, "The card flew up to the front of the seat." And I'm like, "Yeah, it did." And then that was weird. So that's my Murphy Jr. story for the day.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the one that happened today, essentially.
That happened today, right after I picked him up.
We got 6 minutes left.
Yeah, let's answer some more of these questions. I'm gonna go.
How
did
you guys meet each other?
Okay, you know what? I'll ask that. Now we haven't.
How did you guys meet each other? That's a question.
That's interesting.
I'll tell the story of how me and MCP met. Now we haven't met each other face to face yet, and I stress yet.
You'll be.
Yeah. But I think I was introduced to you through Morbid Butterfly.
Yes. Yes,
you
were.
When it was still the CPRU, and she said, here's a guy that you might want to pay attention to. And quickly after that, we just started hitting it off because both of us, we love... we both love Cowboy Bebop, and we connected on that level.
Yes.
And then wasn't it we both love Blazing Saddles?
Yeah, except that's not something I'm going to quote publicly.
No. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to quote it either. But I mean, we just had all these different things in common. And we were and Ghostbusters too. We both love Ghostbusters an immense.
That's when you got dubbed the King of Wind because you quoted Ghostbusters.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh my lord, yeah, because Yeah, someone said something in a call, and then I said, important safety tip. Thanks, Egon. And then that's when you said, you, sir, are the king of win. And that I started putting that on my Tumblr quotes. Whenever I'd quote myself, I'd say, Murphy, comma, king of win. So, yeah. But, it was, I met Morbid Butterfly through the CPRU. And we started talking and said, you should probably meet Mr. Creepypasta. And my first reaction was like, dude, I get to meet someone famous.
No, you were like, dude, that asshole?
No. No, I didn't say that until after I met you. But no, that's how we that's pretty much how it was. Just like, hi, I'm Mr. Creeper. Hi. I tried not to sound starstruck. I really didn't, but I was like, because before I met you, I listened to like 90% of all your videos, and I'm like, this guy is awesome.
No, stop.
So, but yeah,
I'm trying to remember how I met y'all. I remember how I met you, Murphy.
It was through you asked me to be on your show.
Well, actually, no. It was what was it? You had made a post on the CPN talking about all the bullying that was going on, and we were like,
yeah, that's right.
And we hadn't even asked. Somebody had just sent you a link, I guess, and you just hopped in, and it was really awesome.
Yeah, that's right. I totally forgot about that blog post on the CPN that all about the bullying that was happening in the community, and that like, oh yeah, that's good stuff. And then you say, hey, you guys, you want to talk about bullying? So yeah, that's right. That's how we met. But technically, I was right too. It had to do through your show because you were doing a podcast. So yeah.
And same with MCP. I did a really awkward interview.
Awkward interview. I said an awkward interview. What do you mean?
No. I was incredibly awkward. I'm sorry, but I was. Not many people want to. This was like. This was the first interview I'd ever done, and I'm like, I'm gonna do an interview. Let's do this. Who am I gonna interview? Oh no. So I did the interview, and at first I was like really happy about it, and then I look back at it and I'm like, I was so awkward. I'm still pretty awkward, but I was really awkward. So yeah, that's how it all began.
So yeah, and now I'm still trying to figure out. I mean, I've heard this from multiple people, and I'm still trying to figure out why the rumor that's going around about me is that people are scared of me.
Like, it's because you're a grumpy old man.
Get off my lawn. No, but yeah. So, all right. Oh, it sounds like I am going to need to head out because someone's coming down the stairs. And probably going to yell at me because it's so late at night. And there comes a shadow. There she is. Hi, honey. Hi, honey. I had to take over for somebody's shift, so now I'm out of here. Yes. Yes, I do. So, and we're live, so say hi. Okay. Doesn't she sound lovely right now?
Yeah, you let her know. She just said hi to 841 people.
841 people heard you say hi. And because of that, we went up to $6,069. No. So, okay. Well, I'm going to take my leave. I will be back roughly around the 10 o'clock. Because we have a little switcheroo to do, but I will be back, and thanks for having me on. I'm couldn't be happier that we've gotten so much we've raised so much money, and hopefully the awareness is out there that we're not a bad community.
Yeah,
yeah, this is going fantastic. It's all coming together flawlessly. Well, I wouldn't say flawlessly. There've been some hiccups, but
just about flawlessly.
Yeah, just about flawlessly. This has gone over extremely well. So, I bid you all a good night, and I will see you guys in the morning.
All right. Thanks for being here, Murph.
Yeah.
And it looks like we ate into a minute of time for for creepy rainbow pasta, but I'm gonna go ahead and bring her on here in just a second. Give me just a second so I can set up the. There we go.
Someone play
That
the.
way we get the the elevator music. Yeah, just go ahead and play me out with some thinking music from Jeopardy. Give me just a second. Okay. I just want to make sure that we get our background going on there since Murphy had left and he was hosting the background. But I have creepy rainbow pasta here, and I'm gonna go ahead and hand off things to her.
All right.
Okay. We're gonna have to do a little live switch. Give me just a second.
All right.
Hey, DB.
Yay! Yeah. What's
can you
up?
take over some co-hosting duties for me real quick?
Sure.
To be able to fully hear you.
Sure, no problem. I can do that.
Hey guys, how's it going? As the music stops. See how
Right?
it is?
It just got incredibly awkward.
Yeah, it kind of did. Go home. Well, I am Creepy Rainbow Pasta.
The one, the only.
The one and only. My YouTube channel is YouTube/Creepy Rainbow Pasta. Pretty simple, all one word. I'd like to thank everybody for listening and all of the support that you guys are giving us for this fundraiser that we have going on. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to us. Our current total is a mystery.
Is
it still
well,
60?
Yeah, 69.
$6,060. That's so awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that is our current total, which is pretty amazing. I mean, before we started this stream, we started out like pretty awesome, and it's getting even more awesome. So I appreciate all of the love and support you guys are handing us, and you guys are like super awesome. We just want to remind you guys that what the funds are for, they are to aid the victim of the Wisconsin attack, and also Safe Horizon to aid victims of violent crimes, which I think is also awesome. That's like my favorite word of the night is awesome and super awesome. But I like to encourage everybody to donate, share the link, spread the word, kind of get the stream out there so we can also spread the word. And also make sure you put it under #uNIGHTed. That's the uNIGHTed. Yeah, link to the charities in the description. Yeah.
All right.
What's up?
Nothing much. It's just
I need more Red Bull.
Need more Red Bull. I think everyone needs more Red. I need to make tea.
Tea sounds epic.
Yes, it
sounds
does.
a little healthier than Red Bull.
Well, I have this imported tea from England, and so
now I'm jealous. Thanks.
it's black tea. So if you like black tea, yay!
Yay, black tea.
That just almost took a turn there.
Oh yeah, a slight hard left.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so let's get this party started.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's begin. First story.
My first story is called Up. It is from the creepypasta.com website. So, if the author is listening, you are awesome.
Here we go.
Do you know what a cordyceps is? I didn't know until 20 minutes ago. It's a family of thousands of different types of fungus. Grows all around the world in various rainforests and jungles. The awful thing about them is that they're parasitic. They grow on other animals. An ant happens to run into some spores, and then it starts to colonize his insides, starting with its brain. At some point, the ant starts to act visibly ill, standing in place and shivering or walking in circles. If a fellow colony member sees him in this condition, he will be dragged into the border of the colony and exiled. Then it's almost over. The ant weakly climbs as high as he can up the vines and locks his body on tight. Finally, he dies, and the fungus emerges from the back of its head, bursting forth like a long and foul fruit. After a short time, the little stalk spews forth its own spores, leaving the mummified and broken ant clinging to the stalk, his eye cavities filled with the dying fungus. I mention this because last night, when I was up on the roof of the apartment complex, I found my brother's body. He's been back from 18 months on duty in the Philippines for less than 3 days. This is the first I'd seen him. My parents called me up the day before yesterday to tell me that he was on his way. They told me he'd stayed in his room since he got home, and then suddenly got up and announced he was on his way to see me. They thought he was drunk. I thought he never made it. He must have come straight up to the roof and died by the smell of it. I was just finishing a cigarette, all torn up with anxiety and head throbbing. And then the acrid smoke vanished. I caught a whiff of rot from the wind. It took me a few minutes before I found him, face down behind the vents and fans. A slimy gray column rose up obscenely from the base of his skull, and a frozen waterfall of roots and tendrils was dangling from his eye socket.
Hello?
I came down to my apartment to try and call the police, and my headache was rising to a feverish throb. I got through the door, and the moment I reached for the phone, pain flared in my head, so bad I almost passed out. I've since tried 3 times, and I can never get my hand up to it. The same thing happened when I tried to get up and leave the room. I feel spines of ice tunneling up into my skull, and my limbs lock and shudder. The ants, in their last moments, crawl as high as the vines can climb. This is so the spore will spread over the colony below. In the end, the parasite controls the ant in almost intelligent drive. God help me. The pain is almost blinding now, and the new thought had been rising up rhythmically in my head, like a record skipping. Up, up, up. It's joined by the image of my office tower. It's taller than my apartment, the tallest place I can think of, and although the bulge in the back of my neck is the size of a peach, the skin stretched shiny, and I'm dizzy and my eyes are cloudy. I think I can make it there. Up. No, I'm sick. I need help. The building pulses again in my mind. The cold wind, the roof, and the sky. These images and concepts dull and the pain momentarily as they pass through my mind. I think I can get up there. Up. Up. If you live in downtown Chicago, I would get the hell out. Ta-da.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah.
Dang.
Now the scary part about that story is that a cordyceps actually is a real fungus, like for real. And if you actually search for it on YouTube, you can watch the video of the spore coming out of the back of the ant's head, and it is the freakiest looking thing. But there's no human contact with that kind of thing. Like it only goes for insects. So y'all are safe out there in Chicago.
Yeah, that'd be pretty bad news. It's like, well, turns out this actually does transfer. Sorry, you're all kind of dead.
That would be terrifying. Like, after reading the story, like, I've actually had comments, because it's on my channel, of people like, is this a real thing? It's like, yes and no. Yes, it's real. No, it won't get you.
No, there you have it.
Yeah.
It's one of those stories.
Yeah. It's pretty awesome. All right, so let's move on. This next story is a story that I have written myself. So, gamey.
All right.
I have two of them actually, so I'll read them back to back. This one is called Watching. Have you ever had the feeling you were being watched? That gnawing feeling in your mind that eyes are on you? You're in your bedroom, lights out. You've had a long day at work and you just want peace and quiet in your cozy bed. The best place to be right now. But then that feeling comes, that eerie feeling in your gut that someone is watching you. It's nothing. It has to be, right? You're 2 stories up in your apartment with the doors always locked. No one could possibly be watching you. But that feeling won't go away. You turn on your bedside table light just to make the feeling vanish and assure yourself that no one is in your room or at your window. You get off of your bed and look outside. Nothing but the parking lot to your apartment and the cars filling it. You check your closet. Also nothing. You take a 360 spin around your room to find nothing out of the ordinary, and take a deep breath. You're overreacting. You must be. You smile and head back to your bed, climb in, and take another deep breath to relax and find a comfortable position to fall asleep in. But then the feeling returns. Only this time it's stronger and you know someone has to be watching you. You freeze. But how? You've checked your room and outside your window. You think your paranoia is getting the better of you and you close your eyes. You just need sleep. But then you hear breathing. Breathing that isn't your own. You forgot to look under your bed. Dinner. It's like I don't know if like when the cutoff is. Like, what do I say after that? It's like that's the end. I don't know.
It's always so weird. Like, it's very difficult to try and time a song to end at the right time. Live.
Yeah.
But
I write short stories, so that should be proof. The one long story that I'd written, I couldn't find in my files, so I was like, oh well, darn.
No, yeah, pretty much. Like, you know, the only time I've ever had it. Well, actually, earlier today there was one song that matched up perfectly with Litterbot's story. Like right as he said, like the thing screeched. Like this synth played at the right time and it sounded like screeching. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not complaining about that. That's good.
I did it on purpose.
So yeah, we'll just take a minute here to remind everybody why we're here. We're here because Where all the money you donate to our charity goes to victims of violent crime and also the family of the Wisconsin stabbing. So by doing that, you're helping pay for medical bills and support for these families all over the world, maybe in the world. Out. So thank you all for donating. Thank you all for listening. We'll be continuing on with more stories for a long time. We still got a lot of time to go. Do we have an updated? Do we have an updated? I can't think of the word. Hello? Oh no. Hello? Oh no. Either my internet has gone out, or MCP's internet has gone out. I do not know. In the case that MCP's internet has gone out, I'm sorry, we're experiencing technical difficulties. In the case that my internet has gone out, well then, darn. What is going on with the stream? In the case that MCP's internet has gone out, 1 second, un momento. Hello?
Aha!
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, we had a little drop there because the internet here is terrible.
Okay. Well, I think I helped out by being awkward and quiet, so that
Oh yeah, it adds more mystery.
it adds more mystery. Where did they go?
Yeah, and I don't know where that cut off at. So
I cut off somewhere. I was going on about how helping out. Hopefully everybody got that.
well, hopefully everybody else likes the weather. And now the weather.
Missed our message, then well, I guess we'll get back to it in a bit here. So you got another
Oh
story
yeah.
for us?
Yes, I have my next short story that I also wrote myself, and this one is called Nightmares. It's also a short story, so when I go super quiet, that's the end.
Oh, okay. Hint, hint.
Yes.
Here we go.
Ready when you are.
All right. Let's see.
Nightmares. The kind that make you wake up in a cold sweat and gives you that feeling of nausea. Nightmares that render your thoughts and halt all bodily movement. Yes, those kinds of nightmares. You're helpless to move. The fear you have gives you adrenaline to your body that leaves you still and staring into the darkness of your bedroom. Did you see that? That dark figure at the end of your bed? It's standing still. You see nothing but a silhouette. No eyes, no mouth, nothing. Your breathing is shallow, in and out of your nose. Your eyelids remain open, quivering as you try to shut them. You are paralyzed. But what is that sound? That creaking in the floorboards? Walking, perhaps? Your mind making up noises, maybe. The figure is not moved. It's all in your head. It has to be. You're not crazy, right? You manage to make yourself blink, still looking at the end of your bed. The silhouette is gone, as well as the creaking. It really was all in your head. You manage to regain function of your body and sit up. You look at each corner of the dark room and still see nothing. You turn your body to reach for the lamp. Your fingers wrap around the switch and turn it on. You can slowly turn your head to scan the room. You freeze. The shadow never left. It's approaching. And here you thought the nightmares were all in your head. Ooh.
Ooh.
I like
Oh yeah.
that one. I like that one a lot.
That went pretty well.
Thank you.
I'd say. Good job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. There
You're
we go.
welcome.
Yay.
Yay. I just checked our view count. We have about 802 people watching.
Woo!
Approximately. Yay! If any of you are actually still tuned in and watching, congratulations. You are still watching. We
You guys
can't
are
really give out a
troopers.
prize yet.
You guys are troopers for staying up.
Seriously. How long have we been
Yeah.
doing this now? We've been doing this, let's see,
Since noon.
15 hours, I think.
15 hours so far?
Yep.
Not bad.
Not bad. So,
Not
15
bad.
hours.
Y'all are super troopers.
Super troopers.
I don't know how
Hanging in
y'all do
there.
it. Yeah. No kidding.
I mean,
Way to go.
I don't really trust myself to like fall asleep like 5 hours ago and to wake up like right now to be ready. So I'm like, yeah, we're doing this 24 hours straight. No sleep for me yet.
Well, coffee. Lots of coffee and tea. Much
Exactly.
tea. So much tea.
Much tea.
Yes.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty, so after the awkward moment, moving on.
Moving on. We can answer questions or we can do another story. It's your choice.
Well, you can pitch me some questions if you like. It's a little intermission.
Let's find some questions.
Yay! Ask me things.
Let's see. Let's find things. Okay, this one's pretty general. What is your least favorite pasta you have read ever?
Oh boy. My least favorite pasta that I've read ever. Does this count like on my channel or just in general?
I think the channel one would be more of an interesting answer.
Questionception. Actually, I think my least favorite story that I've ever read was when I first started my channel. There was two stories, my very first two stories that I wasn't really sure of what I was doing because I was just kind of just starting.
Yeah.
So I got these stories, and they are actually stories a friend of mine wrote for me, kind of like in a 5-minute split, just like, here you go, try this. And he, anonymous, had written these stories. I read them. I put them on my channel. He listened to them, and he criticized me horribly on these stories that he wrote. He was just like all these bad things that I won't go into detail, but it was bad. It was a bad experience, and so I was like, wow, like you wrote these. I understand. In 5 minutes, you wrote these tiny stories, and you wanted me to read them, and you're gonna like just explode on me about how bad it was. I'm like, for one, I just started, and two, you suck, sir.
I'm assuming that was really bad criticism.
Yeah, a little bit.
I know that feeling. I know that feeling.
Yeah, and they weren't bad. I mean, they weren't bad stories, so it's not like, worst pasta ever kind of thing. I guess it was more of a personal kind of thing, because it's like I knew this guy as a friend, and then he, like, totally did that to me, and I was like, you suck.
No.
You suck, human. Why?
I did one on my channel a long time ago called German Steel. I'm surprised they still kept it up. Oh wait, no. That is not the worst one.
Dun dun
And now I
dun.
remember because I removed it from my channel. It was that bad. I thought it was that bad. It was a story I did called Mauvaise Foi. That's how I'm gonna pronounce it. I don't know how you actually pronounce it, but it's the word I think is supposed to mean like like a thriller, like betrayal from within sort of stuff. And the idea was that like it's kind of a semi-ritual,
Hmm.
like it's like one day you'll be walking outside and you'll see this person and you'll kind of like recognize this person, and then you'll have a conversation about them and they'll show you this box, and then you'll have to figure out
This
what's in the
person.
box. Well, and then they never tell you what's in the box. That's literally the entire story. But
Wow.
really, I mean, the story wasn't the worst part. The worst part was just this voice I did for it. It was so bad. Like, it was my voice, but it was like
Not.
it was just like and then it was when you go to any town, it was worse than that. It was just so over dramatized and horrible. Anyways.
Bravo, sir.
So, we'll just
That's
take
awesome.
one quick question here.
Okay.
And then we'll continue on.
Throw it at me.
Let's see, that was a. What is the silliest fear you have? That one's interesting.
What is the silliest fear I have?
Yeah.
I would like to be friends with this individual. I have a fear. I mean, I guess it could be silly, and besides my fear of clowns, which is kind of a pun, haha. I have a fear of thunderstorms and cockroaches. Like I'm not afraid of any other kind of bug except camel spiders. Those things can go die somewhere forever. But yeah, cockroaches freak me out. And balloons popping freak me out, or balloons in general. I just don't like them. That freaks me out. Thunderstorms. I guess the silliest probably would be the cockroach part, because it's just like they're ugly and they're harmless, but they're ugly.
Well, no, I think that's actually a pretty common fear, because over here now and then, I mean, lately management has been pretty good about spraying, but like when you find one, it's the scariest thing in the world for me. So.
Yeah, because it's like they're ugly. They're just nasty, ugly, nuclear little bugs.
I read a story of roaches in a book once, and that was no.
Yeah, because it's like if I see it on a movie or I think I see one on the road, I'm just like, nope, opposite direction, run like hell. Run like an anime, just go. Dust behind you and everything. Like there's no, nope. It's a huge like nope.com. Not gonna do it.
Nope.com.
Nope.com.
There you go. New domain. Visit there now.
That's probably. I bet you that exists.
Nope.com.
Nope.com.
Don't go to nope.com. Just a warning. We don't know. We don't endorse nope.com. You don't need to share.
We do not endorse nope.com. That's another nope. Oh man. Thank you for that question though, because that makes me actually think about it. I guess being scared of thunderstorms is probably pretty silly, because it's like won't do much to you unless you get struck by lightning. Then you're really screwed. Balls. All right.
Well, there you go.
Well, thank you for the. Yeah, I got another story for you.
Oh, okay.
This one is an urban legend. This one is #1 on my channel right now. It is called Black Aggie. Author, where is it? By yeah, and you actually pronounced it right because I didn't know how to say it.
Oh, okay. It's funny because I actually I found out before I knew about creepypasta, that author did like a whole series of books that were published on like true life urban legends.
Yeah,
so.
spooky.
Yeah, spooky series.
Yes, spooky series,
California, yeah. Spooky everything.
Yeah, it's really, really cool because I did 2 urban legends from that same author. I did the Screaming Tunnel as well. And when you go to the American Folklore Narrators.net, which is where I found the story in the first place. And I read this person's stuff. He was really cool about it. Actually, like, put my video on his website above the story before you read it. And so both of them, like, both stories have my videos from there. And I was like, what? Didn't know that happened.
That's really cool.
But I thought it was really neat because I was just like, now I know why I have views on this video, because it's everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
Super happy.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, let's get this party started.
Yeah, let's do this music.
When Felix Agnes put up a life-size shrouded bronze statue of a grieving angel seated on a pedestal in the Angus family plot in the Druid Ridge Cemetery, he had no idea what he had started. The statue was a rather eerie figure by day, frozen in the moment of grief and terrible pain. At night, the figure was almost unbelievably creepy. The shroud over its head obscuring the face until you were up close to it. There was a living air about the grieving angel, as if its arms could really reach out and grab you if you weren't careful. It didn't take long for rumors to sweep through the town and surrounding courtyards. They said that the statue, named Black Aggie, was haunted by a spirit of a mistreated wife who lay beneath her feet. The statue's eyes would glow red in the stroke of midnight, and any living person who returned the statue's gaze would instantly be struck blind. Any pregnant woman would pass through her shadow would miscarry. If you sat in her lap at night, the statue would come to life and crush you to death in her dark embrace. If you spoke Black Aggie's name 3 times at midnight in front of the dark mirror, an evil angel would appear and pull you down to hell. They also said that spirits of the dead would rise from their graves on their dark nights to gather around the statue at night. People began visiting the cemetery just to see the statue. And it was then that local fraternities decided to make the statue of grief part of their initiation rites. Black Aggie, sitting where candidates for membership had to spend the night crouched beneath the statue with their backs to their grave of General Agnes, became popular. One dark night, 2 fraternity members accompanied new hopeful to the cemetery and watched while he took his place underneath the creepy statue. The clouds had obscured the moon that night, and the whole area surrounding the dark statue was filled with a sense of anger and malice. It felt as if a storm were brewing in that part of the cemetery. And to their jargon, the 2 fraternity members noticed that gray shadows seemed to be clustering around the body of the frightened fraternity candidate, crouching in the front of the statue. What had been a funny initiation rite suddenly took an air of danger. One of the fraternity brothers stopped forward in alarm to call out to the initiate. As he did, the statue above the boy stirred ominously. The 2 fraternity brothers froze in shock as a shrouded head turned toward the new candidate. They saw the gleam of glowing red eyes beneath the concealing hood of the statue's arms and reached out towards the cowering boy. With shouts of alarm, the fraternity brothers leapt forward to rescue the new initiate, but it was too late. The initiate gave one horrified yell, and then his body disappeared in the embrace of the dark angel. The fraternity brothers skidded to a halt as the statue thoughtfully rested its glowing eyes upon them. With gasps of terror, the boys fled from the cemetery before the statue could grab them too. Hearing the screams, a night watchman hurried to the Agnes plot. To his chagrin, he discovered the body of a young man laying at the front of the statue. The young man was apparently died of fright. The disruption caused by the statue grew so acute that the Agnes family finally donated it to the Smithsonian Museum in Washington, D.C. The grieving angel sat for many years in storage there, never again to plague the citizens visited the Druid Hill Park Cemetery. Good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I really like that story a lot,
That
actually.
is. And it reminds me of a story which I can't particularly remember, but it was called like Still John or something like that. It was
Not
like a
sure.
statue, and if you walk by it, it apparently like I think like it's a statue of like a general, and he has like a pistol, and apparently if you walk by at a certain period of time, the pistol fires, or at least you hear the sound of it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's kind of creepy, but
How about no?
yeah.
That's another nope.com.
Nope.com. Not sponsored by this charity drive.
Not sponsored by this charity drive.
Sponsored.
Oh no.
I don't think I always get confused how it works. Like, who are we sponsoring? Like, no. You carrying? Whatever. Moving on.
Alrighty. So this next story is from the Creepypasta Wikia. It's called Fallout 3 Number Station.
Alright.
Pretty excited.
Okay.
If I can find the... Nope, don't know where the author is. Alright. So, author Anonymous, you're pretty awesome for writing this story. Just saying. Here we go. Fallout 3 contains several in-game radio stations. The most diverse and important station is Galaxy New Radio. Many players of the evil persuasion know that you can kill 3 Dog, and he will be replaced by the technician Margaret. She is not a charismatic person and has very little to say, seeming it not to enjoy her new announcing duties. She also never appears in person, and therefore cannot be killed. Once 3 Dog is dead, you're stuck with Margaret. What most players do not know is that under certain circumstances, GNR will become a numbers station. A number station is a station that broadcasts an unusual coded message. Many of these exist in real life, and some hypothesize that they were a nuclear retaliation control network. Simply check the Wikipedia for more information about these odd broadcasts as they relate to the real world. Now back to Fallout 3. No one is really sure which actions are needed to hear the number station in Fallout 3. It appears that you must kill 3 Dog, because no one has reported hearing the number station with him still alive. It also appears that you have to skip over the quest, Galaxy News Radio, where you help boost the signal so that the station can be broadcast further than just the immediate DC area. This is easy enough to do with either a speech check or simply using a Fallout wiki to look up where the next and where to go next and advance the main plot. Finally, you definitely have to destroy Raven Rock. This is the actual trigger to turn GNR into a number station, and it will remain such for the rest of the game. However, the vast majority of the players who perform these 3 actions still continue hearing the standard GNR broadcasts. So there must be several more requirements the community has yet to isolate. If you're lucky enough to hit upon the right set of circumstances just after destroying Raven Rock, you will get the message "radio signal lost," and a few seconds later, "radio signal found." You cannot, however, actually listen to the GNR just yet because you didn't boost the signal and out of range of the broadcast at the exit of Raven Rock. Luckily, Raven Rock is situated in the mountains and is right near one of the few places outside of DC that you can get a high enough catch to the signal. So far, the confirmed location to hear the GNR numbers are within the immediate DC area, obviously. This is true for the regular GNR throughout the game. At the top of the Ferris wheel at Point Lookout, on the tops of some of the SATCOM arrays you can climb in the northwestern map area, on the roof of a temporary 10-penny tower. Though this may be within normal broadcast range anyway, feel free to play test and get back to me on this. On the highest point of the broken bridge in Arfru. Again, maybe within broadcast range anyway. On some of the highest points of the mountaintops in the area near Raven Rock. This is obviously your easiest chance to first listen to the number station. When you tune in, you will hear an old familiar voice, Three Dog, despite the fact that you killed him earlier. However, you will quickly notice that he does not seem to be in character. So I guess it's not technically Three Dog, but just his voice actor, Eric Dullums. He reads a series of numbers in a monotone, depressed-sounding voice. He always recites a list of single digits between 9 and 12 characters long. For example, 9, 3, 7, 9, 1, 7, 2, 0, 3, 4. He never uses a multi-digit number like 11 or 40. These numbers are followed by widely varying links of Morse code. This is then followed by the song "I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire." All other music tracks seem to be inactive on the number station. The Morse code was the easiest part of the mystery to crack, as the code was widely available and many people actually know it by heart. We actually had a list of a great number of messages in English. Some sounded completely mundane and even comical, such as, "Washed my car today, maybe Chinese for dinner." Or, "Have you watched my YouTube video yet? I uploaded myself kicking bums in the nuts." You may be saying, but wait, YouTube doesn't exist on the Fallout universe. And you're right. As far as we could tell, all the messages sounded as if they were based in our reality somewhere near present day. Some of the messages, though, are quite sinister, such as, "The Queen has died today. The world mourns. As on days like these, we are all Brits." Or, "I can't believe they actually done it. Not long left. The noise. I can't take the noise anymore. I have a pistol in the attic. Just recently, a player on the wiki forums noticed a message that brought light to the meaning of the messages. He was reading a thread that collected all known messages, transposed from Morse to English, and saw the line 120552821010. What are you talking about? You'll be missed. He realized this referred to the recent death of Gary Coleman, and then quickly realized the numbers were the same, the numbers were the time and date of death. He immediately scanned through the messages to try and find more examples of this apparent future, telling by the game that was more than just a year old. The next message he read shocked him and pushed him to the enlist and aid of the others to decipher the codes. The message was 94542021010. Accident in the Gulf. Several dead. Oil spill apparently averted. He realized this was the BP explosion and the erogenous Day 1 assessment that the well had not leaked. From this point on, all numbers will be transcribed as times and dates. All times were given in game in military format and remain so is in this document. Numerous members of the Fallout Wiki message board began looking over the messages to see what else they could learn. He quickly found that most of the dates were after the game had been released, yet oddly some of them from the past. 2215, April 15th, 1865. He's dead, and blame will probably be placed on that actor, Booth. Johnson better not cheat on me out of this payment. This shed some doubt on the official version of the Lincoln assassination. As the community quickly started piling up interpretations of the messages, the mods of the site summarily banned everyone who had posted in, or even read the thread. All reference to the number station was removed from the Fallout Wiki, and filtering software was put into place to prevent reposting of any relevant information. A few people, however, are trading emails and slowly finishing the translation of the remaining messages and putting dates on the existing ones. The Queen has died today. The world mourns, as on the days like these, we are all Brits. 4/2, March 19th, 2014. Have you watched my YouTube video yet? I uploaded myself kicking bums in the nuts. 24/16, December 24th, 2012. I can't believe Britney's actually won an Oscar. 21:33, February 27th, 2023. I can't believe they've actually done it. Not long left. They were warned, but they just keep pushing the boundaries of science. The noise. I can't take the noise anymore. And the light. Dear God. The universe is slowly unraveling around us. I'm not going to wait for death. I have a pistol in the attic. This is actually the only message not preceded by the string of numbers. It may be worth nothing at the latest date in any of the messages is 1/27, July 6, July 6th, 2027. Woohoo!
That made me feel really uncomfortable. And it's well, I have not played the game, I should note.
Me neither, but I like the story.
And a story is good if you don't even have to have played the game to have it be scary. So, well done.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. That's actually I kind of read through like I read through it before because I was, trying to see what I wanted to read for this, and reading through it, it seemed interesting, and now I actually do want to play the game. So I actually collect bottle caps in a jar, like the old-fashioned bottle caps from glass jars.
Yeah.
I collect it as a hobby, and that might actually become relevant later.
Huh.
I don't know.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
We have about 7 minutes until the end of this hour.
Sounds like questions to me.
Question time. Earlier I found a question. I forgot what it was, but I found a question. Let's see. Let's see if I can find something. Oh, this is an interesting one. Have you ever used any methods from the Creepypasta Survival Guide?
Have I used any methods from the Creepypasta Survival Guide?
Yeah. I actually have an interesting anecdote about this.
I can't say I have because I've honestly have not read into that. I know, thinking about it, now that I think about it, it's like the worst thing ever because I'm a reader and I haven't read that. What?
Dolls. You don't have any dolls.
I'm behind. I don't have dolls.
Yeah. It says you have no reason to be around these creepy little fuckers.
Oh, well. Apparently a part of that is I'm not allowed to be around dolls, or you shouldn't be, and I don't have dolls, so...
I think actually most of us are passing the Creepypasta Survival Guide, we just don't know it.
So yeah, there's probably some things that I'm actually following. I just don't know it.
Yeah. Funny story. One of the rules of the survival guide is it says like mirrors are a no-no. Do not get involved in situations where you are going to be near a mirror. And I not only broke that, but I kind of went out with like guns flaring. I was about to go on vacation for I can't remember what it was, like a Christmas thing or Thanksgiving thing, and I want to put up a video on my channel really quick. I woke up at 3 a.m. And found this story called The Third. It's a kind of a ritual pasta, and it involves a mirror.
Wait.
I recorded that story in my bathroom, holding the computer in a dark bathroom in front of a mirror. Yeah, it kind of freaked me out. So
Wait. You woke yourself up at 3 a.m. so you can record a story in a dark bathroom.
Yes, exactly.
That's a creepypasta in itself.
That is.
Why would you wake yourself up at 3 a.m. to record a story in a bathroom?
I fell asleep pretty early, but I think it was kind of just it's like one of those things you have when you just wake up like, I'm gonna record a story right now. Let's see, get the microphone.
Yeah, that's what I do. I wake up at the butt crack of dawn just so I can be like, oh, I need to record a story at 6 a.m. while the sun is rising. Let me spread the love of stories to my fellow listeners.
Yeah, and so that explains the comments that I get where they're like, Bucket, why does your voice sound incredibly deep, more deep than usual? I'm like, well, that's because literally 10 minutes before I recorded that, I woke up. So, there you go.
You are a trooper for waking up at 3 a.m., but you're also weird for waking up at 3 a.m. to record a story in a dark bathroom.
I wasn't intending to record a story. I think it was just like, I knew it was a bad idea, but,
Yeah, well.
Without risks.
Commend to you, sir. But I do want to throw this out there once again, if we have any new listeners out there right now, that we are raising funds for the to aid the victim from the Wisconsin attack and Safe Horizon to aid victims of violent crimes. I would like to again encourage everyone to donate and share the link to the video stream under hashtag uNIGHTed, lowercase u, big NIGHT, lowercase ed. Again, I am Creepy Rainbow Pasta. My channel is youtube.com/Creepy Rainbow Pasta, all in one word. I'd like to thank everybody once again for listening and giving out their support. We really appreciate you guys helping us out. We could not do it without you. Do we have a new total? Yes, no, maybe?
Actually, it looks like it's changed. I'm not sure if it has. Maybe I'm going insane because the what time it is. But it
Because
looks
it's
like
3 a.m. Huh?
it looks like we have reached $6,099.
$6,099. Yeah.
Last time we checked, it was 69. So thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Or it was like six. I thought it was yes, a 60-60 or something like that.
Something.
But that's cool. I feel kind of special that I raised a little bit of money there. That makes me feel special. But I got 3 minutes left.
3 minutes left. We'll try to find a question here.
Nah, I think I'm gonna hand this back over to MCP. He's gonna ruin it. But
I'm gonna ruin it.
thanks again, guys. It was really awesome to read for you guys. I really appreciate it. So
thank you.
Have fun with the rest of the stream.
Yeah. All right. Get the blue man back in here.
Yeah. Hey, Dimension Bucket.
Hey, MCP.
Sorry, I kind of kicked her off like 2 minutes early because this is the end of set 2.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that was the end of set 2. We're going to have to move into set 3. I'm surprised. There's like 800 people still here.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm guessing Britain woke up. That's my big guess.
Maybe that's it.
But we're going to be coming on to set 3 with, if you guys can see on your screens right now, Morbid Butterfly. So we're going to give that, like, I guess we'll take a quick 2-minute break, and then I'm going to open up the new stream for set 3. So let's see how quick I can be about this.
All right, here we go. This is a challenge.
Okay, so ending broadcast. We'll see y'all in the next room. I'll include in the comments down below the new link so you guys can follow along.